this, man. Like, general idea I just brought up, it's like super relevant right now. Right? I know even people could like put this critique towards me because I'm like a Christian, you know, but like this unwavering like ideological dogma and devotion, especially when it's not individualized, right? Like there's no individuation, it's just like handed over to a group, and then groups of course organize and then create hierarchical structures, and then you have an authority position, and then what they say becomes gospel per se. Like you're cooked. This is like literally why we're so cooked right now in the Middle East. Right? We have like two conglomerates of ideologies that like they're unwavering in their position. Right? Like there is no
the kind of content we should look forward to in your next video.
Hey, I posted a clip. I posted a clip of you, Witsit, from 24/7 from back in the day, and it's a pretty good clip where you flat
Why
smack
are you
this,
guys not responding?
yeah.
We're in a live stream right now. What are you
Sorry.
doing? You're just making random comments. Like, are you even listening to the conversation?
It was a side note. My bad. I've been waiting to say that.
Geo doesn't call them side notes. He calls them footnotes.
It was a footnote.
I mean, what's the footnote? I flat smacked someone back in the day, and you got a clip of it.
Yeah, I'll repost it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a solid clip.
Remember here, if you're making still water, it's always flat, always level. So every little line that you put in it must be basically flat. You can go anywhere you want to go with it, but you have to keep them straight. In still water, it's always flat.
Yeah,
hey,
on that.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth is a ball, then how is 70% of it supposedly water that always finds its level, and 70% of that ocean water, the floor is completely flat, called abyssal plains? How does that work on a ball?
The floor is flat?
70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plain. The flattest area in the entire world.
Okay.
How 70% of the ocean floor flat if the Earth is a ball?
Flat.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I've never studied any of this, but
okay.
The ocean floor thing, the ocean level thing can be explained by gravity, of course. It's.
Hey man, how is 70% of the ocean floor flat if the Earth is a ball?
What do you mean it's flat? It's just straight flat?
Yeah. Less than a meter change over like kilometers at a time. Flattest area in the entire world. 70% of the ocean floor.
What's wrong with that?
Well, flat is the opposite of curved.
It's dude, that's like me saying no. That's not an argument, my guy. That's not.
Okay, here's the argument. It's geometrically impossible for the convexity rate of terra firma necessitated by the global Earth claim of its radius value to have 70% of the ocean floor be completely flat. It's geometrically impossible. Is that a better argument for you?
Obviously, the article you read, they meant that, it was flat relative to Earth, as in if you have like a flat surface on land, it curves like Earth,
What is flat relative to Earth? What does that mean?
I mean, obviously, if I look at a plane right now, it's gonna look flat, but generally relative to the Earth, if you zoom out, it's gonna be curved.
No, it's measurably flat. It changes less than like a meter over many kilometers.
How many?
Many, and this is over like say 900,000 square kilometers. 900,000 square kilometers, basically completely flat in one area of the ocean floor. So we'll use that one for now. 900,000 square kilometers, no curvature, almost completely flat as a tabletop. How's that work on a globe?
Look in the live stream for their depiction of the oceanic basin. A basin being a container that holds liquid. Inches per mile square. That doesn't work.
So are abyssal plains perfectly flat? Flat is almost an understatement. The abyssal plains are some of the flattest features on the plain. Some drop in elevation less than a foot for every 1,000 feet in distance. Sometimes there are small hills called abyssal hills, but generally, abyssal plains are as flat as a tabletop.
You later
Bro,
now
that's the
suggest that-
genetic fallacy. Look it up.
Okay, listen, he just explained it to you very simple, okay? So I can cite someone from the other side as a hostile witness. This is because people that come in here and argue about it, they actually don't even understand their own side's claim. So we have to go cite their side so they even know what they're talking about. I just now cited NOAA.gov telling you that 70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plain and is remarkably flat, the flattest area in the entire world. What say you?
That is curved.
Let me read this.
Just a coincidence that the branch that works with NASA that looks at the ocean is called NOAA.
Yeah. Well, what is
Coincidence, of course.
well, what is wrong with it being called Noah?
Oh, well, just a coincidence. I'm sure that
his
NOAA,
magic art.
Noah is the one that survived the flood. But let's get.
Oh my God! Nah. Okay, dude.
Look, you're
Okay.
triggered, but you want
So
to really
what
funny?
is-
Did you know that
No,
NASA
no.
names?
I'm not
Did you
triggered.
know NASA names majority of their space exploration programs after religious names? So it seems like you partake in a religion, defend religious zealots, and then get triggered at the mere notion of it.
No.
The Big Bang was proposed by a Catholic priest. The Apollo programs is named after Apollo, the sun god. The heliocentric motto is Helios, the sun god. Almost all of them are named after the German. You think it's funny because you don't even know how ignorant you are. Majority of NASA's programs are actually named after the Greek pantheon gods.
Yes, but that doesn't mean they believe in them.
It's a religion. It's a belief system. Yes.
Yes, but just because you use the name
It's a blind faith religion.
No, listen to me.
But he missed the point. He missed the point.
The only reason I said it was because you got really triggered that I dropped the gravy in here that the person that survived the flood, Noah, that's the same way you pronounce the part of the branch of the government that works with NASA that looks at the ocean. It's just a little tidbit. It's irrelevant. It's just a cherry on top. You wanted to focus on that because you can't answer the main question that I've already posed to you. How is 70% of the ocean floor completely flat as a tabletop if it's on a ball?
Indeed, I cannot answer that question, but if you're going to bring up these things, you have to back it up. You can't just say, because you can't answer this question, we're going to have to ignore all of this.
No, I already did back it up. I just now dropped NOAA.gov article describing it. So in the
I know. I'll have to read it through.
Okay, so here's my question for you. Can 70% of the surface of a ball be
cannot
flat?
answer that question. I cannot answer it.
A sphere be 70% flat?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I was almost asked why the shape of something. If that's what it is, that's just what it is.
All right, let me ask you like this.
Of course, I have to question why it is.
Okay. But how? Go ahead, Witsit. You understand what I'm saying?
Kind of.
You understand what I'm telling you?
I have to question it. I have to.
No, not question it. We're talking about measurements. Witsit is telling you that the Earth measures flat. Not only that, but they admit it's flat with all the government documents. Not only that, but the ocean floor is also flat for the most part. And you're saying, I don't know why. But that's analogous to saying, I don't know why the shape of something is the shape of something. Other than a person who cut it to be that way, meaning someone created the dimensions for it to be what it is. Other than that, there is no other answer.
No, that's not okay. So this is where I think you don't understand what I'm trying to get to. The thing is, I know this is your explanation, but I do not know what the.
No, I didn't explain. No, because I didn't.
Earth explanation.
Okay,
I don't. Go ahead, Witsit. Sorry.
Okay, so calm down, man. So I'll ask you like this, all right? So you said you don't know how to explain it on a globe. Now, could you calm down? Could you explain it? Could you explain it on a flat Earth?
No.
You couldn't explain why the ocean floor was flat on a flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that.
Okay, so explain it.
Well, from what you've told me, Earth is flat, ocean floor flat, therefore flat. That's basically what I've heard from you.
Okay, so you can explain how the ocean floor is 70% abyssal plain, the flattest place on the entire Earth. Yet, you can explain it if the Earth was flat, but you know it's not flat, but you still can't explain how it works on a sphere. Is that right?
Yeah, because listen, yeah, of course I can't explain it. I'm not a specialist in this whole thing. You can explain it for me with the flat Earth theory, but I haven't gotten the explanation from a.
Why don't you Google? Why don't you Google it or
I'm not
read
gonna
the
use
docket?
Google as my
Listen.
I gave you 2 credible sources already.
Y'all just want me to shut up? All right, my bad.
No, I didn't know you were saying. I'm saying if you look at the picture right here, you can see that to get any of these measurements, they have to use a horizontal line. Do you know what horizontal is?
Bro, okay.
Do you know what horizontal is?
Yes, I know what horizontal is.
Okay, is horizontal flat
or curved?
It is flat.
Okay, so horizontal is straight and flat, and the opposite of that would be curved, right?
The opposite of horizontal?
Yeah. Well, that would technically be vertical, I guess. The opposite of straight or flat.
What is your point?
My point seems pretty simple. You can't say that flat is actually curved, since curved is literally the opposite of flat. Okay, so to measure the sea level or elevations, which is the distance above the level, you have to use a horizontal, just like this picture. To measure the floor of the ocean, the depths of the ocean, you have to use a horizontal sea level. Then to measure the slopes in the ocean, you have to use the horizontal abyssal plains and take an angle from that. All the measurements we have that have mapped out the ocean floor and given us elevations and given us the sea level require us to make the measurements using a horizontal. All those measurements require us to use a horizontal.
Okay.
Okay, so horizontal means flat.
Indeed, it does.
So the only way you can even get elevations is to assume the Earth is flat. The only way you can get sea level is to use it and measure it horizontal and flat. The only way you can measure the surface of the ocean floor is, again, to use horizontal, flat, baseline measurements.
So what they did pretty much is they just told you that you live in a ball, and until now, you haven't ever had to really challenge your reality and think about it.
I've noted down everything you've said. I'm gonna check it out with some people.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the footnote? I flat smacked someone back in the day, and you got a clip of it.
Yeah, I'll repost it. It's pretty good.
Word.
It's a solid clip.
Word. Yeah, I mean, I get if people don't want to talk about like the war and stuff like that. It's kind of like it becomes very I don't know what the word would be, but tedious and like redundant in a way. And then we're kind of all just trying to sift through information that like where we're entirely reliant on different, like authorities to tell us or whatever. But
Yo, Witsit,
every
do you
time
believe the iron? Do you think the Iron Dome is real?
I've seen like a decent argument that it's not what it's claimed to be. I don't
Well,
I don't
they're
believe
gonna set
that.
up one in America. Well, isn't Trump talking about? I mean, I don't pay attention to this shit, but I heard Trump is gonna do that too, and I'd assume it's the
That's what
same
they
thing, where
claim.
it's just a fireworks system.
So they claim, but like, I wouldn't underestimate the reality of like military's kinetic power. You know what I mean? Like, um, in my opinion, like the militaries are used for surveillance of like the goyim or the slaves or whatever. Like, I think that they kind of misguide us with what they use it for and what they have, but I think what they really have is significantly more superior to what they tell us that they have. Right? Like I don't. The Iron Dome seems somewhat archaic, and even if it was real, it's not like that crazy. I mean, I've obviously seen the claim that they basically just shoot fireworks and pretend it's real. I don't know. Like I talked to somebody that supposedly was in Israel and said that you can look up and watch the missiles head towards you and then get intercepted. I don't know how real that is, obviously, but
You can't see that in videos, so I don't know.
There is videos though of the Iron Dome like shooting up and hitting rockets.
Yeah, but you don't see missiles intercepted. You just see the Iron Dome missiles trail around and then they explode.
I mean, do you think the whole war is fake? Like, do you think that
No, there's probably fighting. It's like a minimal. It's like less fighting than they would lead you to believe. They're faking casualties and from both sides.
like do you think that like countries shoot missiles at each other?
No, I mean there's like a front line like in like proxy wars, but for the most part, I mean maybe during the Middle Eastern wars we bombed some places, but I don't think there's been any bombing between Israel and the Gaza Strip in a while.
I posted 2 vids. Can you tell me if you think they're fake? 48 past the hour.
Like, I have a totally opposite position here. I think that they totally downplay what they do, right? Like if we're over here in America and we're just reliant on images that were shown, if you completely decimate a group of people, you don't really have to worry too much about what they're able to get out there, and you can just show what you want. And I think they downplay it, right? Like, I don't think they let us know like the truth about how destructive they are.
You mean where? Right now, what's happening, or in general?
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, right now too as well, right? Like, I think Israel downplays what's
Have you seen?
what's hitting.
Have you seen? Okay, I don't know where this is coming from. Have you seen what's happening to Iran right now?
I can only imagine that it supports
You?
my point, which is that Iran would be downplaying how bad they're getting hit.
No, it's not how bad. They're getting destroyed. I don't know
You
what.
saying you saw that on TV or where'd you see that?
Wouldn't that support my point I just made?
No, it's not. You see, they're downplaying it. It's opposite of what you're saying, actually.
You shouldn't be complaining about something like this.
Are you, Amarize, are you, yeah, I thought you said before you're Iranian. Are you in Iran or no? You don't live there?
I'm not in Iran, but I can show you
He
countless
believes it from the
people
television.
videos. No, it's not television, actually. Actually, for your information, I don't
videos aren't
follow the news or anything.
I'm genuinely confused.
Not
Like,
the
what
television, it's the Tel Aviv vision.
what's the miscommunication here? Like, I'm saying that countries in war try to downplay the damage they sustain whenever they give their propaganda points.
Yeah, everybody does it.
Yeah, it's called the
Yeah,
fog
the
of war.
US is doing it.
Same with like the US saying that there's not that many injuries, there's not that many deaths. They won't release.
Yeah,
the
like
numbers.
for example, if what you're saying is true and Iran's getting decimated, well, go listen to Iran's official statements, and they claim the opposite. They claim that that they're using a lot of decoys to use up different munitions that are overpriced and expensive for the U.S. That they're intentionally just using super cheap drones to make them use like $1 million interceptors that they know have a year production time and that they're going to run out, and that they were tactically just hitting all of the Gulf states bases and the radar systems. And according to even like independent journalism, that they successfully did that. They successfully knocked all of our radar systems offline in the neighboring Gulf states, that they've hit every one of our bases in the neighboring Gulf states, and that they've hit our ports. And our primary Air Force headquarters that was used as a headquarters in the Middle East has been completely demolished. And we're now porting in India, right? So we have to transport our weapons way further now because we don't have a usable port that can be protected. And that they are fighting a war of attrition, and that their only goal is basically to survive and make it last as long as possible. And it's costing the U.S. $1 billion a day. And that once their defense systems are depleted, that's when they'll really unleash most of their missiles. And that the U.S. is lying about how many missiles that they took out, and that majority of their missile stockpile is buried in mountains. That's like the Iranian position. I'm not saying it's all true. I'm just saying like that's what they're claiming, right? I mean, I don't know what people are thinking, but like, I think Iran's a little more honest, right? Like when I watched the interview where they were trying to like get this Iranian spokesperson, he's a professor. They were trying to get him like caught up, and they're like, "Is Iran going to come to the negotiating table?" And trying to paint them as like these unreasonable like psychos or whatever. And he's like, "You realize that we were at the negotiation table, and that we made an agreement, and then the U.S. reneged, and then we were brought back to the table, and then the day before we were supposed to meet again is whenever they came in and basically attacked that nuclear facility, right? And then they were supposed to be negotiating again, and then the U.S. just launched an attack on them. So I think that's true, right? Like I don't think the U.S. has even denied it. Basically, the U.S. is by omission. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, you're never gonna know.
This is true, right? You're sitting here saying all the news is fake, but this one I think is true.
He doesn't say that. No, I wish he said that.
No, I'm saying like the official claim of the U.S. is that we were negotiating and that negotiations didn't work. And then we, like the AP released that we were supposed to meet with Iran the next day. And that day or it was actually announced like a week or so before that. And the day before we were supposed to meet with them again, which is the US claim, we bombed them. So like when Iran turns around and says, yeah, we were negotiating and we were supposed to meet again and then they bombed us. I mean, if both sides are saying it in a war, then it's maybe more likely to be true. I guess someone could claim that that's like a normie position and that they're working together and all this, but
Yes,
I don't think. Yeah, but I don't think that they are working together per se. Like I don't
think they've already taken over the world with the whatever empire you believe is at the top.
I read that.
What are you even saying, Q-Op?
So I'm just wondering if Witsit think he does like Witsit. You don't think it's already the world's already taken over? I mean, they're already setting up the technocratic like surveillance state. I know the normies are having a problem.
Yeah, I think there are like rogue actors. You know, like I think that
they got this much stuff set up, the 5G, all the satellites. They're China and Russia and America are pretending to be at war, but they all share the medium, the ether medium for the satellites, and they all fake space and stuff. But Iran is like this. What, dude? I spoke like 1.5 like fucking sentences.
So basically, what you're saying is that you didn't ask a question. You're telling Witsit how it is, and you're
I'm asking you a position near that.
Yeah, but like, so I would say, yeah, but not every country is in on the space lie, right? Like, does Iran claim to have a space agency? They don't, and basically,
you lost your mind, bro. They use space in the Quran as part of their argument as to why Muhammad or Allah is right, the Quran's right.
That's not my point. My point is that Iran is not claiming to go to space, bro. Okay, so like one of his
they have
claimed to go to space.
Iran is
they send satellites. They send satellites.
Okay, satellites are different.
Wait. They did also send a monkey 10 years
ago.
Iran
claimed they sent a monkey to space.
That's not nice to call them.
I think it was Iran, man.
Not Iraq. Iraq did not have it.
I thought Iran did. I thought that was Russia. I thought Iran did.
Iran does have a space
for a dog too.
All black people.
Hey, earlier when we were talking about this whole like Iran and U.S. war and everything, who said? Remember, Witsit, who was saying that they're gonna hit Disneyland? Well, they did like an hour ago. There's all kinds of shit going on. So
that was me.
Wait, are you serious?
I told you.
They're saying there's like a house like. They said we found the plan. They said that there's like a hazmat crew and everything, and like 5 people are like injured and like from like this mysterious smell, odor, whatever. So they're like, I'm just saying they might be like.
We were talking about that somebody did mention that a couple hours ago.
Yeah, we were all talking about it, and then so I remember someone saying they're gonna hit Disneyland. Then sure enough,
fuck.
Yeah. So
I didn't see one report about
satellites into orbit.
It was just an hour.
Yeah, I just read it. They do claim to have
was the first one.
Yep, they do claim to have a space. Yeah, I just read that. Because by the way, I mean my position is like
you're wrong.
I just said that.
Just to be clear, yeah, they've sent satellites, but they haven't sent humans.
Yeah, and by the way, my position is that satellites are not all fake, right? I think that's wild. So like they're just not what they said. They just don't work the way they say.
Oh no, bro, dude, I've been talking to that fucking guy. What's his name? Josh, bro. The shit Josh has told me. So Josh, he says he controls them, right? He says when he's in the control room, he's never seen them do a north and south polar circumnavigation, only east and west. He says, I forget if he says when they go east, it's harder to get them to accelerate. Like so, they say it's the Earth is spinning, helping it either way. It kind of works with the globe model too, but with the ether spinning, it works I think better for the with the what are they called? The geostationary satellites only are put on the equator like exactly. And the thing with the equator is like there's a lot of trippy shit with the equator where you got the diverging and converging lines around the equator. You got hurricanes don't cross the equator, so I think there's like a medium difference at the.
Sure,
yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Somebody that said they didn't see satellites circumnavigate north to south, but he's also just lying to you.
You're not. Well, if he was lying completely, he would say he has seen them north and south.
Well, they don't. Yeah, I mean, the official claim is like they don't do north to south circumnavigation, and then a Globe will come in and say that they do, and then you look at the trajectories, and they actually skip right past the poles, quote unquote, and then they'll claim there was like this anomalous one that did one time or something like that. But like, this is the thing, right? In my opinion, the satellites are the most brilliant lie because you can do all the satellite equations, and what they've done is they've used all these transformations and coordinate system transfers and all this, right? And they've then incorporated relativity, which just hijacks like a stationary Earth, an ether, and then claims it's theirs, and it's just magic, right? So everything's moving, but you just can't tell, and it's like the universe is moving, but it actually isn't. And then the satellite equations literally use like the inertial forces from a rotating universe in their equation. So like,
and where do Can you tell me like if you haven't like where I tracked that down? Like that you said someone told you about that.
Why are you?
No, yeah, they're just in the there's in the equations. I'll grab them. So, and what they claim is that they're fictitious forces, right? So, because it has to be in the equation. So they just claim that it's a fictitious force, and that makes no sense because according to their relativistic framework, that inertial force isn't there, right? But if the Earth was stationary and the universe was rotating, then there would be inertial forces, right? You would have centrifugal force, like when you
Josh knew we were talking about.
yeah, if you're like spinning a rope with something tied to it, right? It's gonna like push out towards the outside. Centrifugal force is obviously real. They act like centrifugal force isn't, but it is, right? So you're gonna have the force that's generated on the interior of that rotation as well. And you can find like a sweet spot using these forces. If the centrifugal force is a little bit stronger, right? Then you're gonna be able to you could spin something in theory in perpetuity or however you say that word, like perpetually, right? Because like imagine if you have
perpetuity, Witsit.
perpetuity, yeah.
In
Like
this monologue.
if you have like
Josh
two
is here.
forces basically balancing something like a seesaw, it would be like basically the satellites would work the way that if two people sat on a seesaw that weighed similarly and just kept it from ever hitting the ground, and it would just go forever. That's how the
As
universe
long as
would
you
run.
get it. So what you're saying is, if you launch a rocket and you get it going 17,000 miles an hour sideways, the ether will just hold it up there. Doesn't matter which direction you send it. If you can hit that velocity, then it will just stay up there.
It doesn't matter about the velocity. I don't think.
I'd like to get.
Well, maybe I don't know. I think
that's what the models say. What's it saying? Like the models all work, but they just fake them or whatever, right? So then
no, what I'm saying is that like,
Josh, when you put them geostationary at the equator, do they have to be a specific velocity or is it just a height?
Oh, well, they're proportional to each other. So yes, it is a specific velocity and a specific height.
How do you get to the velocity if they're being lifted up by helium?
I would like to be put in the queue for next.
Wait, how do you get to that velocity if they're hooked to balloons?
Not hooked to balloons. That's
they're
dumb.
not hooked to balloons, man. Like you can watch them go across the Earth really fast, bro. Like, and you know whether people want to believe it or not, Antarctica is a great example. But even if you take that away, like when I go camping or whatever, the Starlink works, bro. Right? So there's something above me that's giving me a signal, and that obviously doesn't mean that it's what they claim that it is, but there's something up there giving me a signal in remote areas, and like you can see them and they look like they're just completely straight and moving over top of you. And so what I'm saying is not that it's just, oh, conveniently it works even though it's all fake, which is like a very convenient straw man, right? I'm saying that the equations actually are forced to incorporate a force that shouldn't be there according to their model. So that is a win for us.
Here. You like
a straw man. I'm not trying to straw man.
All right, so Witsit, where do you get off like still preaching this flat earth stuff when you yourself saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Can you please explain that to me? Because I wasn't here for your explanation.
I don't.
It seems like a grift after you've been to Antarctica and seen it firsthand.
So it's a grift that I stepped away from for it. Stop.
Bro.
It's a grift. It's a grift that I stepped away from for a year and made no money.
We kind of had to.
I didn't have to do anything. The reason I stepped away had nothing
ruining
to do.
your reputation.
Dude, the reason I stepped away had nothing to do with Antarctica, right? And I'll explain it on my stream back, like as much as I can. And if anyone actually, when people actually know why I stepped away, then they'll understand it. If they're like decent humans at all, if they understand, like.
So me and Siak both think that we're the reasons that you were gone. Would you say like who is more the reason?
We can transition into that instead of the reason why he's still preaching flat Earth after he
boring
saw
to me,
firsthand with his own eyes that it's not.
Because the sun doesn't explain the fucking ground, you idiot.
First of all,
it does if you see a 24-hour sun.
You're an idiot.
At the South Pole.
Dude, don't just scream insults, man. So first of all, you seem confused here. Like the topic wasn't even.
Sharon is honest.
Stop interrupting me. The conversation wasn't even about flat Earth. Okay, it was about satellites and geocentrism. So first of all, even if you thought the Earth wasn't flat, what I just said is still true. And yes, it would also happen on a flat Earth that wasn't moving. So that conversation wasn't even about flat Earth. Now I get that. Obviously, you just really wanted to make that point, and so you forced it in there, and that's cool. But the answer is pretty simple, right? Like the Earth measures flat, and their model doesn't work. And the fact that I saw the sun, to me, is just cool that now we know it's there. At what point did all of a sudden my position become I knew how to explain everything in the sky? Like, I don't remember ever making that claim. I literally...
the guy in flat Earth. Like, it was Eric Dubé.
I'm the guy now, bro.
It's not you.
Now
It's never been you.
Hey, it is now, bro.
It's not.
I am the new leader.
You're the DMT guy.
Look, my position is pretty simple, right? Like, I think that and I've gone all over the place here in the last year with this. And because I had to step away for something else, right? I was just trying to decide if I wanted to come back. And nothing to do with flat Earth, though. It's just like, like being online, like an online personality and stuff, was never really something I wanted to do. But the way I view it as a whole is like I feel like I've covered almost every topic within that subject and like extensively. And when people want to come back around and talk about like the sun now, it's like, what do you got to say to that? What evidence do you have of flat Earth? It's like the countless unrebutted presentations on my channel, right? Like, and this is what I said to Jaron, even in our debates. I'm like, okay, I understand your whole position about the sun. I get it. What about this long list of evidence that are geometric refutations of the globe claim, though? Like, what are we going to do with that list? Are we
Jaron
suddenly just
saw
going to
something in reality that refuted all of it.
It didn't
You saw
refute
it
all
too.
of it. It didn't refute. How does it refute it? That doesn't make any sense, right? It's like, this is what he just said. I don't know. I guess it just has to work, which is basically what you're saying. There must be an explanation because I know it can't be that way. And to me, that's
Greg
wild.
came in
Like,
here the other day. Greg came in here the other day, and he made a logical argument as to why satellites can't exist, right? And you believe satellites exist, and we all sort of laugh because there's not. Even though he came up with an argument that he says nobody can refute, we all know the satellites are still up there. You know what I mean?
yeah, but like, I don't, you realize that I'm not a part of some monolith of thought. So like, to me, it's kind of a projection of people that believe in the mainstream model where they are a monolith of thought, like, because they've kind of just said, okay, tell me what the nature of the realm I live in is. They know better than I do. They studied it more than I did. They know the truth. And then we all agree on it. And like, I actually just take a more humble position when I say, I don't think that people know as much
Why you're
about.
not famous?
Yeah, I could easily be famous if I wanted to just sell my soul, right? Like if I actually cared about that. So, and I've had like literal opportunities.
Can I just say that can also pass as ignorance, right? I mean, just because you have your so-called evidences and you say that, oh, that refutes everything that the globe had, that could just fall into ignorance too, right?
No. What? No. Like I did the exact opposite of just intentionally remaining ignorant by going and seeing if the sun was there. Right? Like same with I said, yeah, I'd let them throw me up in the sky, what that they call space. I know that would be inconsequential though, right? And I'll just cite Neil deGrasse Tyson's latest Joe Rogan interview to explain why it's actually stupid and laughable that people think that that proves it's a globe or something. But like this is the thing to me, and everyone can have their own opinion, right? Like to me, it's really weird to like clamp onto one piece of evidence and then just take your brain out and hand it away and say, I don't need to reason any of the other evidence we have. I don't need to understand it. I don't need to look at it. I don't need to see if it's true or if there's an explanation. I don't need to know any of that because to me, it doesn't seem possible that this observation of the sun could happen if it wasn't what we've been told it is. And like people can certainly believe that and choose to think that way. I don't care. Like it's not like I'm going around beating people over the head trying to make them leave the globe. That's never happened. Okay. Like I don't care. I just don't agree with it. I genuinely don't agree with it. It's extremely beneficial for me to disagree or to agree with it. Like it's extremely beneficial to me. Okay. Like financially beneficial to me in many ways for me to come back now or even after Antarctica and do what Jaron did. And you can say, no, it's not. Look what happened to Jaron. Yeah. Okay. But Jaron and I aren't the same person. Right? Like I've been approached multiple times to do shows on different topics, right? And like I'm just not going to do that, bro. Like if I truly believed it, I would do it. And if someone wants to make the argument they think that like I'm too prideful or I don't want to say I was wrong or I want everyone to like me, do you not see how stupid of an argument that is? Because why would I ever have even publicly spoke on flat Earth in the first place if that was the case? If like my motivation is to fit in with everybody,
I think everyone that believes in the 24-hour sun in the south, that's a flat earther, should go concave. I'm embarrassed by flat earthers that think there's a
You sound
24-hour sun
really
in
cringe,
both poles.
Q-Op. I think something that's pretty funny is that SC Montreal and Witsit both like talk for the same duration of time, but Witsit will get out about 300 more words than SC will.
True.
Q-Op, why does it have to be concave when you have like a very basic electric field grid is a two-pole system with straight in the middle? That's what like an electric
Well, you
field
can
is.
correlate any parts of the toroid in any model, really.
Yeah, so the sky is a double toroid. Why is that? You don't need a concave or a sphere for a double toroid sky.
well, I will say this is how I view it, right? Like, from like a zoomed out perspective, when I first heard this topic and there's like all these rabbit holes within it and there's so much things that we were lied to about it. And I guess people that just believe that we're told the truth about the earth think that all the lies were just random or something. Like, I'm like, I was so excited. The idea that I'd be able to personally go and see if the sun was there, I would have never believed that that would happen. And I got to do it. The only other thing above that for me would be this idea that you can supposedly get so far out away from the earth that you can see the whole thing. And so, yeah, I'm totally down to do that. I would do that. Right. And
You
if
can only
I
see
got
half.
all the way out from the earth and saw it was a ball, do you guys think I'd come back and claim it wasn't a ball?
You refute all the other
I think so.
debunks that you made, right? All the other arguments that you say refuted the globe. How would you deal with those?
I would then that's the part that I think is important, right? If I actually went to quote unquote space, saw the earth was a ball, and came back, I would then have a responsibility to myself intellectually and just in general to like actually go look at these evidences and explain where we missed something. It would make. But the thing is, though, the thing is that would actually be irrefutable for me. Now, obviously, not for everyone else. They would obviously claim I lied or whatever, right? But if I saw it, like I actually saw the.
So the only reason
Sorry, I cut off.
you would come back and you would say, "Yeah, I saw the Earth was a ball," but it's only because our eyes are balls and we
No.
see balls.
No, not
So
at all.
you
Like,
do, because you'd be coping.
not at all, bro. Like coping, my life is significantly more easy if I don't say that. Like I don't understand.
Which previously debunked ideas or things that you felt like you debunked, did you feel like got undebunked by the 24-hour sun? Like, did you go back and refute any of your arguments after that?
Well, my position that I thought that it wasn't there, right, is obviously wrong. But if this is why when everyone was making their little hit pieces on everyone, they really didn't have much on me because I didn't go around claiming a model. I didn't go around claiming I knew that it wasn't there and that I knew that it would disprove anything because that's not what I thought. I didn't claim the AE model in the 7 years I talked about it or whatever, right? Like I never did that.
Well, you did. I went to a school in Globers where you shared the personal azimuthal dome of vision, and on that you said that this explains the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, the flower of life geometry only works with AE model.
I don't think I
and all the ancient cosmologies, which all have a mountain in the middle or a tree in the middle, and an inertial plane and a world below that's got like roots and some other strange shit.
So I don't think I claimed it proved or explained the 24-hour sun, or that would be my position right now, right? Like I said that.
No, you did 100%. And you, I mean, specifically, you went over the fact that the sun sets to the left, right? Which is what you guys saw also when you went to
That's
Antarctica.
totally different, right?
Right, but it's just, if you pull up like the model that you shared, like Shane and / Walter Bisland's model, it explains the 20. Don't interrupt. It explains the 24-hour sun. I could pull it up and show you.
You see what you just did? So first you claimed that I claimed that it explained it, which is a lie. And then because I know I didn't do that because I don't
know for sure if you did or not.
But I do know for sure I didn't do that, right? And so then it turned into the model explains it. The model shows it because what it does is it just takes the data and it throws it on that little grid, right? So of course,
okay, but hold on. Hold on though. You did say that it explains the sun setting the wrong way in Australia. Do you agree with that at least?
Yes. Like, okay. Am I saying? Wait, time out. Am I saying that I know that that's what's happening? No, I'm just saying that it is objectively a viable option. Just like when I put a dome over, like say a flat map, and I take the light and I move in a circle over top of it. Right inside that dome, it looks like the circle or the light that's just going in a straight like path. Right, it's staying at the same height. Inside the dome, it looks like it's coming up from the horizon, arcing over your head, and arcing back down and setting bottom up. Like that's just a factual thing. And then depending on where I'm at and where that goes in a circle, it will look like it veers off the opposite way, even though it's actually going to the right. It'll veer off to the left of center, and it'll look like it's disappearing bottom up, even though it's still just sitting right there above the table, right? So like it would be dishonest. Why? Like if I was a glober, I'd say,
I'm very positive that wasn't your argument. And you didn't present it as this is a possible globe killer model. You said this is the globe killer model when you presented it.
How would it be a globe killer?
When you have the light over the dome, how are you seeing Antarctica for 24 hours straight?
How do you get the perspective inside the dome?
Exactly.
How do I apply to be a mod? Sorry.
How do you get the perspective inside the dome?
Mod, mute Blob, please.
You lean down and look at the dome. So what? You lean down and you look into what inside the dome the light looks like.
Yeah, you're not seeing the sun for 24 hours.
No, you're right. That's why I didn't just now say that. I didn't just say that. But this is the point that I've tried to make to Globers for years. Like, if you guys truly wanted people to see it wasn't flat or whatever you claim, right? Like, whenever, say, someone like me presents that, and I say, like, look, and people can go to their house and buy a dome and show it to themselves. And then they have people on the internet swearing it's not true, claiming it's a lie, that doesn't happen. Then what you actually do is just create more flat earthers. You're like, oh, so there is no defense of this. Now, honestly, they shouldn't do that they should try to defend it themselves or try to see if there's an alternative argument, but they don't. Normally what most people think is like, okay, these are these people that are obsessed with the globe. All the answers are supposedly given to them. So if they can't come up with an answer, if there's not an official answer, there must not be one because they can't come up with one because there is no answer, right? So it's like you shoot yourself in the foot by not being.
Yeah, I understand all that, but what's your favorite vape juice?
You cut out at the end, dude. Please don't troll. We're not going to allow that. Don't do it. Don't waste
That's
our.
all
No
he's
more
been doing,
trolling, you
bro.
fuckhead.
This whole time.
Yeah,
This
don't
whole
do that,
time he's
dude.
been trolling, dude.
All right, I would wish what was being discussed was not the 24-hour sun, the last part. It was how the sun arcs north and south of the equator. And just, I do have this video that Witsit actually made, and I just have it saved in my folder, and so you can watch that. And it just describes what he was referring to. He moved his camera like straight over it, and you can see it arcing along the dome, like arcing to the left, even though he's just moving the light straight above it. Anyways, because that was actually the point that they were talking about. So that shows that effect.
I think that this is the thing, right? And it's because of the way that a lot of people view information and truth in the world and all that, they project that onto me, okay? If I present something as a viable explanation, which, you know, you claimed I claimed it was definitive, that's not true. I've said the phrase
100%.
I've said the phrase viable explanation like 4,000 times in my content, right? Like my entire
But in
position.
that presentation, you called it a globe killer. I will go find it and give you the exact quote. I'm 100% sure you said that.
Okay, and while you do that,
I actually don't even think that you'll be able to find that, right? I think you might be able to find Shane on there or someone saying it. And I'm not saying I didn't, maybe I did, but I would be surprised unless it was like a joking way, because my position is that that's independent of that, right? That's just what I would say is that, oh, maybe I called it that and then explained what I'm saying is that that's the last thing the globe has that they claim can't be explained, right? And that if they don't even have that, they have nothing. Because I would never present that model as proof the Earth's not a globe. That doesn't even logically make sense. That literally makes no sense whatsoever, right? Like the evidence against the globe is like the physical measurements and lack of curvature, right? It's the microwave transmissions like 10 feet off the ground that go dozens of miles and have like a 1 meter beam divergence that should get blocked after like, you know, a few hundred feet. Yet we're receiving them dozens of miles away.
Huge on it now. I don't think you're huge on it now, but I think when you presented it, you were really hot on it.
I'm not. What we were very. What's the word, right? Like maybe you could say excited or whatever. We were very like excited to present that possibility. Never did I claim it was proof the Earth isn't a globe. That doesn't even make sense. Or if I did, it was much more elegant than you're claiming, right? And I can imagine one of them being, well, this is the main issue, and I've never even heard a rebuttal to this, right? The main issue here is that in order to make the globe model, we had to assume that perspective was planar, and so the entire globe model was built upon the assumption that we see in straight lines and that we can extend those straight lines infinitely, right? And so when we look at the stars, we're seeing them in a planar geometry with planar perspective. And we know that we don't see in plane geometry, right? And a simple example is railroad tracks and how in plane geometry, parallel lines never converge. Yet we see two parallel lines who don't converge in physical reality, but our eyes make it look like they do. That proves we don't just see in plane geometry, right? And so that would be my argument.
Perspective. We understand perspective well. That wasn't your argument. I watched that video a bunch of times.
Well, you've already made like 3 or 4 claims about what I supposedly said that you've walked back. So, you know, forgive me for not thinking that you actually remember what
I only walked one thing back. I walked one thing back, which was whether or not you said that it explains the 24-hour sun. I don't know that you didn't say that. I think I still think there's a possibility you did.
Or you knew for a fact I said it.
No, I never said that. You can play that back.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So anyway, man, like I don't get why this is confusing. Anyway, my position, I'm telling it to you right now. Like, even if my position is different now, which it's not, then it would just be weird to be like, oh, but you said this 2 years ago. Like,
right?
Okay.
Like, come on, man.
Like, I don't even understand. Like, no one ever responds. You can't just say we understand perspective. That's not true, actually. Right. So if you actually look into the literature, if you look into the literature of it, it's well known that we don't understand exactly how.
For the human eyeball and perception, if you take psychology out of it, you just capture like pixels on a camera sensor. We understand it pretty well. Photogrammetry is a thing. We can reverse engineer. I mean, there are such things as like, you know, perspective illusions, but
no. Like the way that we actually see, it doesn't matter if it's a camera or not, right? Like we see in curved visual space, a lens, a camera, an eyeball. Visual space is not planar. This is a major problem. If I'm just trying to figure out what the truth is, which is what I'm doing, okay? If I have to believe that we see in planar geometry, even though we provably don't, in order to believe that the globe model is correct, how can I believe it? Doesn't
do you think cameras see? Do cameras capture light in planar geometry?
The globe model is based on assuming all the light's traveling straight, and they're taking the spherical vision we have, and they make it into a geometric model where everything's actually in its position. It appears to be.
So we can't see straight lines that are actually straight then.
Not
Like
high,
what?
not like in long
What you stuff
distances.
like
Like a pinhole
like-
camera. You don't think a pinhole camera is based on planar geometry?
No.
You don't? That's funny.
You giggle like it's so funny. Like
No,
do
I
you
do
know?
think it's funny because they definitely do.
Oh, does it have a hole in it?
Yep, it does have a pinhole in it.
Interesting. What shape is a hole?
It's a circle. I mean, it could be whatever.
crazy.
Pinhole cameras, you could punch a square hole. You could punch any shape. They'll still work.
Okay. Like when I look at it, we use a pinhole camera, and then I look at railroad tracks. Do they converge in the distance?
They definitely do. Yes.
Okay. So factually, right? Visual space isn't planar geometry, right? Like it's a very simple sequence of questions. This is why when people are asking me, I was like, all those
That's
presentations.
straight line. It's straight line perspective. Straight line perspective. It's not that hard. Video games figured it out, and there is stuff to say that for psychology, the human perception isn't quite straight.
We don't live in a simulation, bro.
No, dude, and no.
That's why we want cameras though, because you can take
modern-
psychology out of it, and it's a lot more clear.
One of the most advanced modern robotics had to update their visual space programs for the robotics to be accurate to a curved visual space. So when you try to vaguely appeal to technology that doesn't work, that isn't true, right? Like what I actually want to be addressed. It's like,
Can you post that source? I've never heard that. That would be interesting. I'd love to go look at it.
Yeah, what that's about, they training the robots that recognize parts pickers to recognize the difference in a round piece or a square piece.
I can post.
Yeah, that's if that's what it is, that's very different. than what
That
they're trying to
isn't
make
all it
sound
is.
like.
It was literally about inaccuracies and depth perception and all kinds of stuff. And so I don't know why do you jump off the mic with all that confidence to say something that just isn't true?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, that is what it is. That's precisely what it is.
No, it literally
change the
discusses
basis to a
inaccuracies
certain-
and depth perception.
Yo, you got to.
Oh, yeah, that's part of it, but the
it's part of
programming,
it.
the programming stuff was actually so that the robots could recognize round versus square pieces.
No, the robots were
Source. Just post the source, and then we'll all know who is right
The
and wrong.
robots were inaccurately assessing depth perception. Okay, but hey, dude, answer these questions. These are very simple questions. Okay, in plane geometry, do parallel lines intersect?
I literally don't know what planar geometry is.
You don't know what plane geometry is?
I don't. I know what a plane is. I know what geometry is. I don't know what you mean by plane geometry.
Wait, Pink, you literally asked before the question, is a pinhole camera based on planar geometry? Now you're saying you don't know what planar geometry is?
Check the chat.
Check the chat. No, like I'm saying, you were saying it's based on curved space. It's not like pinhole cameras are not based on curved space. I may have misspoken there.
Wait, that's Geo? I got the wrong guy in my video then.
Okay, so and it's just good. Like the whole pinhole point was just not. It just shows. Now I understand why. Okay, like if you don't know what it is, right? All that are you googling it or
I'm
something?
just talking about like Euclidean space, like Cartesian coordinates, X, Y, Z.
Yeah, Euclidean
Okay.
plane geometry. Okay, so if I have like it's
I mean a plane,
it's
but
one
like
of the-
like having X, Y, Z is not a plane. That's like 3-dimensional.
Okay, so
But at least we're on the same
plane-
page. We're on the same page.
Okay, do you know what Euclid's postulates are?
I can't recite them all, but I think
But you
I
know
could probably do
what
okay with them.
Okay, so do you know the one about parallel lines?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, it's the fifth postulate. I think.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it is.
That's all right. I won't hold you to it.
One of the postulates is simple. Like if I have two straight lines that are parallel to each other, they will never intersect.
Mhm.
Obviously, right? Obviously. Okay. So that's just like a core tenet of Euclidean space, plane geometry.
Uh-huh.
And so if I now go into reality and I have a railroad track, that's exactly that. That's two straight lines that are parallel. Now, like technically, certain railroads curve or whatever. We're just going to use like a long stretch of straight railroad tracks that are parallel to each other. So in reality, these straight lines that are parallel to each other, the railroad track, will never intersect. Obviously, you couldn't even use it as a railroad track.
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
But
we all agree on that point.
Okay, but then when I look at the railroad tracks, right? If I look directly at my feet, then yeah, they just look at two straight lines that are parallel. If I look up in the distance, I see that they begin to converge towards each other, right?
Mhm.
So then the next question is, so now we've already established there's obviously a separation between physical reality and the way we see physical reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep,
So
I posted an image in chat. It shows the little pencil with the box. That when I say pinhole camera, this is what I'm talking about. Straight lines that come through and
yeah, of course,
converge
but
at the focal point and come through. And perspective geometry, I posted the math for it. It's super basic. It's
I
focal
know
point
what the
times
math.
delta
I know what
x
the math
over
is.
z.
Yes. Yeah. You realize
do?
that you realize we had to make a correction to it from the core Euclidean geometry. That's why it's called perspective math, because we couldn't
Yes.
just use Euclidean geometry because it doesn't work.
Correct. I agree. I actually agree that perspective projection is not straight Euclidean geometry, but there is a transformation to it, and we understand it. I posted and there's a math
Just
a math
claiming you
work that's based on.
understand.
Hold on, you keep interrupting. There's math that's based on the triangles in the picture I posted with the pencils. There's a little pencil, 2 triangles, and if you look below it, there's a really simple equation that will tell you for a given position in Cartesian coordinates as a delta from eye level, where you will see that appear in the projection plane.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Yes. You think I don't know that there's an equation for it?
Well, you said we haven't figured it out.
No, that's right. Like the fact that we.
Okay, so that made me think that maybe you don't know about it, but
So then it makes me think that you don't fully understand math.
it's possible. I'm not that good at math.
You don't like. You could be incredible at math and not understand it, right? So like math
That's
is
true
just
also.
math is just a description, right?
I know,
So
but this is what I'm saying. Follow me through, or maybe you can try to restate what you think what my argument is.
we fully understand perspective because we're able to make a transform in the equation from Euclidean geometry to perspective. So we know how it works. That
Yeah,
isn't
because we
correct.
understand the path. We understand the path light. The light takes straight line paths. We can map that light through a pinhole camera, like the lens. I guess it doesn't have a lens, but through the pinhole camera focal point, I guess you could call it. And then we can look at that and we can say, hey, these are triangles. We know how to deal with triangles, and we can make an equation that describes it, and it works.
Okay. Okay. And that's not actually offering any exclusive evidence that you couldn't then make that same point with any camera. So, but that's not the point, right? And this is what always happens is we start to get closer and closer, and we inch closer and closer to the conclusion. People start to see what it is, and they run away from it. So
I'm not running away from anything. In fact,
Okay, cool.
you're seeing my point now that we understand
Well, I
how
know your
optics
point. I know
works and
your
light
point.
works. There's an equation for it, and we do understand perspective. Like you actually,
Okay.
it sounds like you agree with me on that.
This is the act. No, absolutely not. See, the reality is that there's a simple equation for perspective that's preferred due to simplicity. The fact that it's accurate enough, right? It's preferred. That's what we use. And if you actually look through the history of perspective and the understanding of perspective and equations, it was heavily disputed and debated. And then it's even been touched on by many different university papers in the last few decades that are like, so we actually don't fully understand this. There was basically like an
Yeah,
arbitrary
psychology
decision made.
papers. Post a paper
It's
that's
not just
not a
about
psychology
perception.
paper.
You're the one conflating perception and perspective. Okay.
Okay, show
I'm
me
not
one.
doing
Show me one that alters the equation, like where they say there's a different equation that better handles light and perspective. Show me one that's not a
Yeah, there's
perspective.
okay, sure. There's tons. Have you not seen us present the other equations?
What do you think's the best one? Like, what do you think's the best perspective?
Well, that's a good
equation?
question. That's a good question. I don't really know. Like there's it's hard to know, man. It's hard to know because the reality is that perspective is significant. See, this is where you're about to just make a like a utilitarian argument, like a utility fallacy or whatever the word is, practicality fallacy, whatever it's called.
No, this is my argument. This is, I mean, maybe it's a utilitarian argument. What I'd say is like video games, which are trying to do the closest recreation. They do all sorts of things with light. If you go at the core of every one of those, if you look at what like GPUs are built for, they're built for what I posted up there. Exactly.
Okay, it's called a pragmatic fallacy. Okay.
Okay, I did a pragmatic fallacy.
So that's
you got
just
me.
no good. It's just no good.
Okay.
It's not just like a gotcha because I can say a fallacy. It's just because it invalidates your point. It isn't logically substantial, right? Like, or coherent. Like, just can we finish the line of questions? They're very simple, right? Like, you agreed that in Euclidean plane geometry, 2 parallel lines that are straight will never intersect.
Mhm.
Okay.
Railroad tracks don't actually touch.
Railroad tracks don't actually touch, but due to perspective, they appear to touch. Now, here's the next question, right?
Wait, so can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Look, I think they're scared. I just think they're scared of it.
Scared of what?
You're scared of the conclusion of this?
Wait.
No, I really want to hear the end of it.
Jeez. I wanted to know how you think it's not consistent argument about video games and how they can recreate light like in reality. I just want to know how that argument's not consistent.
They treat the Earth like it's flat.
Huh?
Well, they treat it like
That's a different point. That's you running away from the point. They do actually treat the Earth as flat.
No, we're talking about
They do treat the Earth as flat.
We're talking about
Keep going with the questions. Let's get these questions. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
My
You
God,
might pin
dude.
me down and really dunk on me.
All right. To
Next
address
question.
this guy, dude, it's the same.
Train
thing
tracks
we
don't
talked
touch.
about.
Train tracks
Oh
don't
my
touch.
God. Oh my God.
Perspective makes them look like they converge at a point. Next
Can you
question.
guys just mute this guy?
Okay, man. So anyway, to
Witsit
quickly
gave
address that
me
guy, it's
ATM.
the same thing we were already talking about. It's just they use the same perspective equations that we talk about right now that are backwards transformed, right? So whatever, they're backward engineered to get a transformation now to actually match reality. That substantiates my point. If we go back over here, what we were talking about, yeah, we're gonna railroad tracks don't intersect. Plane geometry, straight line, it makes no sense. Straight lines
No,
don't intersect.
so they're
This is
using
the problem
equations
with
that
people
they
that
know.
actually don't have aptitude, a mathematical aptitude, but they're obsessed with math simultaneously. They then conflate math with truth. They conflate descriptive tools of mathematics with explanatory power, and they are fundamentally different things.
Was that a question?
You didn't even let me
Or just like
respond.
grandstanding?
Dude, does it? Can you stop for a second? It should have been like a 1 minute bang, 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 bang. Okay, and you guys can ask me whatever. Don't care. Okay, so we're back over
Wait, if you
here.
don't care, then let me ask it.
You can't do it. I'll be honest. Like the lack of
Oh my goodness.
self-control.
So I
man.
can't. This is not your server. I
It has
can ask
nothing to do
questions
with
I want.
that. We're in the middle of a
Yours either, buddy.
conversation.
Brother, if you don't want to talk, then
GU's
okay, run
server.
away, brother. Fine, bye.
GU
I
is
actually
the server
responded to
owner.
you even though you were interrupting. So, like, can you wait just a second, please? Thank you. So, the other question here is if two lines are converging towards each other, what will eventually happen?
They'll touch. And you're talking about in Euclidean space, they'll touch. If they're on the same plane, and they're converging towards each other, they'll touch.
Right. Like just in reality, in all scenarios. Like if the two lines are moving towards each other, converging towards each other, they're eventually going to intersect.
No, not. I mean, in perspective, they don't. They don't. Nothing actually touches in perspective.
That's making my point. So, like, if two lines are converging towards each other, so we're not talking about perspective, we're just talking about in general. Like, if I built a railroad tracks, but they were actually slightly tilted in towards each other, they would intersect. They would hit each other, right? So there is no way you can't like infinitely go on with a convergence and they never intersect, right? They eventually intersect. Okay. So my point
They don't. Like
right?
the thing is in perspective that the convergence is defined by the function itself. They don't converge. You could put in as large of a number as you want for that z value. You know the equation I posted. You could put as big a number as you want for the z value, and then they will not converge. I promise you.
Because they can't mathematically when you're trying to match perspective. That makes my point. It is no longer.
But you think in perspective they actually touch?
Crazy.
No. That's a legit question for you.
First of all,
Bro,
perspective and actual don't even make sense.
When we see things converge in the horizon, they optically are touching. Geometrically, if you draw those lines, if you simulate that out, like mathematically, you show perspective and you show that perspective is causing the seeming convergence, but it's actually not converging. And look, we'll extend these lines in a simulation and they'll never touch. We don't live in a simulation. We see an optical illusion reality.
They don't touch. If you zoom in, they'll separate.
Yeah, cool, man.
Every time.
You're making my point again, which is like when you zoom in. Do you know what we're doing when we zoom in?
Yeah, we're changing the f in the equation. The f values.
No, reality is not equations, bro.
Okay.
Like, and you laughed as
we're
though
narrowing
that was
the field.
like
We're narrowing the field of view. We're narrowing the field of view.
Okay. This is my problem. This is the problem. There's a conflation between math and reality in all of these conversations. Math is very valuable and useful. It describes reality. It is not reality. It does not explain reality. Okay. So now, if these
but there's a one-to-one. There's a one-to-one relationship between the field of view and that f value.
Okay.
Like it works. It works. Like trust me, it works. And if it doesn't work, you can show me like where it doesn't.
I'm disputing that it works. First of all, it doesn't work in all scenarios.
Which scenario does it not work in?
Celestial navigation below 15 degrees.
Oh my.
Yeah, you're saying in the cases where there's refraction, it doesn't work.
Oh, is that what
you
it
got
is?
me.
Okay, why doesn't it work near 90 degrees then when we're looking straight up where there should be no refraction?
You got me.
Nice.
Okay.
Why does it work near 90 degrees where there should be no refraction?
I mean, it doesn't work through a periscope either. It doesn't work if you bend light 90 degrees sharp or whatever. It's not that was just a total.
What are you talking about? Bending light.
They're all
talking about if you look straight up at your zenith and you look a little over, it doesn't match. All right, man. All right, dude. Oh my god. The point is all very.
I'll mute up. I tend to annoy people. I get it. I've graded too much. I'll mute up. It was good chatting. Have a good one.
Okay.
You've done enough.
Can I just make the simple point? It's very simple, right? Even with the first question, we can objectively acknowledge that there is a distinction between reality, physical reality, and how we see it. So what we know for a fact, it doesn't matter what math equation you come up with. What we know for a fact is that the way that we view the world through visual space doesn't match the actual tangible physical reality. It is altered. Okay? So that's a fact. That is a fact. So if they appear to converge towards each other, thus would inevitably intersect logically, but we know that in Euclidean geometry with straight lines that are parallel, they never intersect. We literally cannot say that we see in Euclidean geometry. It is retarded. Okay. So what we know is that there's a difference. Now, what would have happened is people are like, okay, but is that really a hill worth dying on? Is the value that we would gain from correcting that actually worth it? Because for
This
pretty
was gonna
much
be
all
simple.
intents and purposes,
Oh,
almost
gonna be
done. For
simple.
pretty much all intents
Simple.
and purposes, listen, for pretty much all intents and purposes, like it's good enough. So why would we not just go with this super simple, easy way that for pretty much all intents and purposes works, that requires way less effort as opposed to an insanely nuanced and complex, meticulous pursuit to better understand visual space, when really we're just going to come out with basically the same solution. And so people just went the easy route, right? And so that's cool and all, but that doesn't mean that it actually has major implications. Because if we're talking, if we don't see in perfect straight lines, the Earth isn't the globe. The globe model's wrong. It's literally built upon the assumption that I'm standing on a globe and I'm looking up at the sky. And as I traverse the globe, my angle relative to those stars are tilting away and towards those stars, right? And so I'm just looking in a straight line at an actual position of the star. I'm seeing where it actually is. And the reason they look like they're going up and down as I move is because I'm tipping away from them or tipping
You were
towards
almost
them.
done 2 minutes ago. You were almost done.
So do you have a point to respond to that or no?
Yeah, you said it was gonna be very simple, and then you monologued for 10 minutes.
First of all, it wasn't 10 minutes, but is like duration of speaking somehow relevant to complexity?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, okay. Maybe for some people.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Yeah. So can you like summarize my point at all? Do you understand it?
No, because you were doing your word salad routine.
Word salad. Yeah. What did I say that was word salad exactly?
Yeah, Wesley, that's really not helpful, dude. I mean, did you want to respond to the point?
I think
Actually,
Wesley's
Wesley-
admitting he's not smart enough to have the conversation.
He just
Yeah,
came in with
he's just complaining that he doesn't understand. He's just complaining.
I'm Wish.
You KJ.
Hey, have you guys ever heard someone actually giving an example of word salad? Like, dude, I think that I've asked someone what specifically I've said that was word salad 400 times, and like never once have I been given an example. Like they'll always say everything you say or something. It's just goofy to me. But even Jaron basically said, he said, you're just saying words.
Bro, I heard Alan and Shane make some word salad. Was that last night or the night before? I forget.
Yeah, this is Wish. Can I be unmuted?
It's usually like some kind of cognitive dissonance response that when the person like wasn't listening and they don't actually understand what's being said, they don't have any substantive response to actually say, they'll just kind of try to do an ad hom of word salad to try to, because like usually when someone says a lot of words that are very strong words, like somebody would have to actually respond to them in a strong way. So instead, just to kind of ditch out of the conversation, word salad is usually
What about perfect push-ups?
I have perfect push-ups.
What did you grab?
I'd say maybe you or KJ could, because he talked for several minutes. Maybe you or KJ could sum up what you think he just said in response to my arguments.
I was just thinking, grab a pen and a piece of paper, and if you got to write stuff down to when somebody's talking, if you got to do that, do that.
Yeah, but you guys were listening to him. What do you guys feel like he said?
You don't think that Gio's going to be able to tell you exactly what I said?
Yeah.
He might. I don't know.
But can
Yeah,
anyone
of course.
respond about how we see in the paths of light and with the stars, and how the globe model requires that you have to see in straight lines, and that the stars are all coming to the globe straight, essentially straight, and then the reason that they move is because you're tilting on the ball? Like, does anyone have any actual response to all of that? I mean, that was not even
No, like that. The argument is that there's refraction, like down close to the horizon. But Witsit's right. The further up you get to 90 degrees, the less refraction becomes an issue, and the more straight perspective works.
Okay, now do you get the point here? Here's where that's so interesting. Okay, the globe position is that it's refraction. But if we say saw in hyperbolic space, or a different form of curved visual space, what we would expect is that towards the extremities, so towards your zenith, towards your horizon, right, you would begin to get a convergence where you would no longer have a linear relationship.
That's
Right?
that's
That's
not
what-
like peripheral though. Like, because the thing is, in hyperbolic geometry, it's not whatever's at center view, like whatever's right in the middle where you're focusing, has like virtually no distortion. And I still will say that people say, well, we see in hyperbolic. Cameras don't. Like pinhole cameras don't see in hyperbolic geometry. They just don't. So capture it on a rectilinear. Use a rectilinear lens. Capture it on a nice flat sensor, and
you think they see
you
in
can
Euclidean
eliminate
space?
that.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, sorry, were you asking a question?
You think they see in Euclidean space?
No, I mean we see in perspective. Cameras see in straight lines, unless, I mean, if the light's bent, if you have a, you know, if you bend light through a mirror or through glass, then that has to be factored into it. But it
How do
doesn't
you
change.
not-
It doesn't change the fact.
I've never understood this because I've gone back and forth with Zen for a while, and I thought he was being like pedantic and bad faith, but then I realized like I think he just actually is hitting a wall here, and like I mean that with no disrespect, I'm genuinely trying to understand why you think that just saying the word perspective somehow is an answer. Like just saying it, like the fact that we have an equation and we call it perspective and it's treated as some separate entity, that somehow is an explanation. It literally isn't one though, right? Like I know there's an equation, I know that we call it perspective, I know that that happened because we know that we don't see physical reality the way that physical reality actually is. And yes, we have an equation that matches reality fairly well in most situations, right? But how does that somehow answer my question, bro? Like, do you agree that we
butchering
don't? Do you agree that we don't see in Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, we see it in perspective. Everything sees in perspective.
Okay,
Cameras,
what kind of geometry is that?
animals, perspective,
What kind of geometry is that?
projective,
be drawn.
perspective projection.
No, you can be drawn Euclidean. You sure can.
What?
You can draw perspective in Euclidean in straight lines.
Okay.
How the on paper?
Yeah. Like we're not talking.
You
This is the
see the
same. This is the
fucking
same. This is the same rebuttal to the pinhole camera point. We're not talking about taking a 3D and projection or 3D and transferring it into a 2D projection. We're talking about physical 3D reality looking different than it actually physically is because visual space, which is not exclusive to our eyeballs, is not straight. And this is an undeniable point.
No, it's not. I would say it's a pretty deniable point.
Well, can you deny it with some specificity?
Yeah, the visual space is not. It's not curved. Like if a pinhole camera doesn't, there's no curve. You could. This is what you do. You could. Have you ever made a pinhole camera? Like make one, capture an image, and then go back and try to fit some curvature of visual space back onto that, and I think you'll find it to be impossible.
If it's not curved, do the things at the center of the camera shot, are they the biggest, and the things all around the sides, are they the smallest?
I don't know what you're asking. The center field of view.
When you see with your eyes, when you see with your eyes, are the things right in front of you the biggest, and the things all around the borders of your hemisphere that you see in front of you, are they all the smallest parts?
Well, it depends on what you're looking at. If I'm looking at the ground, then
You're seeing
it's
we
probably
just
the
have
biggest.
like 100 humans all the same size. One of them is standing in front of you, and all the rest of them are in a circle, and all around
Okay.
in your extremities of your hemispherical vision.
The ones behind me, I can't see for sure.
Not behind you, just in front of you, just like a giant
Okay.
ring of people floating in the
Okay.
sky, some on the ground.
What's my field of view?
Bro,
Just normal human field of view.
the biggest human's going to be in the center, right in front of you, and the
Correct.
ones at the extremities in the circle are all going to look small because you got spherical vision.
No, that's not because I have spherical vision. Oh my gosh.
Why? I don't know.
This is just weird that like, and I think that you want an equation. Do you want me to go grab you some equations for the different forms of curved visual space to show you that you can absolutely match it to reality?
Well, I mean, I think you could match it to human perception, but you're not going to find one that maps to like a pinhole camera, no. But I do think if you had a pinhole camera, and I had a balloon, and I moved that balloon a certain number of units away from me and a certain number of units up in the air, and if I capture that image, I could predict where on the capture, like in terms of like X, Y coordinates, I could tell you almost exactly where that balloon would show up. And I could do that because we understand perspective. And I definitely would not use any like hyperbolic math to do that. It would just
I already addressed all of this.
I don't think you did, but
I did, right?
I said I was going to mute up and then I lied.
It's just a pragmatic fallacy.
Pragmatic fallacy is saying if praying makes me feel better, therefore praying makes everyone feel better.
No,
That's not a
pragmatic fallacy is
fallacy.
saying because something works, that means it's true. So because like a mathematical equation works, that means that something will be true. That's a pragmatic fallacy.
Yeah, I mean,
But
but that's the same like for him saying I'll go.
Correlation that you can't call it a fallacy.
It is a fallacy.
It's kind of the same as saying I'll find a hyperbolic formula that works. It's the same thing. I really genuinely, I would be surprised if you could find a hyperbolic formula that worked for pinhole cameras.
Okay, so if I say that like
a big deal for
porcupines
me.
can shoot their quills at me, And because now I'm safer from porcupine quills, does that make it true that porcupines can shoot their quills at me? Obviously not. It's a fallacy. You're welcome.
Oh, look at my boy here. Perspective distortion modeling for image measurements. None of the existing models provide deep understanding of the nature of perspective problems. But no, it's just
That's Gleam's paper.
Yeah,
The one that he likes to share. I've read that one.
Okay. So
I mean, that one talks about perspective illusions. I mean, legitimately, there's things like foreshortening and there's perspective illusions, but you're not going to find any hyperbolic geometry in there.
That's not what it's about.
Okay, well, you were going to find me a paper about hyperbolic geometry, is what I thought.
Sure, yeah. Okay. I mean, and by the way, I made it very clear. I wasn't even claiming a specific type of curve space. When I actually looked into this, every paper pretty much says the same thing, which is very complicated. And to have like a really accurate mathematical description, it depends on like all of the relevant factors and exactly what's being observed, right? And that there are different different curve visual spaces that should be applied based on the scenario. And so that's not a satisfactory answer to like the caveman perspective of I just want math that works. The pragmatic fallacy, right? Like if something works, it must be true is insane. And like an example would be if I have like, or for example, let's use Michelson-Morley. Let's use Lorentz contraction. Okay, this is a perfect example where we see the measurements, they are a certain thing, and then he comes in and says, oh, okay, well, what actually happened was it changed size, but appears to be the same because of space-time, right? And then you have Lorentz himself, who proposed the idea of shortening, but he used an ether to do it. And he claims that there's like a physical interaction between the ether and the object that shortens it, okay? Both of them have the same equation. They both have the same equation. They both can be applied and used to, or they both give us the same mathematical solution. And they both can be applied and used to explain or to describe what we saw, right? They're both accurate. So using your standard, the math works. We can use it. It works when we use it. And so it must be true. They can't both be true. They make literally opposite claims. So you see understand why a pragmatic fallacy is a thing? If our
No,
standard...
the way you would test it, though, Witsit, you wouldn't use Lorentz contraction. You would set up a series of boxes of a known distance away from you, measure their angular size, and try to guess at their size. And then you go measure them and see if it works.
Okay. Did you not understand what I just explained, though?
No, I don't know anything about what Lorentz contraction does to perspective.
It isn't oh my God. The point is, okay, well, here, let me ask you a hypothetical. So you're going to use your perspective math, and you're going to go look at boxes, and you're going to be able to determine the size of them. If I then come along and I have another set of math and equations that I use to look at the boxes, and I'm able to also accurately determine the size of those boxes, does that process prove either one of them to be true?
Well, there's a big difference, though, which is that the perspective math's not just like it's not fitted to like taking measurements, like perspective measurements, like what Left Lane is saying. It's based on actually just looking at the way light travels and then seeing how it works and then essentially solving for the triangles. That's all it is. And when you're saying about like we have to account for other factors, light could bend, there could be this, there could be that. You can have a lens, like cameras have lenses that might introduce distortion. There's all those sorts of things that would have to be factored in. But at its core, it's just based on our understanding of the way light moves.
Yeah, it's so simple, right? Like the most confounding, perplexing, and misunderstood phenomena in the world. It's just based on our understanding of what we don't understand at all. It's just based on our understanding of the most misunderstood phenomena in existence.
Vision is the most misunderstood.
Well said.
No, light.
Well said. The light is the most misunderstood phenomenon in existence. Witsit's right.
It's like, I don't know how to say the word photogrammetry. That's basically the process of taking photos. And then if you know all the specs, like what camera took it, what its field of view was, what its lens was, and all that, they basically can go and recreate and tell you information about that scene with incredible accuracy.
So this is again a pragmatic fallacy. And I gave an example. Maybe the example was too complicated. I don't know why. It seems like a simple. I even used this exact example, and it was just breezed past. If I do what you just said, and I come out with precision, it's immense precision. I can predict it, and it's incredibly accurate. If I then use a different set of equations and I'm able to have the same accuracy, does it prove either one of them to be true?
No, I was responding to your point that this is the hardest, most misunderstood, impossible thing in the world for us to reason about.
Light?
And I'm just saying it's not. Like we reason about it all the time.
Light is the most confounding phenomena in existence, admittedly, by everyone that studies light. forever. Are
But
you
there's
telling me
aspects of it that aren't. There's aspects of it that aren't, right? I mean,
what
light's
is
there's a
fundamental?
lot of
I
aspects of light.
mean, it's fundamental nature. It's fundamental nature.
Yeah, but we're not talking about fundamental. We're not talking about like, you know, wave
What?
particle duality. I'm just talking about pinhole cameras like they made in, you know,
Well,
whenever
your
they made them.
entire,
I don't actually know.
I chose not to go down this path because it doesn't matter, because even if I yield the fallacious assumption, you're still not correct and you're using a pragmatic fallacy. And I've also tried to be very like lenient in terms of not being like really like, I'm going to dice you up with, you know, like your lack of reasoning or whatever, and like call out all the fallacies. I'm trying not to do that, but you're kind of forcing my hand here, right? Like, I'm not just throwing that out there as like I think people view fallacies as get out of jail cards or something. It's like, no, it's a genuine pursuit of a accurate conclusion, right? Requires me to point out that your reasoning is flawed, brother. And I just gave you an example why. If I say this must be true, because if I go use my perspective math and I can look at something and then I can actually map it out, I can actually determine the size of it. I can come up with exactly where they are with immense precision, whatever. If I say, okay, if I have a different set of equations that I can use to do the same thing, would that prove either of them to be true? That's a very simple yes or no.
Proves one of them to be more accurate. Like I'll concede that point. Like if you can come along and if you could come up with one that is more accurate, then it's more accurate. Nothing's perfect. I'm not claiming that like the photogrammetry is 100%. I was making the point just to refute the idea that, well, we have no idea how any of this works. Like we do. We can make it work like 99.9% of the time with high accuracy.
No, we didn't say we don't understand it at all. Don't strawman us like that. We do understand some fundamentals of light, but there are also misconceptions.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that, Rob. I wasn't, and if you feel like I said that, I apologize. I don't feel like we were having a conversation about perspective.
Feel like that.
Okay,
I
we're having a conversation about a very specific aspect of light.
Yeah, I thought you were really respectful for the most part. I didn't have any issue with how you're having the conversation.
I got another example. Okay, we're going to use gravity. Okay, in your guys' paradigm, gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. That's the popularly held position. It's being challenged all over the place. Kind of know that it isn't actually true per se, but it's the best we have so far. Whatever, we'll go with that. That's like the consensus interpretation. Relativistic gravity. It's pretty complicated, right, to say the least. Now, whenever we do engineering on the Earth, right, we have to account for the fact that objects have weight and the displacement of that weight to properly do engineering. And so what we use is a little g, right? And if we're going to ever do the math, we use the very simplistic equation and we apply Newtonian physics because it's just very simple and it gives us the right answer, even though we know it isn't correct. Even in your paradigm, we know that it isn't true. Okay, so if someone were to come back around and say, look, engineers use gravity, right? Newtonian gravity's equation for their engineering, therefore it must be true. That's a pragmatic fallacy that we can actually prove isn't correct because we know that equation isn't actually what's happening, right? The explanation of Newtonian physics isn't correct. So even though it works, and even though it's immensely precise and immensely consistent, and we can use it in all situations reliably, and it's very useful and pragmatic, it doesn't mean it's true. Okay, and this is a major fallacy that people use all the time. And most of the time I talk to like Glovers, it literally seems as though that's their goal, is to get to them, truth is synonymous with something working mathematically. It literally isn't at all. That isn't how it works at all. Okay, so that's the point I'm making to you. I'm not sounding like a gotcha or something. I'm just explaining to you that the fact that perspective math works in most situations isn't relevant to whether or not our understanding of visual space is correct or the assumptions made about it is correct or correct. Do you get my example?
I understand pragmatic fallacy. I'm one of those. I think I'm a Glover. I'm like I'm fine. I made a pragmatic fallacy. You know, I'm like I try not to like make take the claim of perspective and make too dramatic of a claim about what we can draw from it. But it does work, and in a sense, you're doing it too. You're saying, well, I can go find a paper that shows this other one. Right, it's the same thing.
The thing is, I'm not making a claim of truth, right? Like I'm not saying I know that this is the accurate visual space because the equation works. Because what I'm saying is,
hold on. You didn't claim that visual space is curved, because I'm pretty sure you made that claim.
Yes. That's a very broad claim. It's very provable. It's very provable. It isn't if it's not straight, right? Then what is it?
It's not straight.
Oh, okay. So
It doesn't mean. I mean, it could be angled. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other
That's
cases,
just what
but
no, zigzag is a bunch of straight lines, right? So it's either
An
straight or
angle is
curved.
it's not
defined by
straight. A
two straight
zigzag
lines.
line isn't a
Yeah,
straight
an
line.
angle.
It's
Yeah,
a bunch
an
of straight
angle
lines.
is defined by two straight lines.
So this is the point, man. Like,
Rob, you're gonna debunk Witsit if you're not careful.
no, he's not.
What?
We all know intuitively that visual space is curved anyway, right? And
No.
one may ignorant. Yeah, we do, right? Because
No, we don't.
if we go look out at the ocean, right? So you have like all the way from our peripheral out to in front of us, it looks like there's a giant hula hoop around us. It looks like there's a giant circle. We know obviously the ocean is much larger than that though, but because of our limited field of view and based on visual space, based on how we see, it looks like there's a giant circle ocean that we're looking in the middle of. But that's not
It's just
actually what's
that's a
happening.
fallacy. I think. I'm pretty sure that's a fallacy. I don't know which one, but
It's definitely not a fallacy.
I think it is. You're basically saying. All right, keep going. Keep going. You're saying intuitively, everybody intuitively thinks that because, and by the way, I don't think that's true because I think you're assuming that we see in 360, which we don't.
What? I'm just saying, like, our everyday lived experiences for everyone is that we see in visual space that is not one to one and is curved, right? And one
I
may
don't think it looks
logically assume
curved.
the flawed assumption that you made is that, oh, that's just because of the eyeballs, right? Like you think it's only because of our
No,
eyes.
that's not what I said.
It is. That's why you pointed out the pinhole camera, right? So implicit in that claim,
I said it's psychology. It's
yeah.
not the shape of the eye.
You also said that. Okay, well then, if you're saying it has nothing to do with the eye or the shape of typical cameras, then there's no reason to even bring up the pinhole camera.
No, there is because the pinhole camera has no human perception in it. It's just capturing light.
Does a camera have human perception?
No, cameras don't. But they're more complicated. They have lenses, which you have to discuss. Like I bring up a pinhole camera because it's the simplest form of light capture.
It's gathering information of what we see via light. So we are still stuck with the fundamental question of the nature of that thing. And I'm saying it's curved. Okay. And what we see in reality is everything compresses and converges in the distance. We see that when we look out, we have a limited view and it looks like the ocean is curving. Like that's literally just a fact. Has anyone been to the beach? Go to the beach, look out at the ocean. If you look straight ahead from your peripheral vision on both sides, all the way up to ahead of you, it just looks like there's a giant like half circle. Right. And mind you, this is
I've been to the ocean a bunch. I don't think it does. I think when you look out, everything looks flat. Everything looks really flat.
Yes, it looks really flat. But the actual image that you're seeing, you can only see so far, right? And the edges of that image are curved back around to your peripheral vision. And maybe you haven't thought about it, don't understand it, whatever.
I'm just saying I've been to the ocean and I didn't have that experience.
This is the mainstream position in your own worldview, right? Like how Neil deGrasse Tyson explains that whenever they go up to quote unquote space and they only go to the height of 2 dimes above a schoolroom globe, and then they claim they see the curvature, you're not seeing the curvature. And yeah, you might look out and see a curve, but that's actually because you're seeing like a little circle within that giant globe, and it's just a perspective issue. Okay, it's well known that this is how we see. But at the same time, there's this huge disconnect between how we mathematically describe perspective on the small scale, where for simplicity purposes, if I were to, assume good intention or whatever and not assume malice, for the purpose of simplicity, we utilize the assumption of planar geometry in visual space. And we just made a transform because obviously if we just went out there and used planar geometry, it wouldn't work. So we just transform it over. And we say, okay, look, now it works. Yeah, no, duh, it works. You made the correction based on what was wrong. That doesn't explain anything, though. I guess to me, it's crazy that it even becomes like this exhaustive of a conversation because it's like all pretty simple. Like even within the mainstream globe perspective, we see in circles. And like maybe we could play Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining it, right? And that would help everyone out.
I posted a picture in chat of an ocean like that. Like that's my experience. Now, if you turn and you had a 360-degree camera, you're going to see something a little bit different. But I'm probably just dragging it on. But I don't think the mainstream position is that like visual space captured by camera is curved. I don't think that's true. I'll go do my research. Come back tomorrow. All right. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find this video actually. Earth curve. I think he was like recently on there.
Yeah. I've been trying to tell him. What do you think, Witsit? Like, if the globe just gave up the like optical curvature of the Earth, like visible, like the globe would be undefeated. Like nobody would even think to be a flat earther. You know what I mean? But like they hold on to the dumbest argument, and it just makes everybody a flat earther. It's insanity.
Yeah, well, I just think that they think they know for sure that is a glow. It's just a 100% fact, and so whatever the explanation is must be true.
But like, imagine if like when you came to like flat Earth or like came to Globers and you were like, "Dude, we're seeing so far," and they were like, "No, no, bro, there's no way for you to see curvature anyway on the globe." Like nobody would have become a flat earther.
So, Isa, you don't think two celestial poles makes you want to not be a flat earther?
Oh no, Australia sky proves glob again.
The sky proves that the ground is curved. That's fucking ridiculous.
The sky proves that the Earth is a globe.
How?
No, the sky. No, the sky is cool. Look, look. Hold on.
Don't let him just skate on that.
No. Well, hold on. Like, because I'm not going to get into it. Like, the celestial sphere is a marvel of mankind. It just doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. That's all.
What? Because you can't look up to prove
No,
the
it
shape
just
on Earth?
doesn't.
You absolutely can.
No, it just doesn't. Like, as much as
It
you want
does.
to fight and say that it does, it actually doesn't.
Why don't
There
you
is no
let
other
him tell us how it does? No, why don't you let him tell us how it does?
A 24-hour
before we do
sun
that,
in the south and a 24-hour sun in the north also proves globe.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Can we watch this video real fast? It's like a minute. I'm
Pinhole
sorry, I
cameras prove the globe.
Can we have like 1 minute of silence? I know it kind of kills the live stream, but it's just pretty interesting, and I just think this will save us some time, right? So that you guys know the context is that even in kind of the mainstream understanding of the globe and all of that, right? Like our vision causes curves where there are not.
Not interested? No, let me
just getting a blue
take
swirl
Earth,
with it.
shrink it down to like a schoolroom globe.
Can you guys not see it?
Yeah, if you want to just hold on, Dazza. I'm sharing it on the live stream, so if you want to just restart it, it's good.
Can we get a moment of silence for the
You
globe?
guys, we're gonna watch this 1 minute video. Join Wit's live stream if you want to see it. I'm also sharing it on the live stream, but yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
If they let you up on the Jeff Bezos spaceship, they send people up there all the time.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
right?
I'm an astrophysicist. Let me take Earth, shrink it down to like a schoolroom globe, and ask how high up did Bezos and Branson go?
Quarter-inch.
You say quarter-inch? Okay, they went the thickness of 2 dimes.
Oh.
So this idea that they go, oh, I see the curvature of the Earth, and this, no, you don't. You don't. I'm sorry. Ask how far away is your horizon when you're only that high up. You can just look at that, go to the schoolroom globe, go 2 dime thicknesses up, and then draw a line to ask how much of Earth do you see. You'll see a circle. That's a circle cookie cut out of the larger sphere. By the way, the images when they showed Felix Baumgartner, where he's prepared to jump, you see this curved Earth. That's a fisheye lens, dude.
If they let,
and he really goes even a little further than that. But whatever.
Thank you.
Because he ends up explaining the cookie cutter circle thing a little bit more, and then Joe's like, "Oh, so it's just a perspective issue." And you can tell Joe Rogan didn't want that answer, right? Because he's had those conversations with like Eddie Bravo and stuff, and claimed that you could see the curve. So you guys, you saw the point on like where it showed the illustration where they pulled the circle like cookie cut out of the globe, and like this is what you're seeing. That's like just the mainstream acknowledgement and understanding as well. It's just how.
Yeah, like, you know what's so crazy is like like you're literally fighting not against logic, but against someone that has told the story repeatedly that they've seen the curvature of the Earth. Like they're just dying with the lie. Like they won't change their perspective because they've told enough people, "No, I saw the curve of the Earth." Like that's crazy, dude.
But that cookie cutter circle, right, has some very specific properties, like the angle.
Yeah, it's super gay.
The angle relative to vertical is predictable, right? Particularly once you start to get above a few hundred feet or a few hundred meters, that you can say, right, the angle to where I perceive the edge of that circle is determined by radius of the Earth and your altitude above it. That's what Tyson was talking about, that at that disk is a consequence of the shape of the Earth. Very hard to explain that crisp horizon on a flat Earth.
Okay. No, for one, it wasn't a crisp horizon. I don't know what video you watched, but there was very clearly. Oh, it's pretty crisp now. So now we're gonna use some subjective terms, but it's a gradient that blends in, right? There's like a fuzzy gradient there. So, like, what would you expect to see if it was flat? What would the horizon look like if it was flat?
Everything would be far less distinct, right?
So there would be like a fuzzy.
Because you'd have light coming in from all over the place, flooding what is at the convergence of the ground and the sky. But because we have a geometric horizon, get that much crisper. And I agree that because of the atmosphere and things, there is some blur there. But even if you took one of those typical space images and just use the cloud layer as your approximate horizon, you would still get that same relationship between angle. And if you're able to identify points on that horizon, you get distance relationships as well.
There's like a huge area of gradient. And it's just like even if you go
It's
to
only
a
a fraction
plane,
of a degree wide, though, isn't it? We're talking
that
a
doesn't
fraction
matter.
of a degree in 3 or 4 or 5 degrees as you get higher up, right? So it's an error margin, but it's way beyond the error margin that you need for the Earth to be flat. It's
Well, just because you say so, I mean, like, because what used to be the claim and kind of what you even implied at the beginning is that there's this super distinct, crisp line because it's a physical geometric horizon, right? And then we're like, that's only possible on a flat Earth. If it was a flat Earth, it would be fuzzy and there'd be like a gradient. It wouldn't be a crisp, distinct line. And then every single picture of the horizon that exists ever is exactly that.
But in terms of measuring the angle, that fuzziness is an error margin, right? And that error margin is well within the tolerance for the globe. And in the case of the flat Earth, there's no explanation for that behavior being so precise.
You're just making baseless claims. So you say within the tolerance
in the case of the flat Earth, the nominal
claims.
horizon will be horizontal all the time, right? Perpendicular to vertical. That's how it has to be with the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Are we looking at it?
Yeah, the horizon is horizontal though.
We are measuring the angle from vertical to the apparent horizon.
When we measure the angle, do we have to look at it?
An instrument,
Sorry,
yeah.
Dazza.
Okay, so we're looking at it. So we're going to use an instrument, and then we're going to look at the horizon, and where it appears to be, we're going to then measure to that point.
We're going to measure the angle, yes.
To the apparent horizon.
Yes.
Okay. Do you not get it?
So in the case of the globe, the apparent horizon has a very specific behavior. It drops directly related to the altitude and the radius of the Earth. On a flat Earth, you explain the distance to the horizon on a flat Earth, given that it should always be at 90 degrees to vertical.
Yeah, so let me ask you a couple questions to answer you here. So like on a flat Earth, well, it says what's your definition of a horizon?
Visually, it is where the sky and the ground meet.
Appear to meet. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's where the sky and ground appear to meet. Yeah. Okay. And so that means we have two components here. We have the sky and we have the ground. Okay. So if I'm increasing altitude, am I getting further away from the ground?
Yes.
Okay. So is it going to be below me?
Yes.
Okay. So is it going to drop proportionate to the amount that I increase?
No, because as you go up, the distance you can see increases. So the angle of your vision over distance is remaining the same.
The distance to the ground is increasing, right?
But we're talking about the horizon here. Right? What forms the horizon on a flat Earth?
It's just the optical
convergence point, right? Due to perspective.
Your eyeball.
Yeah.
So what do we know about convergence points on perspective and altitude? The convergence point doesn't change, right?
Nope, it's always in the middle of your eyeball, right?
So if you have a plane below you is bigger than you can see distance-wise, doesn't matter how high above it you are, the edge of it compared to the sky is going to always be the same angle.
Not if you raise in elevation, the angle changes.
Why?
So this is what happens in reality. If I take a drone out, which I've done this, if you take a drone out to the ocean on the shore and you begin to raise the drone up, the horizon raises with you.
No.
But yes.
It does not. Horizon
yes,
drop.
it does.
You point your drone
Time out. This is what you guys always do, right? You view it as this dichotomy that either it rises with you or it drops. It does both, right? So it rises with you, but it gradually gets a little further below your eye level. So like they're both true. Mind you, actually even in the globe model, this is claimed. So like when I raise the problem is though, when I raise the drone, the horizon shouldn't come up at all on a globe, right? There's a physical place of a curve below my feet. And as I go above it, it should stay there and go down only. It shouldn't come up at all. So in order for the globe model, you have to claim that perspective causes it to look like it's coming up with us, right?
And perspective doesn't impact the angle to the horizon.
Well, then the Earth's on a globe?
No, perspective doesn't impact the angle. The angle is a result of the geometry. Perspective doesn't change geometry. So we measure the angle, right?
Okay, so like, and by the way, like, I'll just say I was giving you that answer because that's like the answer I always get. For example, Mattoon, this is Mattoon's answer, and basically every Glober that actually answers it. Because then they end up being forced to look at the video where we see that it happens in reality, and then you're going to have to come up with an answer. So, like, I agree with you that the geometry in your paradigm should determine the horizon and the angle to the horizon. So, if it's the ground, right, like in the globe, the horizon is just the ground. So, it's below my feet. As I go higher, it should only go down, right? But it doesn't do that in reality. Like it actually rises with us. Just like when right before we went to Antarctica, we were eating dinner and we were up on like this like mountain and we were looking out the window and there was like this body of water, right? And the horizon looked like it was up there sitting with us.
What
So
did
this
it
is where we
measure?
had the conversation.
What angle did you measure to the horizon?
It isn't about that. It's
No, it
not,
is. We're
no,
talking
it's not.
about the
It's,
geometry, not how it looks. That's the
does
key
it
thing.
go up or down? No. Either it goes.
Geometry will go down.
Okay, so it can't go up at all, right?
So you're saying it goes up and goes down? What the hell are you saying, Witsit?
Yeah, dude. What? It's like it rises with us, right? But the
How
higher we go above
fallacious.
it, how do you understand that? The horizon rises with us, but the higher we go above it, the greater the separation between eye level and where it's seen. It isn't a dichotomy of either it rises with us and stays at eye level, or it goes down only. It rises with us, but slowly gets further away from eye level. Those both can be true.
Now, the higher you go, the greater the angle of the drop of the horizon.
Did you
So
get it? Yeah, that's not a rebuttal to what
drone,
I just said at all.
if your drone was gyroscopically stabilized, locked to vertical, you would see the horizon move down in the camera frame.
But would it rise up at all?
No.
But it does.
You might get some, if there's some local bit refractive stuff happening at the surface. So once you're up, say, 100 meters, you'll start to get that very consistent drop with angular drop with altitude.
Okay, so if the horizon rises with us, then it would prove the Earth's not a globe.
The horizon doesn't rise.
Prove the Earth isn't flat.
Hey, if the horizon rises with us as we increase altitude, would it prove that the Earth is not a globe?
Yeah,
So if you had evidence that showed that the horizon was always 90 degrees from vertical, irrespective of
Why are you changing my
altitude,
question?
because I'm qualifying your question.
But just answer my question.
So I guess I'm still manning your question. If the horizon was always 90 degrees from vertical, regardless of altitude, that would be inconsistent with the globe.
Okay, I'll ask it again. We're going to look out at a horizon over the ocean, and then we're going to get on a hot air balloon, and we're going to start to go up in the air. If the horizon rises with us, would that mean the Earth is not a globe?
What do you mean by rises with us?
Well, it comes up as we move up. It doesn't just stay down where it was. It seems very simple to me.
What do you mean by that in terms of what I would measure for the horizon?
No, we literally see it optically rise up.
I don't care what you see. What do we measure?
Yeah, let me try to explain it, Witsit, real quick. If I put a block, say I put a cube on the ground, and then I just go up and I always measure the angle of the cube doesn't rise with me. The horizon does rise with you.
No, it does not.
All right. There you go, Witsit.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. He can say no, it doesn't, and so that's very convenient. I mean, that's satisfactory for me, right? Like when I was talking to Mattoon and we were eating dinner, we were all sitting there looking at how it was like it looked like abnormally high, right? Like the horizon was like abnormally high, and it was like up near where our eyes were, and we were hundreds of feet above sea level. And so I was like, hey, for you guys that think that the Earth's a globe, right? Why is the horizon of the ocean so high? And it looked so abnormally high that like everyone acknowledged it, right? And the consensus answer was perspective.
So that's a visual phenomenon, right? So did anyone actually get down and look at it through, the old water glass level trick or anything like that, and see whether the horizon was actually high and perpendicular to vertical? This is the thing. You've got to measure it. You can't just say it looks high. And I agree that sometimes it looks like it's risen up. But what we wanted to do is measure the shape of the angle to the horizon, right?
So if sometimes it looks like it rises up, it's perspective.
Let me try the cube thing again real quick. Let's say we put a cube. Let's say you're on the ground and you can see the horizon. I'm going to put a cube at the horizon, right? A cardboard box or something. We're going to put it at the horizon. Now, the cardboard box is not going to rise with us at all. It's going to just keep getting lower and lower and lower of an angle. It's going to stay, you know what I'm saying? The horizon, however, is going to rise with us slightly.
No. The horizon will move
That's
back.
just not true,
So
dude.
you'll see land appear behind the cube. The cube will continue to drop, but also that angle to the horizon will continue to drop.
If I put the cube in the horizon and they're at the same spot, right? And then I go up a couple hundred feet, couple thousand feet, is the horizon going to be higher than the cube now?
Going to be behind the cube, but
is it going to be higher than the cube?
The angle to it will be increasingly dropping.
Can you answer my question? Will the horizon be higher than the cube?
No, it'll appear behind the cube, but it won't be
That's
higher.
not true, dude.
So what do you mean by high here? When you say higher, what do you mean?
You're going to make an angle to the cube. That's going to be whatever angle it is. And then the angle to the horizon is going to be less of an angle.
Yes, that's correct. The angle to the horizon will be less of an angle.
Because it's rising with you. Because it's that's because hold on, Rob, not a good time, dude. That's because the horizon, unlike the cube, is rising with you.
No, but it's not rising with you, Jeremy, because it's dropping. So as you're getting up, that angle to the horizon is getting steeper and steeper down, right?
I mean, there's nothing you could do with that, Witsit. I don't know. Go ahead, bro.
It's like the cube is also, if you had another cube that was still at the horizon, you've got two spots. One's your original cube and the one's moving away, going around the curve, right? So as you go up, the one that's moving away, that is always on your visible horizon, is dropping.
Hey, when we get on a plane, does the horizon rise with us?
No.
Okay, so you live in a different reality.
Yeah, that's
No,
not
have
even
you ever
true.
done that experiment? You would have seen it in 100
The
years.
airplane
Right?
is looking at his altimeter, and his horizon is only a degree or two or three above or below the horizon, right?
It's only very small at 20.
At 30,000 feet.
It's a couple of degrees.
The horizon is in the middle of
Rob,
his-
you're like screaming at us. Your mic sounds like shit, dude.
Rob,
Just go
can
on
you
mute,
turn
bro.
down your mic, please? Turn down your mic, please.
So he's right. At 30,000 feet, the horizon is only a few degrees below below horizontal, right?
Yeah, so your argument is that it may appear to rise with you, but that it's just perspective.
I've made no argument about it appearing to rise. The angle always drops, right?
You literally have said repeatedly, it may appear to rise.
No, I suppose, but the angle always drops.
Okay, so it does appear to rise, though.
If you're looking at the horizon, yeah, it can appear to come up with you because your eyes naturally focus on the horizon itself, right?
Yeah, so the horizon rises with you as you go up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I know but the angle to it always drops, Jeremy. So at 30,000 feet, it's 3 degrees or something like that. At 100,000 feet, it's 5 or 6 or whatever.
Like what you don't understand is that on a flat Earth, the horizon is where the sky and ground appear to meet. And so as you rise above it, you're getting progressively higher above the ground, right? So it is not expected to remain at eye level on a flat Earth. But the issue is that if it's a physical geometric location, it is where it is. It's not going anywhere. And as I rise above it, it's only going to go down away from me. It can do nothing other than that.
So the horizon moves away. What you'll be able to see will move away from you on a flat Earth. I'd agree with that. But it moves away at a rate that is different so that the angle of the apparent horizon will effectively always be perpendicular to your vertical. So you imagine you're on a very large plane that had no features, right? Perfectly clear air, so there was no no atmospheric effects, right? As you go above that plane, where will your horizon be, and why will it change position as you rise above the plane? If there are no features for you to judge distance, all you can see is a plane vanishing off into the horizon in the distance. Why will that angle change with elevation?
Why will the angle to what change?
To the apparent horizon, if the Earth was a giant plane. What visual cue will
just
tell
explain
you?
that.
Because the horizon's an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So.
Oh, that's what you're saying?
If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, what is the phenomenon that causes the horizon to be where it is?
There's a variance of factors, right? So it would be the distance above the ground, because you were seeing the ground appear to meet the sky, and it's going to depend on what it is you're looking at the horizon with, right? Whether the naked eye, some type of instrument, whatever. And then it's going to determine on the environmental factors, if you want to call them that, right? So the opacity, the viscosity, the all the different variables of the medium between us and what we're seeing, the interaction of light with it. In very simple terms, just the conditions, right? And it's pretty simple. And that's why when you go out and it's really, really clear outside, you see way further. And according to the globe, when it's really, really clear outside and we see way further, it's because there's more refraction. But on a flat Earth, it's just because it's clearer. So now you're seeing further, right? And so,
We're talking
same
about
stuff.
scenarios here where we're well above the surface, right? So everybody knows at the surface there's lots of refraction, things change, and things are very variable, right? So this is why we're dealing with things altitude. So so 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters.
Do you not understand why it's not any different on a flat Earth? Like, let's use
Flat Earth
this
has no
example.
explanation for the horizon dropping at that rate.
That's a cool story, I guess, right? But so, like, for one, we see in curved visual space. I don't want to go back to that.
No, we talked about this. This is a measurement of an angle. It's not what we see. It's a
It
measurement.
literally is what we see. You're
No,
measuring.
we're not talking about the perception of the horizon. We're talking about the measurement of the angle.
I never said the word perception. I didn't invoke psychology.
Curved visual space is perception.
No, it's not.
Visual space, so it is perception. There's no curved visual space when you're looking, say, for example, a theodolite. The nominally crosshair of the theodolite is a perfect line, right? There is no perspective down that line because it's a straight line.
Okay, so not only do we see in curved visual space, right? But there's a very simple thing we all know happens. If I see something from further away, then the rate of change slows down. Right? Do you agree? Like,
The rate of
if
change.
anything. So, like, if I have an object that's close to me and I start to move it like a couple inches, you're going to see it move way more than if you walk back 100 yards and move the ball a couple inches.
Yeah, that's perspective, right?
Yeah.
We can measure the angle. So if you know the distance, if you know the
What are you
distance
measuring
away,
the angle to, man?
if you know the object is a certain distance away from you, and you can measure the angular velocity of that object,
How
and
do
then
you
work
know
out
the
the speed,
distance
right?
to the horizon?
Sorry, what was that?
How do you know the distance to the horizon?
Don't.
Oh. Okay.
No, the angle to the horizon, though.
Okay. Like, I don't know what I gotta say, man. Like, I genuinely don't understand what's confusing about this. Like, you're going higher above the ground, and on a flat Earth, the horizon is where the ground and the sky appear to meet. You're getting higher above it; it's down beneath you. Like, we literally don't. For one, people will say there would be no horizon on a flat Earth. That's ridiculous. Would it be all sky or all ground? You know, at least you admitted there would be one. You just claimed it would be fuzzy for like ever or something, right? Well, no, there would be a gradient, right? And it would be based on the way that you're interpreting and receiving the information that we call light. Okay. And it's just an apparent location. So we're getting higher and higher above one of the primary components that create that convergence, right? So I expect it to go beneath me. And at no point do I expect it not to. I expect it to rise with me, but as I get higher and higher above it, to be further and further down below my eye level. And that isn't a contradiction. Can you at least acknowledge that that isn't a contradiction?
I think it is, because other than that, say that was getting, you're like running out of illumination in the distance and you couldn't physically see the light being reflected off the distance, that the the basic laws of perspective tell us that regardless of your altitude, if you are standing above a flat plane, the horizon will appear in the same location. You have to come up with some other cause for the horizon appearing to drop when it's physically not measurable at this drop.
Okay, what are you measuring an angle to?
To the apparent horizon.
Okay, so why do you keep saying it isn't based on what we see?
When you're saying that the horizon is following you, the drop, there's two groups of people here. Some are saying the horizon always rises to eye level, which is patently incorrect. The other one is
not many people say that.
No, there's been a few people today say that. But the other argument is yours, that the horizon is dropping. But it's dropping at a particular geometric rate, right? But based on
why are we also talking about geometric rate when it's apparent?
It's apparent, but at the geometry is, you can measure the angle, right? You're measuring a piece of the geometry, which is the angle to the horizon.
I mean, there's a pretty clear distinction between our two positions, and one is that yours should always be the same, and mine is that it would vary.
When you say mine should always be the same, what do you mean?
Like, yours is a physical, actual location. It's a geometric claim, so we don't even need to look out to know where it's at in your paradigm, right? It's just math.
We can predict where it is, yeah. That's
yeah,
definitely.
But it doesn't actually match predictions, though, because it varies.
At the surface, it varies, and we understand that.
I did not even at the surface. No, always everywhere.
At altitude, the the angle to the horizon is very predictable, particularly
It
at extreme
varies.
altitudes, right? So
It
if you're on
varies.
100 kilometers, the angle is rock solid.
No, it varies.
How much?
I can't talk about 100 kilometers, man. I've never been there. Neither of you, right? But like,
No.
but even with like high altitude balloons, right? The horizon varies, and so, and that's what 25 miles. So it varies, which is what is expected from my position, right? And not so much from your position. It should just be like a very reliable physical actual location. Now, what you're trying to say is, well, it varies much less because we're getting further away from refractive effects. And I've already explained the rebuttal is we would also expect it to vary less because we're further away from it, which is why I brought up the whole move the ball up and down 100 yards away, right? Like we would expect us to see the horizon vary less as we got higher because we're getting further away from it.
So less variability in the measure, right? But the angle becomes more predictable and more precise with altitude.
Yeah, but again,
so the variation
it doesn't vary as much.
Will be less, right?
Let's say like the variance and the altitude are inversely proportionate, right? Yes. The variance and the altitude are inversely proportional. The higher we go, the less the variance.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what we would expect also though. Because
Why?
the higher we go, the further we are away from it, thus the slower and smaller the rate of change.
Why would it have the very specific relationship that we measure? Lines up with other geometrical measurements of the surface.
Why would you expect it not to have a specific relationship?
So the reason it has a specific relationship is because of the geometry of the surface, right?
It would be that way in either scenario.
No, well, could you draw a diagram of the flat Earth and the horizon? Explain to me where the angle comes from.
Could I? I'm not drawing a diagram, bro. Like
I think you'll find that if you try and so let's reverse engineer a simple perspective image like Finky's pinhole camera with a horizon, right? So the horizon line, if we were imagining a flat Earth, the horizon line is just the convergence point of all of that stuff coming through the middle of the sensor, right? Which aligns with the horizon. And if you tilt the image up, the camera up and down, you get that same convergence point. But if you were to then take the pinhole camera and raise it and lower it, that convergence point doesn't change angle. There's no physical reason for it to change, particularly at the geometric rate that we see.
Like what happens is you guys like you know what would be the situation if the Earth were a globe, and then you make the claims of what would happen if the Earth were a globe as though that's what actually happens, assumptively. But in reality, it varies, and in reality, it rises with the viewer, where you guys would have to then claim perspective. And in reality, it's very fuzzy. It's a fuzzy gradient. There is no crisp line.
It's crisp, crisp enough. So let's say you're looking at the horizon with your naked eye. It can look very sharp, right, from your naked eye. Then if you get out and you start to zoom in, you start to see more detail, but the angular size of that detail is not getting any bigger. So if your eye can make out a fifth of the degree or a tenth of the degree around the horizon in terms of resolution, as you zoom in, you're going to remain within that what your eye sees as crisp, and the angle to that your best effort to determine the boundary in that blurry layer, the angle will remain the same. So if you zoom in on the horizon with a camera, and you've got the thing aligned properly, you don't have to change the orientation of the camera, right? You just zoom in and the horizon will remain center frame. So the angle is always there. It's just that the noise and your ability to precisely measure the angle slightly changes as you zoom in.
Okay, like, dude, this is Okay. You know, like the horizon is apparent. It's not an actual location. We see that it varies and it's an apparent location when the sky appears to meet the ground. There's a vanishing point. There's a convergence of those two effects. As we go higher, we're going higher above the ground, which is one of the two things that are appearing to converge. We expect it to be below eye level. We also expect it to rise with us, though, because it is an actual artifact of perspective. That's what we see. As we increase, we're increasing our distance. We expect the change or the rate of change to vary as well, specifically to slow down and for it to slow or to change at a slower pace, right? Just like an object that's further away from us. And we're looking through much, much more of the atmosphere, right? So we are expecting it to create a much wider gradient, right? But as we increase distance, there is a crisper component to it because we're just seeing it holistically, like anything else. Like all the smaller details of it are now further away. So now we see it as a whole thing. I don't know how much more simple I could put that, but it is still an entire gradient, right? And that's because you're just having visual information from the ground, visual information from the sky, coming and appearing to meet in the middle. That's everything that we see in reality. You keep talking about measuring it. You keep saying we're not talking about what we see, but then I ask you, what are you measuring? And you say what we see. And you go back and forth conflating a geometric claim and then an apparent claim. And you're just to still man your position, which I'm trying to save us time. You know, it sounds like I'm talking a long time. I'm trying to prevent this going on for another hour. Like I know your position. I can still man your position, which is that on a globe Earth, it's a very easy or consistent, predictable dip below the horizon that we can measure, right? And on a flat Earth, that wouldn't be the case.
Yep, that's about right. And you made an interesting point about the horizon being the vanishing point. So we can have situations where the horizon has objects on and behind it that are bigger than the vanishing point. So we can have visible objects that will appear from beyond the horizon in the well-known down, bottom up scenario. That can't be explained by your flat Earth horizon. You know, the simple example of flying up in your drone, you'll see a ship appear top first as you gain altitude, right? That cannot be explained by perspective. It cannot be explained by the vanishing point. It can only be explained by a geometric abstraction.
But just because you claim that's true, like that's not true at all, bro. Like there are countless videos of someone that does that very thing in their garage, just varying the conditions of the air in the garage, right?
Yeah. So that's why we get away from the surface again, right? So if you were to watch a ship from a couple of 100 meters elevation, so on the distant horizon, you would see that without mirages, right? So we know mirages exist. We know that when we get above the surface, the measured angles match with the measured geometry that we have of the surface.
Okay, is the bottom okay on a flat Earth? The sky and ground appear to meet, and there's a convergence, right? And so, is the bottom of the boat closer to the sky or the ground?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it does.
It's
It
close
does
to
matter.
the ground.
Okay,
So
is the bottom of the boat the closest to the ground?
yes.
Right. So if it's selling off into this convergence point, which part of it is going to hit the convergence point first?
From a flat Earth geometric perspective, none of it will hit the Earth first, right? So I can zoom in. So my entire field of view is just the boat. There's no ground. There's no water. There will be no reason for me not to be able to see the bottom half of the boat.
I just explained the reason, and then once we got the conclusion, you just breathe. You just hand
You made something up. You didn't explain anything.
I didn't make anything up. I asked you like rudimentary questions. Like you acknowledged that the boat was closer to the ground. Okay, which part of the boat's the closest to the ground? The bottom of it. Okay, so which part's going to hit the convergence of the ground and the sky first? Obviously, the part of the boat that's closest to the ground. And so where the visual information is being lost, the bottom of the boat enters that zone first.
Why is it being lost? If I can simply screen it off. Or say it was nighttime, right, and I could not see the horizon, but the boat was fully illuminated. Why would this effect occur?
Wait, what was the scenario? I was reading.
So it's nighttime. I cannot see the sky. I cannot see the water, but there is a boat that is illuminated. Why would the boat be cut in half? There is no visual convergence between the horizon and the sky, the ground and the sky. It is all I can see is the boat.
What? There is still a convergence. They're just similar colors.
No, but you can't see it. How can this convergence impact your vision?
Wait, you can't see it.
Yeah, pitch black dark.
You can't distinguish between the sky and the ground, but there's still a distance off in the distance, right? There's still a point off in the distance where that visual information will begin to be lost. And so since the boat is illuminated, because that's how perspective works due to angles of received visual information.
Okay, so if we have our 60-meter tall cruise liner all lit up at night time, pitch black dark otherwise, what is the angular size of the top 30 meters compared to the bottom 30 meters? Every 30 meters in height has the same angular size, right? There is no differentiation in angle, either the angle that I'm viewing it at or the angular size of any part of the ship.
You just totally you're strawmanning me, right? You asked why at the time that I explained that there was a convergence, and
No, you
you
didn't
asked
explain
why.
anything. You failed to explain it, which is why I asked another question.
Dude, this is okay. Let's see if we can do it this way. Okay, if the Earth were flat, would there be a horizon?
It would be a convergence, yes.
Why?
Because there are two components making up the view. You have a ground plane and the sky. They will,
Okay,
due to
why?
perspective, vanish into each other.
Oh, but why?
Why?
Yeah.
Just due to the nature of perspective. So the vision will see the ground plane extending out. Eventually, the ground plane will become indistinguishable from the sky above. They'll blend into each other.
Why?
Basically through optical resolution, that the things in the distance will become too small to resolve. All you'll see is light, and be light from the ground and light from the sky, and they'll converge at an infinite distance, right? And it'll be approximately 90 degrees from vertical.
Why would that area of the horizon? Why would we lose resolution there first?
Don't lose it first. The resolution is lost with distance, regardless of whether it's the ground or the sky.
So why is it that there's a convergence there?
So the convergence is there because your ability to resolve things. So your ability to resolve anything above the ground plane gets less with distance. Doesn't matter how tall something is in the distance, it will eventually become too small angularly to resolve. And all you'll have is those unresolvable objects and the sky.
So it's going to create there's going to be like a vanishing line.
Yes, there will be a vanishing line. Yep.
Okay,
At
and there will be
some very large distance, right?
Okay, so then there will be information above and below that line, right? Visual information above and below it.
Yeah.
Right.
But
and so the closer something gets to that line, it's going to get closer to becoming unresolvable.
If it is going into the distance and becoming unresolvable, yes. But we're discussing things that are fully resolvable here. So the hull of a ship, fully resolvable, it is before the vanishing point.
What? The horizon is the vanishing point.
If you're looking at a ship, no, the horizon, and that's our fundamental disagreement. The horizon is not the vanishing point. It's a geometric thing. So if you're looking at a ship, I can fully resolve a ship that is cut in half by the horizon. Fully resolve it. I could probably see windows, might be able to see people walking around the deck if I had a good camera.
Can you resolve the bottom of it?
Can't see the bottom of it.
Oh, okay. So it's
Physically
in water. It's in water that usually has waves, and the bottom of it's closer to the vanishing point. And the bottom of the
No, the
atmo
bottom
is
is not closer to the vanishing point. The bottom is exactly the same distance from the vanishing point as the top. Exactly.
No.
It is.
No, it's not.
Because the vanishing point is a distance thing. A vertical surface like a ship is all the same
We're not
distance.
talking about linear distance. We're not talking about a distance out away from it. We're talking about a like a vertical distance, right? And it is closer at the bottom if it's on the water, right? And the bottom layers of the atmo are the most dense and the most turbulent. We would logically expect to lose information there first, right? Do you agree? Let's ask it like this. Do you agree that the most
ship,
do you
right?
agree that turbulence and density of the atmosphere would expedite the loss of resolution?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So I expect, therefore, the visual information towards the bottom layers of the atmosphere to be lost first.
Why do we lose it at all? Because we can see it, right? So the ship. Let's consider a ship that's right on the horizon, chopped in half. We've got to use a significant zoom. It might be taking up 1 degree of view. Why? Yeah, thanks NASA. I saw that image there. So why do we get such a massive and sharp impact between the top and the bottom half of the ship?
What?
So why is there such a significant difference between the top and half of the ship? They're equal distances away. They're equal angular sizes. There's nothing to other than the blurry atmosphere, which is pretty well equal across the entire width of the ship.
Width? Now we're talking about the width.
Total height of the ship. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So it's in water. And when we look out at water, actually the water kind of swells. There are waves. The actual like location of the water is where we just perceive it to be based on the atmosphere. Now we have a boat that's sitting in the water going off into the distance, right? And the water is representative of the ground that's going to now apparently converge with the sky. And so once the boat reaches that point that information is being lost, things are beginning to vanish, right? It's going to merge. It's not disappearing behind the horizon. It's disappearing into the horizon.
Right. Into the horizon. So
yeah.
So we've got a 60-meter tall ship and you've got your drone with your zoom camera and we've lost 30 meters.
Yeah, you increase more
if I go
view, so
up
you
30
did,
meters,
yeah.
if I go up another 30 meters, that will reveal the rest of the ship, right?
Yeah, you increase your angle of view.
No, the angle of view is still the same.
It's not.
It is because we've moved two things vertical. The angles don't change really.
What? If I'm laying on the ground and I look out over the Walmart, I can't see that much. As soon as I stand up, I can see much further along the ground, though, right?
No, if the
Is that
ground
because the ground is curving?
If the ground is flat and you're lying on it looking at the Walmart, you should be able to see the bottom of the Walmart and the top.
If I'm laying on my stomach,
right down to the ground, right?
I'm laying on my stomach, looking out across the flat floor in Walmart, right? Things are going to be blurry, and I'm not able to see as far along the ground. But once I stand up, I'm going to be able to see much clearer and further along the ground.
You won't be able to see the floor as clearly, but you should be able to see the back wall as clearly.
No, you like the stuff towards the bottom of the back wall, you won't see as clearly until you stand up. If you actually, and if you're gonna, okay, well then go do it. And then once you find out that that's not the case, I'm glad that I've been able to help you figure this out. Right, because what you can claim is that the Earth's a globe, and it doesn't require the denial of like well-established visual effects, nor does it require claims such as it's impossible for things to appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface, because these aren't true, right? And it's like, I don't know, man, just go, why don't you go try it? I've done it myself. I've leaned down, put my head towards the ground, looked out, and as I raise my head, the things that are closer to the ground, you're able to start seeing them, and you couldn't even see them. You're able to start seeing them, and you're able to start like even seeing them clearer.
So try this with a camera, because if you're lying on the ground, it messes with your optics, right? It squishes your head, and you get, it's physically difficult to range yourself. We might even have to lie sideways, right, to look sideways, and your body's ability to focus. But if you do this with a camera, you can focus perfectly at the wall at ground level from a camera that is at ground level, if the floor is truly flat.
Okay, do you agree if I put the camera on the floor that the ground's going to appear to ramp up?
Appear to ramp up. It'll depend on the lens a bit, but if your camera is perpendicular to the floor, so the optical axis is parallel to the floor, the center of frame will still be above the floor level at the other end.
Will the ground appear to ramp up?
It'll give that visual appearance, yeah.
Right, but so if I lift up, what will happen?
It'll appear to flatten.
Right, exactly. It'll appear to flatten. It'll ramp up less.
Yeah, but if you take the wall away and have no other visual cues, it's really hard to tell, right?
But that's not really the point. The point is that what's determining where the ground ramps up is my proximity to the ground, right? So my distance, I can perceive things out in the distance, is directly relational to that, proximity. So as I lift up, I see further. And this is what we see in reality, bro. And like, if I look at a plane coming towards me, it looks like it's going up. If it goes away from me, it looks like it's going down. Same thing applies to the sky and the ground. It's like railroad tracks flipped on the side. So if I'm closer to the ground appears to ramp up. And so then it's going to look like it blocks things out further in the distance, even though it's not actually being blocked. It's just because the perspective of the ground makes the ground look like it's ramping up. And now I'm not able to perceive the information beyond where that optical illusion is. But when I lift up, I can see it again, right? I can see it again. And now when we go out into the world and we're looking at over miles over oceans, now we're taking that variable and we're mixing in all the other variables of like the turbulence, the density of the atmosphere that is the highest at the bottom near the ocean. And then we're throwing a boat in the water, right? That's already partially obstructed by water, that's got waves, And so now those waves are serving as like the bottom half or the ground, right? And so although you could say the waves are so minor, right? It's not going to cover half a ship, sure, but the waves are a little bit higher off the ground. It's causing a little additional obstruction. So as that gets exaggerated, then those little waves become significant when it comes to what it's going to block. So like literally, I would expect things in the distance on a flat Earth to disappear bottom up.
If you watch waves and ships, you'll see a couple of different kinds of interactions in this situation. So one is, so the waves at the ship, you won't see them at all, right? Because they're below the horizon. If you're close to the surface, the waves in your foreground might actually come up and block your view, but most of the impact will be the waves that are on the horizon. And they will come and go, and as they come and go, the visibility of the ship follows the crests and troughs of the wave. Because they are physically obstructing. There's no difference between watching a ship over the horizon and watching something disappear over a hill. Like watching the sunset over a hill and the sunset over the horizon is fundamentally the same experience.
Okay, yeah. You think that we are falling backwards away from the sun, and it's going behind a hill because we're falling backwards away from the hill.
Falling backwards? What do you mean by falling backwards?
Well, that's what you think is happening. You think the sun's just sitting there, but we're falling backwards. So it makes it look like the sun goes down, and then eventually it goes down to where it's behind a hill.
Like tilting.
Yeah, it means that if you're facing the sunset, you're rolling away from it, so essentially falling backwards.
And then every morning we have like the most
epic away from the sun,
yeah, and then we do epic nosedives every morning and get a sunrise. But I'm just saying that the sun just moves away, man. The ground ramps up.
I think Flat Earth 101 there, Witsit. That's a fairly crude description of the rotation of the Earth,
which is obviously intentional. But the ground ramps up, and the sky ramps down, right? Like that's just factual. Like if I'm a glober, I say, yeah, but of course, due to perspective, it's similar to railroad tracks but flipped on their side. We're going to see the ground ramp up. We're going to see the sky ramp down, right? And so as things go off into the distance, amongst those optical ramps, I expect to lose information relative to where that object is on the ramp. So I would never say it's impossible for things to disappear bottom up, especially a boat over an ocean in an atmosphere, going into the horizon that's constantly moving where it appears to be.
It's crisp though. The boat just stops, right? Yeah. Any of your descriptions demand a gradual and observable melting. Like the ship will need to blur and blend into the like you'd see with a actually exactly like you'd see with some kind of mirage scenario compressing the bottom of the ship.
Well, we see that a lot.
The only kind of explanation Flat Earth can have for this kind of thing.
No, I mean we do see it a lot.
It begs the question of what place does this start to happen? Because if it's ramping up, the ship's hull the conjunction between the ship's hull and the water should continue to ramp up with it. And then at a certain point, it now no longer ramps up. The ship starts ramping down, at least the top of the ship does, and the water stays at the same level. At what point does that happen on Flat Earth?
Okay, look, I'll give you an example, right? I'm sitting here with my camera on my iPhone, and I'm putting it down on my desk. Okay, so right now I cannot see the keyboard behind my main keyboard that I'm using. But if I start to raise up, I can now see the bottom of the keyboard in front of me, and eventually I can see the other keyboard. So when I have it down close to the desk, right, it looks like the desk is ramping up, and the keyboard right at the base of it is hard to make out and see. It's blending in. Looks like it's not visible. But as I raise up, immediately becomes super crisp and visible, and it looks like the ground is dropping down below me. So it makes no sense to act like that wouldn't happen if this table was just super big. In fact, it would happen more.
It sounds like your description, unless I'm misunderstanding it, has a physical hump obstruction in the form of one keyboard to see the bottom of a different keyboard, right? So you've got a hump there that's causing that effect that Dazza's invoking.
Yeah, I mean, I made 2 points with that, right? One is like this idea that when you get higher and then therefore can see more stuff in the distance, and that doesn't work on a flat Earth, that's ridiculous. So obviously my desk is flat, right? And then the second thing is with the first keyboard that's right in front of me, right? Like as I when I have the camera right down near the desk, which is flat, the desk looks much higher in the picture, right? And then as I raise up, I can make out the bottom of the keyboard way more once I get a little bit above the desk. That's because the ground, it's just like just directly in front of me at the keyboard. And this is just like whenever I talk about being on the bottom, like on the floor of like a Walmart, right? If I was on one side of the Walmart on the floor and I'm looking all the way out at like a shelf, and I'm looking at the bottom of the shelf, and the bottom of the shelf has like I don't know, little rulers stacked up or whatever. Okay, like I'm not gonna be able to I'm not gonna be able to see the bottom of those rulers because the ground looks like it's ramping up in the foreground. And as soon as I raise up above it, all of a sudden the ground's gonna drop down. It's gonna start to flatten out, and I'm gonna start to see all the stuff on the bottom.
So the question still is, where at what point, distance-wise from me, does that start to happen?
Well, that's
Is
just
it at all
it's way
in the
too complex
relationship?
of a question.
But
Like,
could it be
requires
1 point? Well, I think we
Depends on-
could predict.
I would say-
I think you could factor in to be 1.22 times the observer's height and feet from the observer.
We
Yeah,
never
but
see
Eggshells,
that. Go
yeah,
ahead, Jim.
it's not consistent. If you're, I mean, Dazza said earlier that the
That's true.
horizon's a geometric thing, and that's not even the globe claim. They claim it's refracted. It's bouncing all over the place. It's not a consistent thing. I was just going to say, I mean, the distance of what you can see on the ground level is going to depend on your angle to it, like how high you are above the ground, and I would say the conditions when it's out, like on the earth. So like one way, if you have like a basketball court and you're at under one hoop and you put your head all the way down, if you put your head down really far, you may not even be able to see the free throw line. And you go up a little higher, you'll see the free throw line. Go a little higher, you'll see the 3-point line. Go a little higher, you'll see the center line. Go higher, you might see the other 3-point line on the other side, etc. And as you keep going higher, you're going to see more and more to the point where you can see the whole thing. Now, I understand someone might say, oh, the basketball court's not perfectly flat, which there may be some wavering, obviously, but you could make one that is perfectly flat, like to the most level. You can do it with water as well.
It works on a chessboard, Geo, a checkerboard.
But
you can't see the squares. If you put your eye down far enough, you can't see the farther away squares.
Exactly. But that part is not. But that part is not like atmosphere or like getting into that part. That's just the actual angle, because it's
but you're testing the wrong thing with those examples. You're testing the wrong thing. You're testing something that is horizontal and going, how much can I resolve of this horizontal thing? Whereas Daz's example is something vertical, getting half obscured. So to use the checkerboard example, imagine a chess piece. There is a king at the end of the board, and the board is however long. At what distance from the observer can I no longer see the bottom of the king? Not the squares on the board, we're largely ignoring those. But at what point does the checkerboard appear to ramp up, and then the halfway up, the like top half of the king appears from behind it? And if that, because to me, the flat Earth has to accept that there is a hump, because the hump's been what it's been testing for the last couple of decades, right? It's been saying, where is the hump? It's in the wrong spot. So it must be saying our ability to see the oil rig and its legs like is valid. Therefore, it is a good test. Otherwise, we're saying, well, that could happen on a flat Earth. So why are we testing it? If we're saying that you could get the white swan photo on a flat Earth, then the black swan photo doesn't prove anything. Right? We've always been testing how much of a distant object is visible above the horizon, because things should ramp down behind it. And at what point does that happen? And your point is, I think, right, Gio, which is that doesn't happen at a consistent distance. But on flat Earth, what distance should it happen with these new laws of perspective? We should get some number, right? Where the ramping up turns into ramping down. Or is that too inconsistent? Sorry, Nazar, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're good. I mean, Witsit said it earlier. It is connected to like something. So if you have something vertical on the surface, and you have the part down by the water, like the hull, let's say, of the boat, it's above the water, right? Like altitude wise. But as it goes away, it's there's the place where the ground and the sky meet. And I think he alluded to it earlier, that, or at least the way I interpreted what he was saying, is that if you have something on the water, like a boat, like the hull of a boat, and you get to the point to where the ground and the sky meet, maybe 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever the conditions are, you get to that point, that's where no more ground can be seen. You know, that's the extinction point. Therefore, if you have an object above said ground or water, like a boat, the lower level of that is going to cut off first over a planar surface, provably and factually. That's exactly what would be. It's exactly what would be expected to happen, and what can be replicated on smaller scales as well.
Well, I don't think we can replicate that on smaller scales, not with good controls. I don't think we've got proof of that. And I think the whole field of optics and the sort of laws of perspective, as unscientific and more sort of artistic as they are, nothing agrees with that outside of flat Earth, right?
What are you talking about, dude? You can recreate bottom-up obstruction over a small lake with an RC boat. It's been done.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it has. I think that what you get is unresolvability.
Not informed, and I'll show you the video, and then you're going to stop saying.
Sure, I've seen the video, and what I think you get is unresolvability. angular size problems. But as Daz is saying, if you can zoom in, then the angular issue disappears. So if you're going from unresolvable zoomed out to resolvable zoomed in, you're not testing the right thing. What we want to see is something that we know is flat, that we can test and check is flat. So ideally not the surface of a lake, and then show that things obstruct bottom up.
That video is not to show anything flat. It's to show that bottom up obstruction can happen over a known flat surface.
What do you mean known flat surface?
It was like a 100-foot lake. Not even that big, or whatever.
Sure.
It was a lake.
And do you agree that
a lake is level? Okay, hold on, wait. Let me finish. Hold on.
Okay.
The lake is level. Okay. You have the camera near the surface, right? And it's basically a smaller scale of the beach, except there's no waves in the way. Yet, even without the waves, the bottom up obstruction still happens because the angular resolution of that boat, just like any other optical effect, will start to diminish bottom up because the angle is too small to actually resolute. That's it. And because that's been done, you can't hold on. And therefore, curvature is not mutually exclusive to bottom up obstruction.
Sure, I would agree with that. But does zoom fix this problem of resolvability, right? We can zoom in and clearly resolve with massive angular size if you've got a good enough lens the top half of a container ship, correct?
Yeah, you can zoom in and see the obstruction really good.
Yeah, so it's obviously not a resolvability issue. But if you get something that's blurry and then you make it clear, you're not testing what we're talking about, right? We can clearly resolve the top half of a ship and a crisp line of horizon in front of it. If you can replicate that, right? So if you can show, hey, this thing is crisp in both images, but one just by zooming or just by doing something, whatever it is, that goes from crisp line of horizon in front to no crisp line of horizon in front without moving upwards, then you win. But if you go from unresolvable to resolvable, you're testing a different thing.
All right, Skyfree has like 10 or more of these on their channel, first of all.
Yeah.
Also, there's so many of these, actually. But yeah, Eggshells, that just has to do before, like I said. Well, I mean, Beast was talking about the angular resolution. Well, Beast, did you want to respond to that, actually? Because you did make that point.
No, it's fine. No, it's just the idea of bottom up obstruction being exclusive.
Hold on, someone's hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's Alan.
Yeah.
It's Alan.
Oh, go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you zoom in, you're increasing the amount of resolution you can have, so you get an increase in it. But there's still a limit, right? You can't do it forever.
Yeah, I agree to both of those points. But yeah, it's just if we're looking at a blurry image of something and then saying, see, you can't see it very well, and now when I resolve the image either by focusing or zooming more, now you can. We're not testing at what point, because that's the core question Flat Earth I think still needs to answer is, what distance from us does this happen? Because if it's anywhere close to 1.22 times the observer's height and feet, even if it's only sometimes that, we have to contend and agree that sometimes we do get ball results. Right? But half of the field of Flat Earth, half of the field of Flat Earth demands that these optics that I'm describing, that Daz is describing, be true. And then this half of Flat Earth is saying, oh, no, but it's not always true. At some points, there's ramping up and then a ramping back down, and things going to be half obscured.
Yeah, that's our position, bro. Our position is that the horizon is apparent. You guys make a geometric claim, yet at the same time say that it's apparent and geometric. Oh, willy-nilly.
Name something that's like my car is geometric and it's apparent. Describe for me something that's not both things. Everything that is an object, except for maybe some magical ones that are invisible, are both apparent and physical. Right? You can have a geometric horizon that is.
You know what I mean. We don't have to play the semantic game, bro. You know what I mean.
No, but it's important.
The ball is a geometric claim. There's a hard cutoff onto where the observer to the horizon is on a sphere, right? No matter where you're looking at in any direction. That's it.
Yeah, I can't see Cairo from Sydney, but
there's a geometric limit, right?
Right, but is there both? Could there be both? A geometric position at which curvature should obscure it, ignoring all other factors, and then also an apparent factors once you include them. Is that possible? Could there be both geometry and refraction?
It's either one or the other, bro.
Why would it be? Why could it explain? Okay, explain to me how it could just be.
Because the horizon is an apparition. An apparition.
But it's not nowhere.
It's a phenomenon. Right? It's not a physical thing. That's our position. The horizon's always apparent because it's observer dependent.
But that's saying the water that's out there where the horizon isn't physical.
No,
didn't you hear Dazza before? His whole point was that the horizon's an optical phenomenon. Remember, that was his point.
Yeah, I'm saying it's both.
No,
why would you pick one or the other? Everything that's physical is also visual apart from magical things.
No, but I think Beast would agree.
Physical. And you can see it through a periscope.
Beast, would you agree it's at a physical place out there, but the actual forming of it changes and is due to our position? But technically, like if someone went out there, see what I think is that when you get out there to the limit, because there's a limit on the ground, and once you get to that limit, you're on a boat or something, you're going beyond it. There's nothing else for it to do but the information be lost from the bottom because you can't see any more of the ground layer anywhere past that point, like the limit. So I mean, Beast, but my question to you is like, do you think that's at a physical place or somewhat of a physical place if someone went out there, etc. But it's just forming as like an apparition, like you were saying, or like forming as an optical point?
No, it's just this. It's like there's nowhere you can go where there is no horizon, right? Number one. Number two, right? If you are trying to, for example, get to the bottom of a rainbow, okay? It's the same kind of futile effort because you're basically chasing something that's like there's an optical effect. We don't even know if it is a physical cause.
Hey guys, I think we've all heard this already. Is there a model? Has all these ad hocs been?
They're right in the middle of something, dude. Stop, man. They're in the middle of something.
But I think he's asking my question, which is, at what distance do we have a formula, guesswork, any heuristic to establish what distance from the observer's eyeball this ramping up turns into ramping down? Whether it's physical, optical, one or the other, both, neither. What distance does that happen? And is it sometimes at 1.22, blah, 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 blah?
It depends on the wavelength of light you're talking about, right? If you're talking about visible light from the human eye, from the naked eye, right? Then you're roughly talking about like 3 miles or so that you can resolute with the human eye, right? But this is just empirical trial and error over many, many, many years of people studying optical phenomenon, right? And so we have to somewhat agree on flatter globe. We have to somewhat agree that there are optical effects when taking into any optical observation, right?
Right, but with a telescope, I can resolve things that I can't resolve with my eye. So we have surpassed the limitations of the eyeball and angular resolution, right?
Is there not a limit on a telescope? No. Yes.
No, I think a sufficiently large thing could be seen from any distance.
That's
retarded. Hey, if there's no limit on a telescope, if there's no limit on a telescope, show us the lunar lander on the moon or the rover or something.
But I'm not talking about practical limitations. I'm saying if you can keep zooming something in, or if it's but didn't I just say sufficiently large? So the moon's there. How far is the moon away?
I don't know what you're
3 miles away.
We can see the moon with our eyeball. We don't need a telescope.
Question: if this limit is at 3 miles, how do I see things beyond 3 miles? I've seen mountain peaks from 500 miles away. If you get up high enough, no, maybe not 500, but hundreds of kilometers away if I get up a mountain. So it's obviously not at 3 miles from me.
Okay, but Eggshells, let me jump in here. Eggshells. I don't think anyone's saying we only see 3 miles in general, but if we're talking about the ground layer, there's the ground and the sky. Two things. One of them sky. Let's say the sky is very much further, whether it's infinite is a whole other globe claim, but I'm just saying, let's say it's thousands of miles at least or more, right? So it's obviously very far or whatever it is. And even if you go hundreds, thousands or more, but the ground might be 3 miles, 2 miles, 5 miles, 8 miles, very, very small in comparison to that. So that limit is not necessarily how far you can see in totality. It's just how far you can see of the ground layer on that particular day. And then the rest is sky. So the horizon is whatever you can see of the ground, and the rest is sky. And that's going to change on different days, different conditions, due to visibility, we can get into refraction, all the components as to why that's going to change. Now, I want to answer too. Sorry to link this on, but well, there's the second part. You were saying, is it at some points 1.22 times the square root, which would be the geometric curve of a globe? Yes, at one spot in that spectrum, in the spectrum of where it forms, is that 1.22. But it's not special. It's just one spot amongst the whole spectrum. But yes, it will. You can cherry pick observations. Say, oh look, it's being cut off from there. There's the 1.22. But that's just cherry picking that one distance at which it would match to what the geometric globe horizon would be, or the geometric point at which the globe would curve away, and say, oh, there it is, globe.
Refraction.
Right, but when you look at all of the phenomenon, it moves through a whole spectrum. And then when the claim is, oh well, this is just a refracted horizon, but the curvature is really there. I swear, where's the curvature? That's the thing. There's no way to isolate it. But go ahead.
Right. My point is not just sometimes at the globe. It is twofold. One is flat Earth doesn't have an answer as to where it should be. So
it should be based on the conditions. I just said that though, based on the conditions of visibility.
But who cares
though? Based on the conditions, it's very rarely closer, right? It's never at half a mile from a blah 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 observer, right? And the second point is more salient, which is it is the use of optics and ignoring refraction that has.
No one's ignoring refraction.
I said refraction is a factor.
Let me finish. You don't know what you're arguing against yet.
Dude, you're arguing against a strong man.
I'll retract it, right? It is based upon basic perspective that we were given the original flat Earth evidence, right? The original flat Earth evidence, the black swan that we see too far, is all based upon the assumption that of where the hump is, right? And we can't both go, based upon this perspectival laws that would not have the hump popping up in the wrong spot. We know that we're not on a globe, and then we go, okay, what about this hump? That's what we're talking about, right? Things obscured bottom up. What are you confused about? That's the whole conversation we're having. Are we saying we don't see that
with a bulge, an alleged bulge? That
Do you understand the point I'm making?
No.
You can. Okay.
Yeah, I don't
So
understand
it
the
is-
point because like you had to retract two like straw mans in the middle of it. Could you say it without
Sure,
like
I'll
the
make it
first
clear.
parts? Like just simply though?
I can make it clear. Sure. We are using this assessment of whether there is a hump in the black swan. Is that correct or not?
Who's bringing up black swan?
Me.
Why?
I thought we were talking about
Is
the
that correct
distance
or
at which the
incorrect?
horizon. We were talking about the distance
Bingo.
by which the horizon forms and the different conditions, and why things do obscure from the bottom visually because of that distance. And you kept asking, how would that form? I thought that's what we were on. I mean, the black swan thing, and what people call the black swan. Yeah, I mean, those oil rigs are a good example of it. Hold on, those oil rigs are a good example of it because. Hold on, I have to go off my push to talk button to go into my. I was just going to pull up this one photo.
Yeah, sure.
But why you bring up the black swan?
Because what I'm saying is the black swan is using this thing of a hump is a good indication of a globe, and us not seeing the hump tells us something about the shape of the Earth. But now, when we're discussing humps that may or may not be, and sometimes are in the right spot, we're going, well, those humps could occur if the Earth was flat anyway, right? Those humps could occur just due to perspective. If we're saying humps can occur, or things that look like humps can occur just due to perspective, then looking for humps isn't a good way to test the Earth shape. It's just a good way to look at perspective, right? So
Can I
either
jump in? All right, can I jump in?
yield humps that are obscure, or they can't.
You're all over the place, dude.
Yeah, well, when B said prove the hump, that's the thing. You'd have to prove that what this is a quote unquote hump. You're just assuming it is, and you'd have to prove that, which is why B said that.
No. My point is that it
hold on,
looks
I
like
just
a
posted
good
this thing.
thing
Hold on,
for
just I'll let you respond. Just give me like 10 seconds. I won't go long. If you want to respond quickly, but real quick, I just posted the images since you brought up the oil rigs. But yes, I mean that is an obvious phenomenon where on the left you can see a lot further. The horizon is much further. You see the whole extended plane or more of it. And on the right, you see, I would say the ground layer is much closer. It even looks kind of magnified, which is a trip too. But it's a lot closer, and therefore everything beyond it is going to converge with the horizon, with that vanishing point. And the objects down near the water are going to be not visible because they're beyond that point. So the thing is, though, if you're going to try to claim that's hump, that's an additional claim because we can replicate that this occurs over planar surfaces in terms of the distance and things also obscuring from the bottom on all the different conditions. And yeah, you have your height above the water. You have obviously there's other effects, refraction and so on. So I'm just saying that if that's what's being referred to, if you're saying, hey, that's a hump or there's curvature in there somewhere, that's what would have to be shown, which never has.
So it sounds like what I'm saying, but I'm saying something noticeably different. I think we might get to it if I ask this question. Imagine for a moment the Earth is a sphere. Would these rules of perspective causing this obstruction still occur if the Earth was a sphere? Like these laws of optics wouldn't change based on ground shape, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
You can't get away from the law of optics. Yes. Yeah, dude.
Sure.
Yeah, and let me propose this. Hold on. If you can.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Gio.
I want to show you what that means, though. If you agree to that, I want to show you what that means.
All right, well, hold on. Beast, did you want to say something quick? Because I want to say something quick, too.
No, you go. Just go ahead.
All right, no, I was just going to say, okay, the thing is, here's what I would expect. And what do you guys think of this? This is what I would expect, Eggshells. If it was a sphere, I would expect things to always cut off from the bottom, geometrically, in reality, all the time, at the curvature of where the globe would be. So no matter what conditions, it would always obscure based on the geometry, the actual geometry of a physical object being in front of another when you kind of do a straight line. And now the thing is, let's say, the curve of the globe, and then let's say you did have a boat that was cut halfway off. There is nothing that would allow you to see the bottom of that boat because it's physical water that's there. So I would expect that half cut off boat now maybe the half cut off boat could be a little higher, could be a little bit lower, it could be a little warped, it could have some warping, but it would always be the half cut off because it's the actual geometric sphere that is allegedly there. That is what I would expect. Now, could that thing, could it refract in terms of up and down and things like that? Yes, but there's no effect that will allow you to actually see the actual object if it's behind the physical. So that's what I would expect. But that's not what we see. We actually see what looks like more of a moving distance horizon, either revealing more of an extended plane or less of an extended plane.
So the question I'm asking though is, these laws of perspective, I'm trying to sort of ignore Earth shape for a moment. So just ignore the border and go, if I were looking along anything flat, right? Let's say I've got a stick that's 100 miles long and has a 6-foot man standing, like a thing of a 6-foot man standing against it. These laws of perspective will be there if I'm pointing that stick up in the sky, down a hole in the ground or along the horizon. And that is this idea that it'll get to this vanishing point or this sort of resolution point that may sometimes be 3 miles from us. And then that man will appear to be cut off bottom up by the stick. I'm saying if those laws were, I'm asking, are those laws of perspective still going to be true? Bro. Well, I've tried to ask a question 3 times. I don't know if I need to be clear or what. If those laws would stay true regardless of Earth shape, then testing where the hump is doesn't tell us about Earth shape because these laws of perspective would put a hump anywhere on something that would make it look curved even if it wasn't. So you
Dude,
could be on
that's
a flat
your
Earth
issue.
or on a
You
sphere.
just described your guys' issue. You have to prove the hump first. You haven't differentiated
You're not
between optical phenomena and what the surface of the ground is actually doing. That's the point.
Not listening.
You
Yeah, I don't
literally
think
just
you've
made a
understood my
great
point.
argument for us.
Well, I don't think you understood it. Otherwise, you would have
Yeah,
responded.
I understood it. Looking for the hump is not a good way to find out if there's curvature because of these optical phenomena. That's what you just said.
Okay, I beg your pardon. Yeah, yeah. So
that's
how
our
does that
point.
then relate to the black swan? How do we then know that we see too far?
Dude, that's our
If we
premise,
sometimes-
though. The fact that if you're not differentiating between the optical phenomenon that we see when looking at long distance targets, right, and the surface of the ground and what it's actually doing, then where is the actual proof of curvature? Da-da-da. That's it.
Yeah, I don't use observations of things like a black swan to show curvature, right? We're discussing flat Earth proof, and you're agreeing it's not a good measure of curvature. I wouldn't use that to prove curvature.
Okay, so what would you use? Thank you. Prove the hump.
Oh, millions of things, like millions of other things.
Oh, millions of things.
Wibbly lines over water on warm days. It's not it. Like,
Yeah, but
I agree with you.
Eggshells.
I think
Okay,
you're just
what
missing
is it then?
the valence or the targeting of this point is which is like you can flip it and it is still valid, right? When
Can you
Globe
give
is
me
saying
one example
we're on.
then? One globe proof that's not affirming the consequence? Anything.
Yeah, Eggshells, you know the best I think you can do on
Right.
this? Hold on, Eggshells. Let me try to like steel man in a way. I'm kind of partly joking when I say this, but it seems like the best you could do with the actual like bottom-up obstruction argument for a globe is to say, well, it's a refracted horizon. It jumps all over the place due to refraction. It can show up any which way. It can allow you to see around the curve, and it can extend and flatten out the Earth basically visually. It brings it all up horizontally. It can do that. And however, it really isn't proof of a sphere because you have no way to actually prove that that's curvature, and not just effect over a plane. Therefore, there's all these other reasons we think it's a sphere. Maybe go to like pictures in space and like satellites and ISS.
I'm waiting for anything, like something.
Yeah, but we're addressing a flat Earth proof, right? A flat Earth proof shouldn't prove globe, right? So it doesn't make sense if I'm saying here's this problem with. But let me finish the point, B. You're consistently not listening.
You're consistently making
actually, sorry, you did
bad
the steel man
arguments.
there a second ago. So
I'm listening intently, bro.
it seems like you're concerned that this flat Earth argument doesn't have a globe proof in it.
No,
Seems like you're trying to.
I think the globers that use things being obstructed bottom up near the horizon as proof of the globe is not great. I think they're an indication of it, but because of exactly the reasons you're saying, particularly refraction, it's not a great argument, right? By itself, it doesn't show that we're on a globe, but for some people, they think it does.
No, I'm saying there's really nothing. There's nothing you can isolate about how objects are obscured from the bottom over distance to curvature actually being there, because it can be replicated over planar surfaces, even with temperature change. If something as simple as temperature change can do it, Skyfree has many of these on their channel where they change the temperature and you see like bottom up obstruction that looks very similar to what we see out in the world, and there's no curvature, no globe involved. Pebbles on the Pond did it years ago on Brandon's channel. It's been done. There's many demonstrations. So the thing is that that's a wavering thing that happens. Like it happens at different distances. The obstruction or the obscuration, I prefer that word. Like sometimes the city skyline will be half obscured, sometimes a quarter obscured. Sometimes you can see the whole buildings. Other times maybe only the tips of the buildings. It depends on all those conditions. So the thing is that there's really nothing about this that indicates a sphere, or even close to being exclusive to it. So you were kind of flipping it, saying that it shows sphere, and you have to explain it a different way. It's the opposite. Like there's nothing. There's no way to isolate if there's any curvature because the position changes as it does and can be replicated in a planar environment.
I'll steel man what you're saying. I'll steel man it real quick. You're saying that flat earthers shouldn't use the black swan as a proof for a flat Earth because you're looking for a hump that can't possibly be there with an optical phenomena.
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay, sure.
I'm saying it is. We're looking for a hump, but regardless of Earth shape, that hump could be there anyway, right? So not just in the black swan argument. Black swan argument discrete by itself doesn't have this problem, but then when one uses this argument to explain this visual ramping effect, then one's disagreeing with their own reasoning to get to the black swan argument being compelling. Because this argument says, regardless of whether there's a hump or not, there should appear to be one if you're sufficiently far away. And then the black swan doesn't agree with that. The black swan is just doing straight brute geometry that doesn't have this ramping effect.
No, it's testing it, dude. It's testing the claim.
It's an inconsistent logic.
No, it's testing the claim, dude. They're supposed to be
it's testing the claim by applying
say
geometry that this is ignoring.
Yeah, what the hell is it? It's a shape claim. So of course you're going to use geometry. What are you talking about? It's not a scientific thing. It's a shape claim. You can't scientifically prove a shape, dog. You measure it.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. It's just missing the fact that it's applying logic in one bit that you are having to refute in this bit.
How do you scientifically prove a square is a square? The fuck are you talking about?
I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying I've scientifically proven anything. You just made this up. I'm not arguing. It's not about science.
You
I'm
just said
saying
why
the
you question the fact
geometry.
that why would we use geometry?
The geometry.
Because it's a measurement
No,
question.
No, you're not listening still.
I'm
It's
listening.
not whether you use. Okay, try. It's not whether you use
Eggshells,
geometry. It's what geometry.
Can you make like one argument, like just kind of like concise? Because I don't know
Holy
where we're at.
fuck.
Yeah, we've jumped all over.
Sure.
Like Beast like tried to steelman you, and then you said no, but then you went on something else. Like you didn't really, you could have like rebutted a steelman, been like, oh, it's kind of what I meant, but I'm not sure where we at now. There's a lot of, it's kind of lily pad.
I did try to clarify it. I'll make it super clear. This current argument says that along a flat plane, sufficiently far enough away, there would be something that appears to be a hump that obscures things bottom up. Right? That's one thing. That is using geometry in a certain way, and then with the black swan, that geometry is ignored. Right?
Let me jump in on that one thing.
Jesus
Hold on,
Christ. Okay, go ahead, Gio. This guy's, dude, flopping like an Australian fish.
Dude, Eggshells.
Do you think the geometry is consistent between how the black swan's being tested and how this is being applied? Do you think that is consistent geometry?
Okay, well, even there you said two things.
I'm just asking the question. It's the same question.
You said I'm just asking a question for 15 minutes, dude.
The first thing you said, okay, can we just be clear on one thing first? Okay, you said you also said like three things there. Okay, hold on. The first part was this bottom up obscuration effect, as it were. You were saying we go out, we see a thing that looks like a hump. So you're already just assuming that has anything to do with a hump or any change in elevation of anything. Meaning that cutoff point of the limit of the ground in the sky, there's nothing about it that implies a hump. It's just a phenomenon of that cutting off of the ground in the sky, which we call the horizon. So the first initial empirical observation is not a hump. You're inserting hump. And that's the point. There's nowhere that you've isolated any hump is involved. All we see is the changing position of the horizon based on conditions, again, which we can replicate in a planar environment. Now, yes, if it was a globe, there would be a cutoff point, which is why earlier, which I think you didn't really quite address either, but I was saying that I would expect that geometric point to always be where it cuts off. And then on top of that, you might get some wavering or some little change in position, looming and stuff, but it would not change where that cutoff point is. And that's one of the differences. The cutoff point changes, which is something that is not consistent with a hump. And the initial observation is not hump. So yeah, those were my points.
Sure, I think you're mistakenly thinking I'm still trying to present it as a hump. I'm just using that word to talk about obscuration. We can do that too. So where in the geometry that's applied to it's still the same argument. I'm trying to make it even more concise and use the smallest syllables I can find.
Well, like a hump over a plane.
Black Swan got geometry. Where hump in Black Swan geometry?
No, I got you. But the thing is, okay, a hump can either be taken from a planar baseline, which would be a change in elevation, or a hump would be a spherical baseline, which curves away from you. So it depends on how you kind of describe that. But it is not a change in elevation. Although on a globe, you're not really claiming it's a change in elevation because you claim elevation is related to levels curved or on a ball or whatever. So that's a little bit of a moot point. But all I'm saying is there's nothing that indicates either like any land is actually blocking anything physically. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure I'm going to get there because I think you still think I'm arguing for the globe, and I'm not. I'm just trying to say these two bits of logic are being applied inconsistently. So it doesn't matter about the Earth shape at the moment. It's saying the 1.22, it might be, but you would need to show me how I am, right? 1.22 times the observer's height in feet assumes absolutely straight lines and doesn't give this effect that means sufficiently far away there will be obscuration even if there wasn't a hump, right? The 1.22 is having these straight lines stay straight and go down to a vanishing point that is infinitely far away, right? That's what that perspective
tangent, bro. What's the tangent to the horizon? Is that an angle? Is that a straight line? Doesn't matter what shape you're on, you're still drawing angles to tangents.
Would this obscuration, let me ask a different question. Would this obscuration have a formula or a fixed distance? Like we've got this fixed distance on the globe, right? 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. Do we have that for the flat Earth? Do we know where the obscuration is?
Do we have that for the flat Earth? No one gives up. We're talking about the globe.
No, we do care about the flat Earth because some say it's true.
I'm not making a claim
the details
that
matter.
the Earth is completely flat. I don't know what the Earth is in its entirety. If I were to make a claim to the entirety of Earth, I'd be in a composition fallacy. I have not made a claim.
That is a fallacy.
Hold on, I'd like to respond briefly to what you said. So, because I was going through describing some of this earlier from my viewpoint on what's occurring. So, if you have that point at which the horizon, will meet with the sky and things will obscure if they're on the ground, changes due to conditions, due to refraction, due to particulates environment in the air. So there's that. But also there's just the core geometry of an angle to the ground, which you can replicate like I said with like a basketball court. Even if you made it perfectly level, if you put your eye really, really close down to the ground, you will you might not even see the free throw line, and then you go up a tiny bit, you see the first free throw line, then you see the 3-point line if you go higher, then you see the middle point, the center line if you go higher, etc. You see more and more. So there's just a raw angle. Now in that environment, there's obviously not dramatic refraction or things bending, warping. We're talking about just the size of a basketball court. Not to say there couldn't be some though, if you have some heat coming off the boards or whatever. But
or a hallway where there's no environment that's affected.
Yeah, there's like the raw angle, which is what's referred to by the angular resolution, and the angle to the horizon. So like your raw angle is going to denote one factor of where that horizon forms. But if we're talking about out in the world, we're talking about very far distances. That's beyond just lifting your eye 3 feet off the ground, obviously. So it's like there's proportions at which it extends, which when it gets to further distances, meaning that like it is still dependent on your height though. But like 2 inches is not going to make a very big difference, obviously, if you're 6 feet above the ground or 12 feet. But if you're 12 feet versus 12,000 feet, obviously there is a difference there. But the Earth is much more expanded. So it's like the microcosm for just looking at a basketball court versus the macrocosm has some slight different scales. But nonetheless, that's where that's going to form. It's going to depend on the height of the raw geometry and the atmospheric conditions over a planar surface. And there probably is maybe no way to like perfectly predict it unless you knew all the conditions. But even at that, I mean, it's like artwork. It's ever forming.
Sure. And and I agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. If we just focus on the angle, then I imagine what we'd get is a hard number, and then exactly as you're saying, we would add a bit of wibble to that for turbulence and effects and stuff.
Because the reality is dynamic.
We must have some idea of it, right? Because we know the horizon is never like 3 foot away from us, so it must be plus 3 foot. We also know it's never 7,000 miles from us, so we can rule those out and go, we can work this down to a bandwidth. But exactly as you're saying, if it's down to geometry, we should be able to just do it on paper and then go, okay, everything beyond that is this turbulence and wibble. Without that, how do we do the black swan?
Eggshells, real quick. Let me just throw you a bone real quick, right? You have two conceptions, okay? Flat and globe, and you're looking out in the horizon over the ocean, okay? Now on the globe, if I was on a globe, I would be looking over a sphere, and then as you look further and further away, right, you're basically looking through less and less atmos because it's curving away from you, right? So you wouldn't expect to have the amount of compression effects that you would see versus if you were on a flat plane. The idea that we have all these optical phenomena like the marine layer and like the idea that we have a point of convergence makes way more fucking sense on even an infinite plane versus a globe, because you would have more compression between you and the target. Like your eye is basically trying to render so much more shit in between you and the horizon. Do you get what I mean? Like there's so much more to render. Like if you were in a video game kind of thing, like let's say you're on a tiny planet.
Your render distance is infinite, whereas on the globe, I get what you're saying.
But here's the whole thing that throws a monkey wrench and all that, though, is the horizon. You can say that, it's just the horizon is this rendering thing. But when it comes to obscuring the sun, the horizon obscures the light of the sun, right? You can have an observer that's at one elevation that can't see the sun, and an observer higher up that can see the sun, right? Because their horizon is further away, right?
And?
So something is blocking the light of the sun. And further which, we know the speed that the sun moves over the land, and we can't explain using trigonometry on the flat Earth, why is the sun even going and disappearing in the horizon? It should always be overhead, and especially at the rate that it does, right? How does the sun even approach the horizon?
Yeah, the issue with that is you haven't excluded how that doesn't work on the not globe. You're just saying on globe it works like this, it works like this, therefore globe. Affirm the consequent.
Yeah, you're basically not excluding the like you're not making a claim to the contrary being impossible. Like it's not impossible on a flat Earth. You're just claiming it is, but you haven't proven that.
With your 2 eyes you can prove it. It's impossible.
No. But here's the thing, right? You don't know what the sun is doing at those angles. Okay, that's why you have a 0.5 degree angle of like you guys can claim that the sun is actually over the horizon, like with the Novaya Zemlya effect, right? Where it's supposed to be 4 degrees or more below the horizon, right? It's supposed to be beneath the curvature, but you guys give wiggle room to refraction to bring it back up to say, oh, it's actually already set. It's set 5 minutes ago. Like that's crazy. That's
it's still yes, but that's still there's still an explanation for why the sun is setting, right? And to bring it back to Galley, we have a whole bunch of different lines of evidence that point to the fact that it is a sun that's being obscured by the surface of the Earth because of all the shared characteristics that the sun has. Everything from the fact that all observers see the same sunspots, right, rotated based on
to see a hard cutoff.
Hold on, let me just finish talking, okay? We have a whole bunch of things. The speed of the subsolar point over when the sun is over the equator versus the tropics. All those things all come together, all evidence that corresponds to the model of the heliocentric model, and that are just exclusively incompatible with flat Earth, right? You can say
First of all, your argument would be they're exclusive to the globe model. If that was your argument, it would be the heliocentric model. Second of all, the issue with it is you're saying the sun is obstructed by a thing, which is presuming there is a thing to obstruct it. So once again, you are affirming the consequence. You are saying if globe, thing works this way, therefore globe. You haven't. I know someone's like striving to chime through me, but you haven't excluded the thing that you're saying you've excluded. You have nothing that's excluding anything. So to say that this is exclusive globe evidence or exclusive globe proof is ridiculous, and frankly, no one needs it. It's useless.
Yeah, can I address one point that you made, though? I want to address the first point you made, okay? You said that it does appear that the sun is being obstructed by Earth's surface. Okay, let's take that premise and test it. If it is being obstructed by the Earth's surface, then you would expect the shadow of the sun being obstructed by Earth's surface to be a hard edge at a certain point, would you not?
Why? What do you mean by the shadow of the sun?
Maybe if there was no atmosphere to diffuse to act as to diffuse the light.
No.
But also, the sun's not a single point of light. The sun has a width of 0.6 degrees, which means the furthest right bit and the furthest left bit and the furthest top bit and the furthest bottom bit are going to be. No, but this is important. It's not going to be a hard line. You're going to get a 0.
Yeah, there's going to be a number per number by definition.
Okay, all right. Wait. Check it out. If that's the case, okay, and you're saying that the sun would actually diffuse and disperse rather than having a hard cutoff like a shadow, like you would expect. Now, let's say we grant you that. Guess what? That's not exclusive to the globe because that's our position, that it's being diffused, and that's why it's moving away from you. And it's being diffused by all the air between the sun and the observer. That's what's being cut off.
Is it being crisply cut off? Does it look like, I heard Bandsaw Bandit put it.
No, it doesn't.
I said, what does the sun look like to you? And he said, it looks like a 20-cent coin going into a piggy bank.
So who gives a fuck about what? I don't care about, dude, address the point.
Well, that's somebody describing something being cut off, right? You've got a round thing that doesn't change angular size, just slots straight to the ocean.
No, but the point
clearly
is
crisp definition, good old angular size to define it.
What you would expect on a flat Earth and what you would expect on a globe is the same. Therefore, it's not exclusive to the globe. Period. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I wouldn't expect that on a flat Earth. That would involve a sun that is, by most reports that I've heard, certainly Witsit said about half an hour ago, the sun getting further away to me means it would reduce in angular size and slow down in its angular speed. And that's not what I see. I see it remain fairly consistent in its angular speed, remain exactly the same angular size, and slot into the ocean like a coin in a piggy bank. So it is exclusive, right? It's not exclusive of the shape of the Earth, but it's exclusively saying the sun is saying about perfectly equidistant to you throughout a 24-hour period.
My man, not exclusive to the shape of the Earth. Thank you. Affirm the consequence.
That was the point.
No, pretty much is, because it won't set on the flat Earth.
Just because you can frame somebody else's argument as affirming the consequent doesn't mean it is, right? Contrapositive
you admitted that it's not exclusive to the shape of the Earth. That's what I said to Jake, and Jake said it's not true. And now Robert Silverman and NASA Shill and you are all getting triggered and have to interrupt me. Yep.
You're calling legitimate evidence a fallacy like you always do.
Wrong. Actually, Eggshells agreed with me when he said it's not exclusive to the shape of the Earth. You guys just
show me it on the flat Earth.
There's 4 people striving to interrupt me because you're so
that's what you want.
Shut the fuck up.
Guys, stop.
Because you drone on and on and on.
Shut up already.
No, I'm super concise. You guys are just mad because my point is so poignant. It's potent.
It's not poignant.
Why are you guys so scared?
It's potent.
It's ridiculous.
It's exclusive to the sun moving further away, right? I'm saying you don't need
Eggshells, you said it's not exclusive to the shape. That was my point. Jake said it's not the case. NASA Shill doesn't agree. Robert Silverman's triggered. That's why you're all striving to interrupt me.
Because you're misinterpreting what he says.
Body broad of debates again.
A valid argument can be presented as affirming the consequent. I can give you the black swan as affirming the consequent if you want, even though it's presented as a completely valid modus tollens, right? If you get to frame the other person's argument, you can. What do you mean?
See, evidence presented in favor of the hypothesis is not affirming the consequent. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
of course
not how it works.
It isn't. It's not how it works.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I mean, there's like 3 people who are making points. So let me make a reply. There were 4 people on defense. I applied the ball topically to the basket.
No, you just talk over everybody.
Yeah, you just talk over everybody and drone on and on and on.
Yeah, sorry, I talk over the 4 people striving to interrupt me.
Here we go again. I'm actually talking. No, this time I was talking.
All right. We're gonna mute
you were talking to personally attack me.
Hold on.
There were 4 people who were interrupting me while I was in the middle of talking before, and I wanted to finish my point. So yeah, I'm gonna finish my point. LeBron debates.
Before you finish it, real quick.
There you go.
You guys are very cordial, letting me finish my points. As soon as Galley wants to finish his point, you guys kept interrupting him. Can we not do that, please? Just go one at a time. I'm gonna unmute you, NASA Shill. Okay? Thank you.
Why do I get muted when he talks over me?
Exactly.
Just can we
Tell
let
me
him
that. Tell me that. Why? Oh, no, I was
Let's not derail the conversation there. So please.
No, it's okay. He stays on mute. He wants to be muted. That's fine.
But I want to
Let
make the
Galley
point.
finish his point, and then you guys can reply.
Unless you think, Galley, that I'm being wrong there, in what way did I form an affirming a consequent fallacy? Because that's what you claim. That's what I'm arguing
Actually,
against.
I didn't claim that you were affirming the consequent. You're just wrong.
You didn't just say
You claim that I was affirming the consequent because I said that this was evidence that supports the heliocentric model and that is not consistent with what you would expect on a flat Earth. Now, if you want to say that,
okay, so Jake, you agree that I didn't say that about what Eggshell said?
Galley, he's not done, bro.
If you want to say that, no, I propose this mechanism of how it explains what the sun behaves like, that we see it behave like on a flat Earth, you would have that explanation, and then you guys would have a way to predict the sunrise and sunset times for all locations on the Earth, like the heliocentric model does. But you guys don't have that. So I would let evidence that since the heliocentric model, it's not a too quick fallacy. What are you talking about?
As absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's appeal to ignorance, appeal to silence.
No,
Anyway, I was talking to Eggshells. I was replying to Eggshells, and you actually interrupted Eggshells, to which Gatebreaker said, Galley, he's not done. Do you guys see the ridiculousness that you perpetrate in here? I think you guys are my enemies.
Says, man, address what he fucking says.
No, he didn't.
Can we let
no, you're
okay, Left Lane. What did he say that I didn't address? Let's see if you were listening.
You were calling him. You said he had a permanent consequence fallacy, and he was presenting evidence that is exclusive to the globe because you can't counter it.
What did he say that I didn't address? Yeah, he said that, and then what was the evidence?
The size of the sun.
So now Left Lane says I didn't address the thing that the guy said. He doesn't even know what the guy said, but he's saying I didn't address it. Dude.
Okay.
These are your.
It was about the size of the sun.
Eggshells thinks I accused him of affirming the consequent when I didn't. By the way, I said Eggshells agrees with me that this is not exclusive to Earth's shape. So you guys are all over the place. You guys just think you agree on everything, but then you disagree and you're like pinned against each other, and you have so much tension.
Mere seconds ago, you were accusing somebody of affirming the consequent, and it was in your response to me. Was it not? You weren't saying. Who were you saying was affirming the consequent?
It was in my response to Jake, who said, if globe, sun works like this, therefore globe. And then you made a different argument, and you said it's not exclusive of Earth shape, and I agreed with you. You keeping up? LeBron debates, again, ball applied topically to the net.
What up?
Right, but you're calling a win there. I didn't hear Jake say that.
What do you mean, dude? You
I never framed it in the way that you're framing it.
He made Jake's argument for him again.
That's my point. You can frame an argument any way you want, and you can go from making a completely valid argument, right? You could make a valid argument where you say gyros measure rotation. If the Earth is stationary, gyros will not measure rotation. Gyros do measure rotation, therefore the Earth is not stationary. Perfectly acceptable modus tollens. But if you get to frame my argument, you could say, if Earth is rotating, then gyro will detect it. Gyro detects it, therefore Earth rotating, right? Where you've made these only slightly changes where you switch around the contrapositive. And now suddenly it's gone from being the perfect top-tier logical proof to completely unacceptable affirming the consequent. And it's up to who gets to say it. And that's my point to you, Galley, is if you frame somebody else's argument using words other than what they used, then you're not rebutting it. You aren't identifying and affirming the consequent. You're just demonstrating your ability to construct and affirming the consequent fallacy. Does that point make sense?
So can you state his argument that wasn't affirming the consequent? Go ahead.
He was claiming that the size of the sun is exclusive to the globe.
Nope, that's what you claimed after. I'm wrong.
Okay, what did he say?
You're the one who said it wasn't affirming the consequent, so please frame it as it was.
Yeah,
you see how they do this, by the way? They'll make a specific claim. This is not what I did. I didn't do the thing. And then you're like, okay, so what did they do? Oh, well, you're the one who said it. Like, it's such a cowardice tactic. You don't even know what he said. That was a claim you made after the fact that I agreed with. So you're ridiculous. LeBron of debates, all topically, net, me.
How often do you win debates you get to judge yourself and compete in? Do you win all of the ones you judge and compete in, or? It's a wonder we bother having judges and impartial people to judge them if you just get to tell us when you've won.
Has nothing to do with my point.
Of course it
does.
Because
you keep saying LeBron wins.
You're being obnoxious.
Slamming you in this debate, provided you ask me about whether I'm winning.
Yeah, Galley, you're being obnoxious.
Don't care. There's 4 people interrupting me. Sorry if I'm being obnoxious while 4 people strive to chime through me.
Galley brings out the demons in you guys. It's wild, dude. What do you guys?
Yeah, as soon as I started talking, Robert, Eggshells, NASA, Shield, Jake, Lane, 5 people actually just striving to chime through me. You guys are super triggered as soon as I start speaking because you know I'm potent.
You're successful.
Yes.
You tripped the topic. You tripped the conversation.
You cut your pearls.
You guys had an error.
Every time you and I have gone at it, you don't let me get 7 words in without interrupting me. And here you're clutching your pearls and other people interrupting you.
That's not true. Anyway, Jake made an argument. I said it's affirmative consequent. I said that's not exclusive to bring Earth shape. Eggshells agreed with me. And then all of a sudden, Eggshells tried to change his argument to say it wasn't affirmative consequent. That's why I'm the LeBron debates, and that's why I apply the ball topically to the net.
If somebody says something is exclusive of something else, are they automatically making an affirming the consequent fallacy?
No.
They haven't proven it.
If I say being pregnant is exclusive and excludes men,
I already said no. You don't need to ask that question.
Fallacy?
It's silly.
Okay. So what did he say? Do you remember his words exactly? Oh,
If globe sun works this way, sun works this way. I don't know how that would work on a flat Earth. Therefore, not flat Earth.
That's not affirming the consequent. That's a contrapositive.
Yes, it is. That's affirming the consequence. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P, affirming the consequent. You don't know what it is.
You think you know what it
means?
means?
No, you put a contrapositive in there this time, right? You said therefore not, which is not affirming the consequent, right? It might be denying the antecedent, but it's not affirming the consequent because you are not affirming
the
something.
consequent. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P. Was affirming the consequent.
Yes, and you said therefore not flat Earth.
What happened?
Which is a contrapositive.
Because your boy got smoked.
No.
But listen to what you just said. You said therefore not flat Earth. That is not therefore P. That is therefore not P. Hence it is a contrapositive. Therefore it could still be fallacious, but it must be denying the antecedent.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I meant therefore
globe. Consequent because it's not affirming something. It's denying it.
Yeah, sorry, I meant therefore globe. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay.
All right, let's,
you're completely wrong.
Is somebody going to give me a 3-pointer? Did I win?
Yeah,
you just caught someone on misspeaking, as if you don't ever misspeak. You misspeak all the time through your mumbling.
You misspeak every time you speak, Kelly.
That's fine.
Thanks, Robert Silverman, for your brilliant contributions. You're always adding so much to every conversation. You and
let's get to an argument here, guys. Come on.
Argument is that the only reason there's a horizon at all is because the Earth is a globe. There's no horizon on a flat surface.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Eggshells already knows what I'm going to say.
Number one.
I don't agree with that, Jake.
Well,
because
that was Robert. Get your glober right.
But I think it would be like depends what you mean by horizon. Is there a crisp line at which things on the surface can dip behind? No, but if the entirety of the bottom of my,
would it be all
I think it would be like
all ground
depends
or all
what you mean by horizon. Is there?
You speak, Kelly.
That's fine.
Thanks, Robert Silverman, for your brilliant contributions. You're always adding so much to every conversation. You and
let's get to an argument here, guys. Come on.
Argument is that the only reason there's a horizon at all is because the Earth is a globe. There's no horizon on a flat surface.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Eggshells already knows what I'm going to say.
Number one.
I don't agree with that, Jake.
Well,
because
you're wrong, Eggshells.
That was Robert. Get your glober right.
But I think
would it be all
it would be like
all ground
depends
or all
what you mean by horizon. Is there a crisp line at which things on the surface can dip behind? No. But if the entirety of the bottom of my, like if I lived on an infinite plane, I would still have a sky, right? To have no horizon, the plane that is beneath me would have to wrap around me in a sphere. Otherwise, there would be some conjunction point between the infinite ground and the infinite sky.
Yeah, I'm curious, Robert. Would it be all sky or all ground in your opinion?
Wait, Robert versus
if
Eggshells.
the horizon didn't exist.
That is a good question. I like that one, Napalm.
I want to see
all
Robert
ground
and
or all
Eggshells
sky?
go at it.
No, I'm not going to go out with Eggshells. I'm just going to clarify that if on flat Earth there would be no crisp horizon, it would be a blurry point where that came together. It's not a horizon at all.
That's the horizon, dog.
So let me make this
Go ahead, Eggshells, show us that you can steal man. Let's show us some chops.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying, right? They're saying that the horizon is a vanishing point and is a point at which the angular resolution things become unresolvable. The question is like that we've been on, which is why does the bottom of the ship become unresolvable before the top, given they're both, down to the infinitesimal, the same distance from our eyeball. But I still think there'd be a horizon. There would have to be, right? It couldn't. It couldn't have. I think you're just saying that, like, the clarification I think is more valid, which is there wouldn't be a clear horizon.
Exactly. Number two.
A crisp one.
Number two. Exactly. Number two. If the Earth was flat, and these guys want to talk about the sunset, okay, the sun would move away from you because you can't see the sun anymore. It would get smaller and smaller and smaller, just like a plane flying away from you or a car driving away from you. It would get smaller and smaller and smaller. That doesn't happen in real life. Okay, you can't say, "Oh, well, it's magic." No, explain it.
Yeah, if it's a physical object, certainly, and I think that the argument against it being a physical object is, to me, utterly loopy. You could also evoke lensing effects, like there are other ways to do it, but yeah, to me, it's very strong evidence that the sun isn't getting closer or further if it's not changing in angular size.
That's the magic aspect they invoke, lensing effect.
But a focal point that's perfect for all observers on the Earth at all times.
Yeah, this very specific magical rendering of anything above the horizon. That's what I find very interesting about flat Earth is it's very interested in the ground beneath our feet and right up to the horizon. Really increasingly fascinated the closer it gets to the horizon. But the moment it pops above the horizon, we suddenly can't know anything about it. Right? We must exercise deep skepticism towards any moons or suns or tops of ships we can see.
I'm gonna get out of here. I think LeBron's got this. He's already up 30 points. But Eggshells, I appreciate you actually conceding to certain points. But I look forward to your exclusive proof.
Yeah, I think one of the strongest exclusive to me is the one I gave before. If the Earth is stationary, so if gyros measure angular rotation or just rotation of a body, and the Earth is stationary, then gyros should detect no rotation. And further to that, I would add they should detect no consistent, like no rotation at all, but certainly that rotation shouldn't be consistent in terms of axis, direction, and speed.
How do you know you're measuring rotation?
Oh my God!
What do you mean? Because that's in if P, right? If gyros work and the Earth is stationary, right? So do gyros work is the question, right? If that's the bit you're bothered by, then do gyros work? What do they do?
You're basically saying the precession of a gyro equals Earth rotation.
No, that's putting it as affirming the consequent. But I'm specifically putting it as a modus tollens, as a contrapositive, right? I'm saying I can exclude stationary, not that therefore it's rotating at 15 degrees per hour eastward. I'm very deliberately doing that.
Right. How did you exclude stationary with a gyro?
You're putting the effect before the cause. It's still affirming the consequence.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's affirming the consequent because it could be. Here's the problem with affirming the consequent. You know, like the pavement's wet, therefore it rained. But it could be a hose that made it wet. Well, here's the thing. It could be, let's say, ether or a drift in the environment electromagnetically, the sky, etc., that is causing that. And that's why it's affirming the consequent, because if it could be something else, then it means that it's fallacious because your conclusion that you think might think is strong, it could be hold on, let me finish. Could be leading, let me finish, please. Could be leading you to a wrong conclusion, and that's why it's fallacious.
That's true, but that's why I'm really explicitly saying I'm not making, because affirming the consequent requires that I affirm something exactly, right? If there's water on the pavement, then it rained. There is water on the pavement, therefore it rained. False, right? Same as if I say if gyros work and Earth is rotating, then they should detect rotation. They do detect rotation, therefore the Earth is turning. The whole proof I'm putting forward could be put as affirming the consequent, but part of the point I'm making is, and most proofs. Because affirming the consequent is just providing evidence for one's hypothesis, right? So you just need to switch it to a contrapositive and say the null hypothesis is that it's stationary, and this P, the gyro, will disprove that. So it doesn't tell you are rotating, doesn't tell you are on a ball, just shows that the stationariness is most probably wrong. And indeed, you could invoke then other effects and say, right, we've got this mysterious ether or something, and then that needs evidence.
It would be more like saying, if it has been raining, the sidewalk would be wet. The sidewalk isn't wet, so therefore it hasn't been raining.
Bingo.
I got
Very
you.
nice.
I'll actually, I will say, Eggshells, I think this argument is one of the stronger ones actually for the globe. Even though it really doesn't show the Earth is in motion, I only say it's stronger because I think that what is actually causing the gyroscope to precess when it's stationary is actually the ether and is the way this realm works, which is a much deeper, maybe even more kind of occulted truth of our world today. So it's a much deeper thing, and it has to do with the sky as well. And then we know what they're telling us about the sky. I mean, they're saying it's because you're on a globe that's rotating, first of all, and then what they say about the sky. But if the sidereal rotation that the gyroscope picks up is linked to the sky, then what I'm saying is that like the mystery of what the sky really is and what they may be trying to hide from us is kind of wrapped in all of it. It's all wrapped in that. So somebody's like,
it's Robert.
Yeah, I know. Please don't do that, bro. Just wait till I'm finished. You can have your mic time. But now it threw me off. What was I saying? So what I'm saying is that The fact that the gyroscope precesses when it's stationary, I hear what you're saying, and the reason I hear what you're saying, and I'm not like conceding to the whole argument. I'm just saying I think it's one of the somewhat stronger ones if someone wants to think it's a globe. I don't think it does show it's a globe rotating. But the reason being is that if you take that gyroscope and you move it all around, it will register motion. If you let it sit still, it also registers the same thing as when you move it around. So there's that correlation. The thing is that what I think is actually happening is that when it's at rest, there is the medium is actually what's causing that, the sidereal rotation, which is not the rotation of the Earth, but there's like an overlap because the gyroscope works when you put it in an airplane, you know, pitch and yaw, and you can pick all that up in quote unquote free space, as it were. The fact that when it's at rest, it does pick up the sidereal could lead one to think, wow, that does show that we're actually on a big ball, it's rotating. Now, the result is the same. It's picking up, you know, the Sagnac effect, essentially. But it is technically a presumption to say that the cause is that you're on a huge ball, because there still could be another cause as to what's causing that precession when it's at rest. Even though, like I said, even though when you move it around in free space, it will pick up that motion. So I'm kind of like saying that in terms of all the globe arguments, I do think it's one of the stronger ones. I don't think it really proves it. Doesn't really, it's not exclusive to it. But anyway, so I'm trying just to be in good faith to say that I not like it's a concession, but I'm saying as arguments go, I understand why one would think that. And you're saying that when it's at rest, it should not register the Sagnac effect if it was stationary, therefore Earth not stationary. So I get your argument. I don't think it's strong. I think depending on how you word it, it could be fallacious as well. But it's also not incorporating, you know, it doesn't exclusively isolate it because you're not actually showing the cause. You're just correlating something with an effect. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, though, he said gyro. He didn't necessarily say ring laser gyro, so it could be just a physical gyro, not something that depends on the Sagnac effect.
I prefer physical gyro for the test.
It's the same effect, though. I would say it's the same effect. One of them's just with metal. One of them's with light.
No.
Yeah. Sure. And I think there's another deeper and more important point there, which is there are a couple of exceptions.
I think you cut out, or I cut out.
He did. You cut out.
What would
you got a phone call probably?
Yeah, he cut out.
Say
probably Sage.
Is strong evidence for it, which is what I try to say, right? I think it's the strongest evidence for it. Then using an argument from popularity, using an argument from authority, using an argument that is affirming the consequent is still valid, right? Because it's no longer a formal logical thing that is providing a proof. It is now a heuristic to find what's probable.
You don't have to explain it that detailed. We get it. It's your best evidence. Like, you feel comfortable. You're like, wow, this is actually pointing me towards a globe. But that's fine. That's great. If that's your best evidence, if you want to believe that, then that's on you.
Right, that's not proving anything though, right? So that's not deductive reasoning, that's inductive reasoning. And also, if you do what you call the contrapositive, it's if globe, this thing happens, this thing doesn't happen, therefore not globe. That actually doesn't change the invalidity of the first statement, it just changes the entire claim. So it doesn't do anything, it doesn't save the statement. The statement, if globe, this thing happens, therefore globe, it still is affirming the consequent. You can try to change the words, but you're actually changing the entire claim.
Sure, yeah, but that's my point is, almost anything you can say if X then globe, you can switch to say if X then not flat Earth, and you are changing it, yes, because you're focusing on the untruth of the proposition rather than the truth of it. But that's my point about both. If somebody says this is good evidence for it, then most logical fallacies don't apply. They only apply.
In reality,
I think you're breaking up.
Evidence because there is some people who are geocentric, and they could use the gyro to explain its rotation by the rotation of the cosmos around the Earth, and you can use the same system.
Have no mechanism to explain how the cosmos around the Earth would influence a physical gyro.
So, if you put a gyro in front of Einstein, what would Einstein say? Would he troll relativity from the window? So if you put a gyro in front of Einstein, what would Einstein say? Would he troll relativity from the window?
What's Einstein got to do with
it?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for the claim of the a gyroscope being, if it was to be exclusive to Earth rotation, if you're trying to use the independent and dependent variables, I know people say this and then often people kind of laugh at it or try to fluff it off, but actually it is a thing that you would actually have to alter the Earth rotation to then see a change in the gyroscope. Now, I'm not saying someone has to do that, and I'm not trying to say, oh, slam dunk, you can't do it because you can't change the Earth rotation. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that technically, if you're going to use it as a dependent independent variable to isolate an unactual cause of something, you would have to be able to actually manipulate the independent variable to actually show that it's the cause. Because if you don't do that, then the cause could be something else, and then you going with a faulty cause could be either based on a bias or some presupposition, and that's fine if you want to do that for one's own kind of viewpoint on things or belief system. But in terms of actually validating it as true, that's a whole nother question when it comes into that.
Yeah, you could put it on a turntable though, and you could manipulate its motion and confirm that that's what it does. It does what it says it does.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That you can move the, like I was saying, you can put a gyroscope in an airplane and it'll very accurately pick up the pitch and yaw. And actually, when it's on the ground, they have to calibrate it because of the Sagnac effect. So before they take off, when they're perfectly stationary, they have to basically, it's almost like tearing a scale in a way. They have to tear the scale so that then when they go up, all the pitch and yaw and everything will be in relation to that Sagnac effect in the environment.
Yeah. Real quick, so what Gio pointed out is why. What Gio pointed out is why it's affirmative consequence, because you guys are depending on the effect, right? And you're making a claim on the effect, right? Now
you're trying to turn it into a permanent consequence.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
If you cannot manipulate the independent variable, right? You cannot verify the cause. You don't have a valid argument.
That might be the case if you're talking about science, but that's separate from logical proofs, right? And the point that
even philosophically.
But the point Leflane and I are making is,
hold on.
If you get a glober who says we know the Earth's rotating because gyros detect the rotation, then great, you've won. You've found somebody who's using affirming the consequent, and you can lambast them for it. Go for it.
I'll use
that. But if you get somebody
who
who says this is good evidence that the Earth is rotating, or this is strong evidence that the Earth isn't stationary, then turn that into you add the word proof and present back to them how you could give the same evidence as affirming the consequent. It's just not valid argumentation, right? It's just saying, hey, I can turn that into something silly. It's like, well, great, I can turn something you say into something silly. It doesn't mean that what you said was silly. It just means I can present it back to you in a silly way.
Well, Eggshells, we can agree that you're a tier above
about?
a lot of the people that debate for the globe. But here's the thing. A lot of people do say this is exclusive proof of the globe and excludes the flat earth. So you would agree that those things are affirming the consequent when they say this is exclusive proof of the globe. They don't say this is the best possible explanation that we have based on the evidence that we have, right? There's a different claim there, 100%. And like you're a tier above those people. So like I don't know why you would defend those people when they make those claims.
But they didn't. That's the point, right? I go to town on them with you, right? I just said to Jake on the plane. Now, of course, we'd have a horizon if we're on a flat plane, right? But the challenge I'm laying is that when you said it was affirming the consequent, nobody presented affirming the consequent fallacy.
You're talking too much, bro. We're getting lost in obscurities. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. What's that?
Yeah, affirming the consequent.
Yeah, he did lay in a Jake on that. True, that is true.
Now, if P, right, not Q,
no, if
not
P then
Q, therefore not P. What's that?
Yeah, that's a modus tollens. It's a contrapositive proof. That's my point. You can say them in a variety of ways.
Yeah, one's a negative, one's a positive.
Yeah, right? One's disproving something while one's proving something.
If you don't have the effect, right, then you don't have the premise.
Yeah.
You're saying there is an effect, right? Therefore, the Earth isn't stationary. That's
I respect Eggshells for like agreeing with that, because like he's gonna get lambasted by a bunch of people who say, no, how dare you say we didn't exclude the flat earth, and how dare you say this isn't exclusive to a globe, because like he's one of the only people who argue for the globe who don't say that like dogmatic nonsense. Whereas, like, you're supposed to say, as a scientist, this is the best conclusion we have based on the evidence that we have. And you're not supposed to say, the other conclusion makes no sense. Even if you don't know what it is, it doesn't matter. You don't know the other conclusion. You're just assuming that your conclusion is the right one, and that would be fallacious. That's why Eggshells is going to get, attacked by his fellow Globers for just being honest.
You can use abductive reasoning, right, and say that this is in your mind, right, using your rationality, this is the most probable conclusion. But to assert that this is the
what's the difference between inductive and abductive? I've heard of abductive the other week. I think you explained it to me, and I promptly forgot it.
Inductive requires experimentation. Abductive.
Well, no, inductive is just sort of is what I do like, which is guesswork, right? Where you go, which would be affirming a consequent. If it were my car, I park my car there. So if I go back and I see a car parked there, it's my car, right?
Well, hold on, let me explain it.
Bad
Bro,
reasoning.
You asked me a question,
I
got to answer, bro. You just talk over me, bro.
But I'm saying,
can I talk, dude, or is this going to be like, are we going to wrestle for the mic consistently?
Sorry.
Yeah, so inductive requires experimentation, dude. And none of these things are experiments. Not the Foucault's pendulum's not an experiment. Laser gyro's not an experiment. Cavendish is not an experiment. Right, so if you don't have an experiment, if you cannot,
require experiment.
Okay, but dude, let me finish, bro. If you cannot manipulate the independent variable, you don't have an experiment. All you have is an observation. All you have is a hypothesis. You actually haven't walked out the whole experiment to a conclusion. And if you haven't done that, you only have you can only have abductive reasoning, which is to the best probability.
Inductive doesn't require that you do an experiment. I think you've got it slightly backwards, where science and the doing of experiments is an inductive pursuit, right? You do use inductive reasoning when you do experiments, but that doesn't mean in order to do inductive reasoning, one must do experiments.
Well,
no,
it's a good idea. I'm not saying don't do them.
And literally, almost everything you've learned in your life, you haven't done an experiment for. You just inductively picked it up.
Yeah, like I haven't done an experiment whether everybody's got a parent, but I can use inductive reasoning to go, it's very probable everybody's got a parent, right?
All right, well, let me get in for a second. Inductive is when you take very specific observations and then you make broader generalizations based on those, which obviously
I'm not saying don't do them.
And literally, almost everything you've learned in your life, you haven't done an experiment for. You just inductively picked it up.
Yeah, like I haven't done an experiment whether everybody's got a parent, but I can use inductive reasoning to go, it's very probable everybody's got a parent, right?
All right, well, let me get in for a second. Inductive is when you take very specific observations and then you make broader generalizations based on those, which obviously science does a lot. They make a lot of small observations to try to make larger theories, larger generalizations. So it's going from it's like bottom up logical process. So yeah, I mean that could maybe be applied to specific observation of gyroscope in a small environment to say, hey, my gyroscope is processing on my table in front of me, therefore the whole Earth is actually moving. That would be in a way in a sense you're making this huge broad generalization based on this tiny little gyroscope that you're looking at in a room somewhere. So the whole Earth is actually moving. That would be in a way in a sense you're making this huge broad generalization based on this tiny little gyroscope that you're looking at in a room somewhere. And then abductive is the best possible explanation for kind of thing. So yeah, anyone could make that all day. Oh, I think it's the best possible explanation. But the thing is, have you actually isolated what is causing that? Now, you could flip it the other way and say, okay, if someone's saying it's ether or ether drift, can you manipulate the ether to show that that's the cause? Now, I would say I cannot do that today. I don't know if anyone in here can, but I do think it's possible to do that. And we're getting into Tesla and free energy. So it is possible. So in the future, we may be able to. I don't think you're ever going to change even if you were on a ball, you wouldn't be able to change the speed of it, probably, unless you, I don't know, try to change the rate of speed of don't they say that human activity can change the rate of the spin of the globe, or when there's weather effects? Anyway, but maybe some way through that. But I'm saying you there's probably no way, even if you were on a big globe, that you would be able to alter the rate of it to check that. But it is possible that we could alter the ether. However, for the moment, unless somebody has proof of that, therefore it would not be a valid argument to say, oh, the gyroscope is absolutely caused by ether drift, at least not just through that reasoning. There might be other ways that you could get to that. But I'm saying you could use just going off the same thing, unless you could manipulate the ether and change the rate of it to show that indeed it's the cause. But the sky is moving at that rate. We can measure other components that measure it. So anyways, there's more to it. But I'm just saying, if you were to just go off that, it would also be affirming the consequent, unless you can manipulate the independent variable.
Yeah, I think I agree.
When I talk
Like,
about inductive reasoning, it's within the scientific framework, right? Like we can bounce between
I'm not claiming
philosophy and
science in
science,
that.
right? But within science, it's a lot more rigid. The inductive process, it requires manipulation of the independent variable. Yes, you can say any like experience in nature, when you experience natural phenomena, and you just want to you want to use reasoning, inductive reasoning. That's different, right? But within the scientific framework, you need to be able to manipulate the cause. That's why I don't think you're doing inductive experimentation when you're just observing a gyro process.
You need to be able to alter the cause, but I think that makes the mistake of going, we therefore need to be able to switch it 100% off. And I think that would be good if we could do that, absolutely. But I think you can also do it in a variety of other ways, right? So if you were stuck on the idea of it being the ether, then and the movement of the stars, you could shoot something up into the sky and have it rotate, right, and spin the stars around at a different speed, and then see what you get there. Is it going to lock perfectly onto the stars, or is it going to say it's rotating plus that lock?
Well, I don't know if you could do that.
Put it on the moon and go, oh, actually, this one says that the ether is moving at 28 days, once every 28 days, where on Earth it's once every 24 hours.
Okay, I don't know about being able to change the stars or anything, or the sky necessarily, but one thing is the Elias effect, which could be studied more fully, which we will have to do, really. It all needs to be replicated with the different types. There's like the torsion gyros, torsion rod gyros, there's the paraconical gyros. There's a lot of different types, and so to be able to test all of them. But if you actually get a change in precession during an eclipse, that is one way through the Elias effect that could indicate
and I
that
think
there
that
is
a strong point. Yeah, I think that is a strong point to go, well, if it's not related to the heavens, why do we have this one no, it's not just one result. I think they've replicated a couple of times, haven't they?
Eggshells.
Some have succeeded, some have failed.
Eggshells, you ready? You ready for this?
Yep.
Okay. The sunset is 1,000,000% exclusive to the globe. Okay? I don't care what you want to call my argument, affirming the consequent, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's it. Okay?
Well, it hasn't presented reasoning for it yet, so
That wasn't even an argument. That was a claim, dude.
Yeah, it was just stating
just a baseless claim.
Yeah, you've got to show why. What about the sunset is exclusive to
I
the globe.
explained it earlier. Okay.
Oh, what was that?
And because of what I explained earlier, how the sun setting, okay, on the globe, and on a flat, if it was the Earth was flat and the sun is moving further away from you, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappeared.
See how much you've had to add in? So what you're doing now is testing flat Earth, but flat Earth could be wrong about that, right? So the Earth both could be flat and the sun is still equidistant from us. So it's not about the flatness of the Earth, but what you want to say is the setting of the sun is exclusive to a sun remaining equidistant from us, right? Or a better way to put it as a contrapositive is the setting of the sun, or the fact that the sun remains the same angular size throughout the day is another way to say it, is P, and Q is it should change angular size. It doesn't change angular size, therefore it's not changing distance.
You don't have to go down that rabbit hole, okay? This is the games they play, okay? For all these little crazy stuff. You don't need to go down that rabbit hole. This is common sense.
You're just a sped, dude.
This is common sense. Why can't I ever make a point? This is common sense stuff. It's not NASA conspiracies. It's not government. It's nothing. This is common sense stuff that every person can see with their own two eyes, and it does not work if the Earth is flat, okay? It doesn't.
But I'm saying it does work if the Earth's flat. But
no,
flat Earthers in general, their conception of what the sun's doing is wrong.
Dog. The thing is, dude, everything that
he's a hostile witness. You have to take him serious.
Yo,
let Eggshells.
Like I got footage.
He's taking care
I
of
got
that.
footage.
Eggshells.
Come on, man.
Okay, it doesn't.
But I'm saying it does work if the Earth's flat. But
no,
flat Earthers in general, their conception of what the sun's doing is wrong.
Dog. The thing is, dude, everything that
he's a hostile witness. You have to take him serious.
Yo,
let Eggshells.
Like I got footage.
He's taking care of
I got
that.
footage.
Eggshells.
Come on, man.
Go for it.
Yo, I got footage from 11,000 feet in Afghanistan showing the sun changing in angular size.
Oh, awesome.
Sure.
Give us. Show us.
Let's see it.
Clearly defined in all points of it. Because
The
this is
reason
the distinction I'm going to give you
Solar filter?
before you present it, is the distinction is I must see the clear outline of the sun, such that if I got the paint tool out, I could go, yes, that is on the edge. I could zoom right in on a very clear edge. If what you're going to show me is blown out, so I have to pick a point in a gradient of light and say that looks huge, but then when he zoomed in and the camera compensated, it became much smaller and then clearly defined. What I will suggest to you is in the first one, the lens, in order to get the light from somebody dimly lit in the foreground, decided on a very quick shot, but very sensitive to light. Then when the only thing that I'm looking at is the sun, I can be very insensitive to light, cut back, get weaker and weaker photoreceptors until I go, oh, there's this where the sun is and where it isn't, because all I'm focusing on is the sun. So I only need to balance the color against the sun. So if you can show me in Afghanistan a clear sun changing in angular size, absolutely you win.
Well, the thing is, like, even your own model guys are actually,
Eggshells, you haven't said solar filter yet? Did all that happen?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, solar filter. Yeah, is another way to say it. Use a solar filter in both cases and you win. But you can do this with your hand and a coin. Just find the right coin for the length of your arm, hold it up, and test the sun. Or the moon is better because you won't blow your eyes out. Right? And they're the same size anyway.
Thing is, dude,
hold it up at the start of the moon's path, in the middle, at the end. Keep doing it month on month on month, and it won't change. So it's most probably not getting closer and further from us. Or it's being lensed to pretend that it's staying equidistant.
All right, let's let Lion respond. And
all right,
let's not
shit.
Yeah, let's not interrupt anyone. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Lion.
sorry, I went on a bit.
No, you're good. Well, you maybe take one. Just take one.
I added 3 more points.
The sun, right? No matter how many times they want to assert that it doesn't change in angular size, it most definitely changes angular size in their own model, right? Now, you guys will say it's you'll say it's nominal, it's negligible, right?
Sure.
But the fact of the matter is that it absolutely
not to interrupt. Come on, I just asked not to interrupt. Fine.
Thank you, Gio. This is unbearable. So the fact of the matter is that it absolutely, most definitely does change in angular size. They have observed it without and with solar filters, right? You have a change in angular size. What's interesting is, right, that it varies throughout the year, right, because of the distance of the sun to the earth, right? Sometimes more, sometimes less. Now, it would only be, right, official, right, if you knew the size of the sun and its distance. You don't know that. You don't know the size or its distance, right? Because the farther something is, right, the less it's going to appear to change in angular size. I don't claim to know the distance of the sun.
I do.
Or the size of it.
Do you know that distance is probably not changing? Whatever that distance is, whatever the sun could be closer, it could be 3,000 miles overhead. But if it is, and it's a physical object, and my reasoning that it's a physical object is this: it emits heat. Nothing can't emit heat. Something has to be hot to emit heat. So it is a physical object. That is my affirming consequence.
But you're linking. That's not quite what he was linking to. I think he was more.
But if it's physical, then it's
distance
whatever
away.
Distance. We can say we don't know the distance. I can agree to that. I can just say whatever distance that is, call it D. D is the same throughout a 24-hour period for all intents and purposes. It will change by infinitesimally small amounts over a single day, and it will change by like less than 1% over a 6-month period.
I know the distance and the size.
Right. So would you agree that that is giving good indication that it's not changing? Whatever distance that is, 3,000, 30,000, 300 million miles, that distance is most probably not changing given what we observe about it not changing angular size, this physical object that is hot.
And the sun never changes horizontal angular size. I don't care what anyone says here.
It absolutely does.
It does.
Arc length. Arc length.
I want to see the proof.
It's a very, very, very small amount, and actually the globe model predicts it. So this is not some counter against the globe.
It doesn't predict it. They have to say that the sun
does.
How many Earths can you fit in the sun?
Okay, Lion, this is not
how many
debate.
Earths
the
can you
globe
fit
model
in the
predicts
sun?
it.
How many Earths can you fit in the sun?
Look, ladies and gentlemen, all he's got for us are weaponized questions.
1 million Earths. You have to have a sun that big.
You're not an
to
authority
make
on the
model,
globe.
Yeah, to
Okay, I'm
make the
sorry to
model
break it
make
to you.
sense.
Do you
So
think whatever size it is,
It
all the
doesn't
what you're
matter
saying,
how many
bro,
Earths
can I
can
talk?
fit in the sun.
Yo, can I? I know I get a little high-headed, but can I talk, dude, without being interrupted, please, dude?
Yeah.
But did
So
you post it?
hold on, dude, hold on,
You
bro.
post the video. The
If
sun
the oh
changed.
my
You
gosh,
guys, just everybody mute their
guys.
mic. He wants to go. Obviously, give him the floor. Just stop, you guys. Go
yo,
ahead.
if the sun is a lot closer, then they theorize, and it's a lot smaller, then they theorize you can still have the same exact amount of angular change.
This is your claim. You're making a claim.
Is it getting closer and further from any individual observer, such that sometimes it needs to be like twice the distance from the observer? From sunrise to sunset, it must be getting closer and further away from the observer, yes or no?
Yes.
Because it's closer, right? So it has to, the proportional distance change gets bigger, because you've got a distance from like, as that distance
the inverse
gets shorter,
square
the
law, bro.
proportion
I
will be
get
bigger.
it.
Yeah.
The inverse square law. Yeah.
So
Yeah, but
would you say that
if you
not
look at
changing
the
an angular
output,
size is good evidence that's false?
What? That the Earth
What
is
about
not
this?
what?
The argument that the sun is changing in distance from us would be made stronger if it was changing in angular size. If it went like overhead and started off tiny right near the horizon and went whizzing overhead and did a horseshoe for everybody, but never appeared to slot into the ocean, that would be a stronger argument for the Earth, for the
That's a
sun being
distortion
close
of no.
and
But
small.
this is the fundamental misunderstanding. Because if you look at the space station as an example, as an analogy, how much is a space station change in angular size? Can you even notice it? No, you can't.
Yeah, it's well, it's
And
very
it's a lot
noticeable when
closer.
you're
It's a lot
with a
smaller.
tracking
It's a lot
telescope.
smaller
It's
than
very noticeable the change in angular size. When it's
No,
just
it's
a
not.
point source of light that you see in the sky, it's not, because it's a point source, which means it's below your resolving power to resolve its angular size.
Well, that's my point, right? That you cannot tell, right, if the space station shrinking or
But
not,
that's
even
fine.
if
It's
it
very
goes from one
difficult to
horizon to
resolve.
the other. But
The
according to
direct
the
question I
inverse square
asked
law,
you,
according to the inverse square law, it should. Holy fucking shit, dude! Can I talk, bro? Can I talk without being interrupted at least once? Please, dude.
please answer the question as well.
Right. So I'm using the space station as an example. Right. The sun, if it was a lot closer and a lot smaller, you couldn't notice its angular size differential. You wouldn't be able to notice it with the naked eye. Now, even if you were to use precision optics, it still would be a nominal amount. It would be a negligible amount. And it's exactly what we see in reality. It changes in angular size, absolutely, most definitely does, but it's a negligible amount. That's what I would expect.
Would you agree on, well, hang on. The question I asked you is, do you think the argument you're making is the sun is close/local and smaller? Would you agree that as a physical object, nobody's rebutted that point, so I'm going to start accepting it. It is a physical object. And the question I'm asking is, do you think your argument would be stronger if it changed massively in angular size? Because it should resolve from nothing, right? It should, if I could look low enough, if I could get up a high mountain and look at the ocean and all light didn't bend, contextually, I should be able to zoom all the way in, and if I had enough ability to resolve it, I could see the sun over the other side. For some reason that doesn't happen, that's fine. But would you agree that your argument would be stronger if for people, when they woke up, the sun zoomed in from a pinprick on the horizon and then zoomed in overhead, getting to full size at midday and then shrinking again towards sunset? Would you agree that would make your argument stronger, and it doesn't happen?
Yes, if you were in a vacuum. We're not in a vacuum. We know that there's all types of atmospheric phenomena that cause the sun to either grow in angular size or shrink in angular size. Just like the moon, right? The moon, when it's at your zenith, or the sun when it's at your zenith, it might not look as big than when it's at the horizon at sunset. Even right now at dusk, dusk or dawn, you can see humongous sun. Now, some say that's a psychological effect, or rather than a physiological effect. Regardless, the sun and the moon look larger when they're closer to the horizon.
Here's the other problem, though. You mentioned inverse square law, but if you look at the solar output with a proper 2-axis mount that keeps the panel perpendicular to the rays of the sun, you have many hours of consistent solar flux. the power doesn't drop off till it gets low enough in the horizon that you get a lot more atmospheric scattering, or you get the atmosphere that will block some of the flux. But you get like a long period of time with the 2-axis mount where the output is perfectly flat. That is inconsistent with a flat Earth, right? Because if the sun is constantly on the move, and 3 hours from now it's way further away, and the inverse square law is in play, then you should have seen a drop in the flux, but we don't see that.
It should get much dimmer.
Did you post your observation in Afghanistan yet?
I will post it.
The
I'm
Afghan
driving
video.
right now, dude. I've posted it 100 times in here, dude.
Could you tell me what to search? I've got YouTube open. Was it done by a flat earther? Do you know which channel? Maybe
I don't know.
Afghanistan.
I got it from Rob Skiba.
Size.
I got it from Rob Skiba.
I'd like to see the sun changing in angular size.
The thing is, you can look at this. You can observe the sun right at sea level, and it will look huge, and it won't seem to shrink. It will seem to keep its angular size, right? But then you can observe the sun at 11,000 feet, where the atmosphere isn't as thick, right? And the temperatures are more consistent. Then you can actually observe the sun shrink in angular size considerably.
Yeah, I'm very doubtful of that. I'm very doubtful of that.
What's the point of all these facts and details that you're revealing?
We want to see that. We'd want to see that measured, not just observed. It's already good to observe it, to measure it.
It's already been measured with a solar filter. The sun most definitely shrinks in angular size. You can even count pixels. The point is that you guys always say, "Oh, well, it's nominal."
I'm gonna post it right now. I'm gonna post what you're asking for right now, showing that you're wrong.
Thank you.
It doesn't change in size enough for it to be local and small. It's simple as that.
Yeah, it should fade in from 100% to 0%. That's what pure geometry, inverse square law, all the laws of perspective and physics tell us. It should shrink to a point. And we are having to explain why it pops up out of the ocean and goes slots back in, as Bandsaw said, like a coin into a piggy bank.
Are you posting the video? It's basically a shot every hour of the sun.
That's only
from noon till sunset or something like that.
Right.
I've seen that one, and it's the same size all day.
It has to be because we know by now, right? You can test this with a coin in your hand.
And everybody, look in chat. I just posted it right now. They counted the pixels from sunrise to sunset. It does not change. It does not change in horizontal size.
Yeah, it shrinks from top to bottom.
Yep.
But it's also an amount that I wouldn't really perceive.
Horizontal never changes.
What you see as a person is when it's very low in the sky, you can compare it. I did it just the other day because the sun was really low and I saw straight down Parramatta Road and it was framed the road perfectly. And because I could see so far off on the road and I could see streetlights, something to compare it to, something that wasn't the moon, I went, wow, that's massive, right? And then when it goes up into the inky blackness of the sky and there's nothing all around it except stars and a giant 180-degree view, I've got nothing to compare it to, and I go, oh, it's a tiny little pinprick now. So people have a very persistent sense that the moon changes size, but it's noticeably when it is in comparison to something else. And again, same as the sun, you can test this tomorrow with a coin. This is the easiest test you can do. It is inexcusable to be flat earthers for this long and still.
I'm not even denying that. I'm not denying the psychological.
Yeah,
the psychological.
Hold a ping pong ball out at arm's length, or just get a stick. If you want to be super precise, hold it in against your cheekbone, and look along that stick, and stick it on with blue tack at the right length, and check it at different times. And 100%, if it changes size, you will upset all of known astronomy, our complete model of the world. Everything will be wrong. It couldn't happen because we could test it with a coin.
I think you want to get in.
So you can change all the science with the stick. It can be done.
Gosh. I was trying to let you get in line.
Sorry.
Eggshells went twice.
I did.
Sorry.
I was going to say that I agree that vision involves both psychology and physiology, right? Because your brain can play tricks on you the way that vision works. Sometimes your actual brain starts adjusting your own vision. It's pretty weird. Same thing with audio hallucinations, visual hallucinations. It tries to adjust the image that you're seeing. That gets into perspective.
Tools. Yeah, that's why we should use tools.
Yeah, and then, but it's not just I know that, and it's not just psychology. It's also like physically, like the sun. appears to be changing size when you do like pixel counting, where they actually count the pixels.
Nope,
Yes, it does, dude. Yes, it does.
just posted it.
Well, Wesley, hold on.
We need the
There's
evidence of some of this.
Hold on, there's a few things I was going to respond to that. So the one you posted, one thing is that Lion was referring to being at altitude, and checking this at altitude is one thing.
Okay, but we're not at altitude. Like he was saying, we see it. So, okay, altitude, I'll give you that we'd have to do a different test. But he was saying that most people see that it changes size, which I understand why that would be optically look like that, but that's not what happens. This is a great measurement showing that that's not what happens.
Oh my God, dude. You guys are like, I don't know, man. Yeah,
How much do you
pull
reckon? Maybe we can resolve this way, Lion. How much?
This has already been. You guys have already conceded this years ago that the sun actually changes in angular size.
Sure,
It's just
tiny by
nominal
tiny
amount.
amounts.
It's nominal amount. Now you're saying it doesn't change at all. So which is it?
No, we aren't. No, we aren't. We're saying it changes over 6 months is most of that change, right? And there's also other bits in terms of like if you want to get down to the infinitesimal where you are around the Earth, because at sunrise you'll be slightly further from it, like a radius distance from it, closer to it than when you are at midday. So there's all sorts of tiny fluctuations, but the argument we have to make is that it should go from 0 to 100%, and it stays at 99.9% the entire day. So we can't go, because it sometimes wibbles a tiny bit, that's the same as it going all the way to 0, right? You're looking at the wrong end of this and saying it's so close to our number, right? And if you include the other bits of refraction and orbit, it snaps on perfectly, versus it is 100% away from it. It should shrink down to 0 and it remains at 100. So it is 100% in the wrong direction.
You're presupposing that, though. You're presupposing that. You haven't considered.
Observing that it is an object. So here are my rules. It's an object.
Hold on, bro. You keep not factoring in the atmosphere itself, which is going to cause it can cause lensing effect. Right. This has already been demonstrated.
So how does
it doesn't matter
to keep something at 100% when it's
the point is that it can keep its angular size due to the thickness of the atmosphere, and we don't know where the sun is and how far it is.
What do you see in the atmosphere? Because I just see a gradient that goes down. That's the only atmosphere I see. Gradient goes down, higher pressure, lower. That's it. Heavy down. It's that simple.
How far the sun is.
And if heavy down, then we should get a tiny bit of bending down. This is bending it left and right. This is bending it up and down. This is punching a circle into a tiny little point. Should be a tiny little point, but it's keeping it a 0 pixel thing to at 100% all day long magically with atmosphere that we know just does one thing, and that is bend light in a vertical gradient.
It's not magically, dude. It's been there's proof of concepts. This has already been demonstrated in the lab, dude. That the sun can retain its angular size. Can retain its angular size due to atmospheric lensing.
Can I jump in with one thing?
Sheet. Yeah, sorry.
I appreciate you. So, off memory, I'm going to say it was 1958. That was the first time. Someone can check this. The first time that the sun distance was measured with radar. 1958.
Yeah, I think
we do. Yeah, I think we do know how far it is.
So you thought that was compelling for you, is what your statement is? You thought
compelling for everyone, yeah.
Yeah, bouncing a radar off something is pretty impressive. I'm unlikely to think that they got that wrong, given you've got to point it out the sun and you only get a return from the sun.
So
everywhere else in the sky doesn't look like that.
Red Claw, is it something you read?
Yeah, I looked it up a couple of days ago. We were talking about the similar sort of topic a few days ago, and I was in here, and so I looked it up. I didn't post anything, I don't think, but I just remember that date. It was 58, I think.
Okay.
Before then,
what your point was just that you read someone did that?
Yeah. My point was partly that, but partly because up to that point they had made wild guesses and often got it wrong, and they had to refine it. But 1958 is when all that stopped. You can check it. And see, after 1958, what are the estimates of the what they would say is the known distance to the sun? It stayed the same.
And we know the size of the sun as well.
Except it changes by millions of miles every year.
Yeah, so you can get the mean distance. It was about 93 million, something like that.
And did they change the existing estimate by a lot? When they got there, was the existing estimate out by any?
Oh,
conceivable.
I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure.
Let me check. 1958, you said.
It was within
You can check.
1%.
I mean, check that. I think it was 1958. Maybe I'm wrong.
It was in 1%.
So you believe they sent radar 93 million miles to a ball that's a million size, the size of the glob, and then that came all the way back and popped into someone's little receiver on the tiny little millionth of a size little blue marble? You believe that? And went 93 million miles times 2?
Signal's bigger than the receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because big numbers don't,
Dude, you can ping. A cell phone can ping a tower 35 miles away on 5 milliwatts. I'm pretty sure that if you're broadcasting, kilowatts of power towards an object, possibly even megawatts. I don't know what the power was.
And who did this? Who was it?
What difference does it make?
So apparently they bounced it off Venus, using it as a mirror to calculate solar distance indirectly.
And who did that?
Getting there. Radar ranging was in 1958. Engineers at MIT Lincoln Laboratory used a Millstone Hill radar to bounce signals off Venus. Prince et al. 1959. So he wrote about the next year. By measuring the precise round-trip time of the radio signal traveling at the speed of light, they could calculate the exact distance between Earth and Venus. Right. Okay. I get that. So you do it when it's at, it's 9 o'clock or 6 or 3 o'clock in the orbit. Astronomers already knew the relative distances of all planets, e.g. they knew that Venus was roughly 0.72 AU from the Sun. By finding the absolute distance to Venus in kilometres, they could use these known ratios to determine the exact length of 1 AU.
And has that changed since 1958? That's the other question. You can ask AI.
1958 mistake and then 1961 correction.
Ooh, so it's 1961. So they did
very
make
weak
a mistake.
Signals, right? The Lincoln Laboratory reported AU and very weak signals that required intense computer analysis. Their result was slightly different from later, more precise measurements. Around the same time,
so they did change, but it was only refined by a small amount. I would say.
Yeah.
By the time we got to the point where we're sending a probe around it, I think it's I can't remember the name of the probe. Then by that point, we know because we got a probe going around it. If you got that wrong, you got no probe.
This is some Jesuit science we're rocking out right here.
Don't know if it's got anything to do with Jesuits.
Getting into the astronomical unit, the AU, the whole heliocentrism.
So AU is just astronomical unit, just distance to the sun, a mean distance.
So they got it 2,000 kilometers wrong the first time. Sorry, beg your pardon. The first time, 1958, they missed the moon by 131,000 kilometers. Then 1961, they dialed it into 2,000 kilometers. And today, they've got an IAU standard. So they've sort of defined the distance to the sun.
Before then, there was no real way of knowing.
Yeah.
And that's just what I got from what I read. And I've kind of known that for a while as well.
If that's all not true, that the sun is a ball 93 million miles away, would you be concerned that you might be believing in a cult right now?
I think the opposite is true.
I think you just test their ideas, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. That could be like the science can be tested, the science can be checked, the science can be attacked and besieged. I think is a great word. If you want to besiege their ideas and then their science, and their methods and their results, then marshal your forces and do so.
But I think you'd agree they have, like a siege, they have to get over some pretty high walls, which is they would get laughed out of any lab that might consider one of their tests. They wouldn't really be allowed in because there is such a scientific consensus against it that people don't allow questioning of it.
That's been the case for a lot of different sciences. When people come up with ideas that challenge the science, it's a huge wall they have to climb over. But they climb the wall. And then they improve the science or they disprove the science, depending. Yeah. They're constantly trying to do that. They're after notoriety. They're after the Nobel Prize. They're after funding. So they're constantly trying to do that to each other.
Yeah. I think that we can start so simpler than science. We can say The sun is an object. Nobody has challenged me on that. Does anybody want to challenge me on that, or we are willing to agree the sun is an object? It's a hot object.
Well, actually, could I jump in now? Because there was something from earlier I wanted to say, and it was somewhat related to the combo before, but let me just say this briefly. Yeah, one of the things earlier when you guys were saying what the sun should do over a flat Earth kind of thing, the thing is that I was going to ask, like, what are you saying the sun is? Like, is it like a ball, a sphere, just up there, like literally like a Christmas ornament on your Christmas tree, just going up there, like what, a ball?
Most probably a ball, yeah. Most probably a ball. Yeah.
Well, that would make a big difference because like all the claims about the angular size stuff, like that would be taking something on Earth and saying, oh, if I take a big ball and move it away from me, therefore some big ball. Well, if that's faulty, if that assumption is faulty in the first place, then the whole argument, could either be a straw man or, I mean, it's kind of like more relevant to what we were talking about before, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just saying it should, if this is what it would be if it's a ball, therefore it's a ball, it would be fallacious. But it looks like a ball. We're not just saying it looks like it. We're using a number of different rules where, like, for one, it always maintains a circle. For two, if you agree with that Red's Rhetoric video, it's got sunspots on it that create a consistent surface that it rotates around. That we get to see different sides of it throughout the year as we go around of where it's orbiting, plus it's got its own rotation. So we can, plus name something you can see from any angle and see it as a circle, and it's a sphere. And circles don't exist in reality. So we see a circle, but we know that it cannot just be a circle because circles has never existed, right? The best we've got is a thing being projected onto a surface, but that surface is continuous and lumpy and not a circle, right? So it can't be a circle and looks like a sphere. And the only thing that could look like a circle from any angle is a sphere. So with all of those put together, plus it doesn't change in angular size, so objects do. It is probably a sphere that is remaining equidistant from us.
Eggshells. Now I know why your name's Eggshells. You're like walking on eggshells. We know it's a sphere. You don't have to go to the whole thing. We know it's a sphere. Done. 1 second. You don't have to go through a 3-minute thing.
That's dogmatism, isn't it?
Yes. It's like you're parsing your words, like afraid to say something.
But I think if you speak more accurately,
no, he just doesn't want to be fallacious. He wants to be honest. That's the difficulty you're having.
Look, nobody can dispute simulation theory, right? It is unfalsifiable. As such, it is possible it is not a sphere. It is possible it is a rendering in ones and zeros on a right. So it might not even have 2 dimensions. It might be a one-dimensional object rendered in a multiverse of.
Hold on.
And as such, it doesn't make sense to say I know it's a sphere, but I'm saying there's very good evidence to think it's a sphere given what I've stated.
No, it's over. Done. End of story.
All right. So there's other things. No, Robert, right, but just like, I mean, assertions are fun to throw around, but they don't really get us anywhere, perhaps. Like, unless you have an argument for it or something further, you could do that. But I mean, just saying it, is not really enough to get our minds, going on anything. But I'm just saying, just like he's just kind of saying what it is. But anyway, or what he's trying to what he thinks it is. If you have an argument, you could do that. But anyways, what I was just going to say is, okay, another thing. Now, I'm not saying the sun is a hologram, but when you're talking about something that could look circular from multiple directions, a hologram can do that as well. And also rainbows are really interesting.
But they can't emit heat.
Rainbows are almost like holographic. I'm not saying the sun is holographic, but we have holograms are just the interference of light. It's light interference, and so when you have an interference pattern of light, and an interference pattern of light can create something that looks circular or even spherical, even though it's not an actual physical sphere. Now, I'm not saying the sun is a hologram, and then I linked in kind of rainbows, how they can be connected in certain ways to some of these phenomena of like the way light works potentially, but I'm just saying that is another thing, because you were trying to make all your conclusions from like, well, it looks like this, and the sunspots do this, and the only thing that could do that.
Also that it emits heat, right? That's a really important one. I agree that you could have a projection that, if it hit a cloud or something from multiple different directions, it could appear to be a sphere, fine. But the reason I put forward before that was it's definitely an object, or it's almost definitely an object, is it emits heat. Nothing can't emit heat. There is no conceivable way I can see somebody projecting light from place 1. Getting it into place 2 to have it shine back to Earth such that I can like burn a rock with it. I just refuse to believe that is not the sun. That is the sun infinitely small and being lensed to me with this intensity. or projected to me doesn't seem probable given that it emits heat.
Yeah, but
is a magnifying glass emitting heat when it directs light?
No, it's
Can I answer that?
directing heat that comes from a physical source. It's about the source of the heat. So
Ah,
could
so
it
is
be
it? Hold
directing
on.
heat from somewhere else?
So is it
Sure.
possible that what you're seeing in the sky is something equivalent to that?
No.
It's possible. It's just incredibly improbable, given the reasons
Okay,
I've
so
explained.
it's
No, it's
not
not.
impossible.
Consistency
So
of
when you're
both.
giving this
It's
like dual concept of it has to be this because it's only this, it couldn't be anything else.
Did I say that?
You're
Did I
not.
say that ever?
Yeah.
I'm
well,
saying
that
it's
was
incredibly
there was
improbable
a
when it's changing
yeah.
distance from it.
You might have said that about just that right there, but before you were saying things in terms of like that it would have to be like in terms of emitting heat, for example, like it would have to be something spherical, etc., or something physical. But like Napalm just said, and it made me think too. You can have like even that video I posted earlier that Witsit made, where he had like a glass dome, like looked like kind of like an AE map, and then it's just like a plastic or glass, whatever it's made of, probably plastic. And then he ran his phone straight over it, and when he did that, there was like a reflection. We've all seen that, like a reflection on the actual dome. You can do it with like bubbles. Like you take like dish soap, put it in like a pan with water, and mix it up a little. You'll get all these bubbles, and you can just move it around. You can move like a flashlight above those bubbles and stuff, and you'll see there's like a little reflection or a little hot spot, as it were, of the flashlight or whatever you're using on all of those little dome bubbles, and so on. So yeah, whatever the sun is, for example, could be something that is outside of what we even know of as this realm, beyond the heavens. Who knows, something beyond or in some massive way, and then it could just have like an opening in the medium above us, as it were, which is then like, and then Napalm mentioned that magnifying glass being able to focus the heat, kind of a thing. So it's just there's many other things it could be, and that's why making exclusive claims that's one thing is where that would have to be, or that would be rebutted.
There is many other things it could be. It's all hocus pocus, magic, unicorn stuff you guys bring up.
Dude, you just suck and contribute nothing to any conversation ever.
I can't say one word.
Concede. I think, Gio, that is possible. So yeah, I can retract my point that it's possible that it is light being lensed from somewhere else. The reason I probabilistically rule that out is what it's doing is rendering a physical sun that is moving and doing a thing and getting closer and further. And
what if that's just an
maybe
opening?
I see. You're saying it's not there at all. The sun's not there at all.
No, what if it's an opening? Whatever the hole changing a little bit or whatever, even the patterns like the sun spots could be part of like a plasma phenomenon, etc. It's just
like it is possible. It's just to me that what that would invoke is this wild bending and warping and twisting of reality to lens and focus something that must at core be a physical object, right? We still, when we're focusing the sun's light or the light from a incandescent bulb, there's still a physical object that's hot and it's beaming out that heat, and we can bounce and redirect that. So there's still going to be a physical object somewhere that's very, very, very hot. And what we've got to accept, given what you've said, is we say, yes, that happens by bending and warping it so strangely that it presents to us without any bending and warping as if it's a perfect sphere, near perfect sphere, it's equidistant from us, to a degree.
Be an arc.
Yeah, there's a light.
So it's a lot of bending to present something as unbent.
So there's a light and energy source, and like Gio was talking about earlier with the many soap bubbles in the sink, a single source of light, which is energy, right? So the heat is just the energy transfer in the same way that the heat doesn't necessarily render until it gets into the atmosphere, regardless, even in your model, right? So it's just energy outside of something that can render. And if you were to have multiple observers inside each one of those small soap bubbles inside the sink, they would all be seeing a different actual what they would think would be that light source even though it's being reflected on hundreds of different surfaces from a single source. So it's not
what would it look
outside
like
the
to
realm
them, do
of
you think?
possibility that the observation of something that can bring and would bring energy from a light source could be rendered onto a surface, because as that light would move outside all those bubbles would all have different angles, different observations from each one of those observers inside those small bubbles.
Sure. What would it look like to those observers in those small bubbles? Describe what they would see around them as they looked up, down, left, right.
Yeah, it would appear as though a sun was in the sky.
Well, it would appear as though a sun is everywhere in the sky, right? Because if it was in bubbles and they're sphere, well, let me explain my reasoning. If it was in bubbles or spheres, every one of those spheres, if it has a smooth surface, will have a specular that is a perfect angle of incidence equals angle of refraction, bouncing light back at us. So a sphere over there will bounce light from over there. A sphere down under our feet will bounce. So I expect if I was suspended in soap bubbles to see a brilliant constellation of suns all around me.
Well, no, it's just like,
bubbles.
okay,
I wouldn't expect ever to see a perfectly spherical sun that appears to be changing the same size. I would see this sun that moves and changes size wildly.
Right? How can you see a perfect sphere unless you have the ability to touch and understand what a sphere